Chapter 320. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Forget it. Why are you arguing with an old beggar? He looks like a lunatic. This is not a good place to be. Another young man pulled the scholar's sleeve and pointed at his own head, indicating that the scholar should not argue with the old beggar. On the surface, it seemed that the scholar was trying to stop the fight, but in fact, he was mocking the old beggar. What does a beggar on the street know? Does he know Go? Does he know what the 6 kingdoms and the 8 great chess games are? Does he understand the difficulty of the coin game? He is nothing. I'm not. The old beggar did not care how others looked at him. He kept repeating these words. Fortunately, most of the onlookers here were scholars. Apart from ridiculing the old beggar with words, they didn't do anything excessive like pushing or shoving the old beggar. The old beggar left while mumbling. Everyone looked at the way he was mumbling, and they were even more certain that he was a lunatic. Xiao Lulang did not like to join in the fun. After waiting for a while and seeing that there was no sign of the road ahead, he asked Lu Quan to change the route. In summer, days were long and nights were short. When they arrived at the Imperial Palace, the sky was still bright. The Imperial Palace guard stopped the carriage and asked, "Who are you?" "Xiao Lulang, Hanlin Shushu." Xiao Lulang thought about asking him to go to Rinshou Palace to pass the message. However, he saw little Jing Kong take out a token from his pocket and said, "Here. Can we go in now?" The Imperial Palace guards' expressions did not change much when they heard the words Hanlin Shushu. However, when they saw the token, they immediately changed their attitude and said respectfully, "Yes, of course." The Imperial Palace guards let them go and the carriage entered the Imperial Palace. Xiao Lulang looked at little Jing Kong in surprise and asked, "Where did you get the token?" Little Jing Kong calmly put away the token and said, "My great-aunt gave it to me." "Don't you have it?" Xiao Lulang, "Of course not." Little Jing Kong counted with his fingers and said, "Jiao Jiao has one too. Brother Xiaoshan and Brother Yen also have one." So he was the only one who didn't. A bolt from the blue. How would little Jing Kong know that the bad brother-in-law did not have the token given by his great-aunt? The carriage was not allowed to enter the harem, so it stopped near the throne room. Little Jing Kong jumped off the carriage and ran towards the harem. The border between the inner palace and the outer palace was also guarded by imperial bodyguards, but both of them knew little Jing Kong. They knew that he was not only a guest of the 7th prince, but also a guest of Rinshou Palace, so they let him in without worry. Xiao Lulang was in a miserable state. Again he was stopped. Little Jing Kong was relieved and ran to Rinshou Palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang asked him who sent him there. He said that it was his bad brother-in-law, so Eunuch Qin hurried over to get him. When Eunuch Qin saw Xiao Lulang for the first time, he was frightened by Xiao Liulang's appearance and almost thought that he had seen a ghost. Later he thought that it was impossible. If it was really Xiao Heng who had passed away, how could he have saved the Empress Dowager? Xiao Lulang and Eunuch Qin went to Rinshou Palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang was preparing to eat. When she saw little Jing Kong, she asked the kitchen to prepare vegetables. Empress Dowager Zhuang was not surprised by little Jing Kong's sudden visit. However, she was shocked when she found out that little Jing Kong was sent by Xiao Lulang. Of course, she did not show it on her face. The kitchen was very quick. After a while, several delicate and delicious vegetables were served. Eunuch Qin moved a chair over. Little Jing Kong was small. In the countryside, such a small child would not eat at the table. He would be given a bowl and eat in the kitchen with the women. However, Gu Jiao did not have the habit of not eating at the table. Gu Jiao personally made little Jing Kong an exclusive chair. It was higher than ordinary chairs and there was a board in front of it to prevent him from falling. Xiao Lulang did not expect Rinshou Palace to have such a chair. Obviously, it was not made by Gu Jiao. Xiao Lulang glanced at Empress Dowager Zhuang and did not speak. The three of them began to eat. Empress Dowager Zhuang removed the servants who served the dishes. Xiao Lulang did not know that there were special Hanlin officials who recorded the emperor's daily life until he entered the Hanlin Academy. The emperor's words and deeds, his meals, etiquette, and rules would all be recorded. The Empress Dowager and the Empress would also be recorded. These were all left in the palace's history book for future generations to review. Empress Dowager Zhuang's removal of the servant seemed to be a small matter, but in fact, it would be recorded. She would not completely ignore it. Otherwise, she would have been free to do whatever she wanted. She cared, but she still did it. However, she did not explain it verbally. If he did not become a Hanlin official, who knew what she did for them? For them. Or for little Jing Kong? Xiao Lulang lowered his eyes. Forget it. Why should he care about this? He was not here to share the happiness of family with Empress Dowager Zhuang. Little Jing Kong was. He was here for business. Rinshou Palace had been expanded twice. It was even bigger than the Crown Prince's East Palace. Little Jing Kong began his exploration after eating. Wow! What a tall swing! As soon as little Jing Kong entered the side hall, he saw a super big swing that was 3 times taller than the one in the East Palace. When he swung, he wished he could see the whole palace. I want to play. I want to play. He was eager to try. Eunuch Qin called 2 palace masters to play with little Jing Kong on the swing. Xiao Lulang came to Rinshou Palace when he was a child. He was poisoned in the courtyard of this side hall. However, after so many years, even if he revisited the old place, it would not trigger any more memories. However, he was sure of one thing. There was absolutely no such thing as a swing in Rinshou Palace in the past. Because Empress Dowager Zhuang did not like children. Xiao Lulang soon found that there were not only swings in Rinshou Palace. There were also a lot of wood waiting to be carved, jade for people to play with, and precious medicinal materials collected from all over the world. Gu Jiao and his 3 brothers all had their own things. However, Xiao Lulang did not have anything. Xiao Lulang said, don't care, in his mind. However, a faint strange emotion unconsciously rose in his heart. He did not know what it was. In short, he did not feel good. Xiao Lulang tried hard to ignore the strange feeling in his heart. He turned to look for Eunuch Qin. However, he caught a glimpse of Empress Dowager Zhuang sitting on a rattan chair and drinking tea leisurely. Empress Dowager Zhuang was looking at little Jing Kong. Xiao Lulang sighed. As expected, not only did he not have a token, he did not have anything that belonged to him. He could not even get a glance from her. Forget it. He did not care. Eunuch Qin brought a plate of fresh fruits over. He smiled at Xiao Lulang and said, Xiao Lulang, I saw that you did not eat much just now. Is the food in Rinshou Palace not to your taste? Eunuch Qin had stayed in by Shui Alley before. Naturally, he knew how much Xiao Lulang ate. Xiao Lulang said as if nothing had happened, no, the food is very good. It's just that the weather is too hot. I can't eat much. Eunuch Qin said, this servant guessed that it would be like this. This is freshly cut honeydew. It has been iced. There is also sour plum soup. They are all appetizing. Xiao Lulang, eat something simple first. In a while, this servant will ask the kitchen to make some of your favorite dishes. No need. Xiao Lulang declined. I want. Little Jing Kong shouted in the air. The corner of Xiao Lulang's mouth twitched. He was flying so high, but he could still hear them talking so softly. Eunuch Qin smiled and looked at him. Good, good. What do you want to eat? This servant will ask someone to make it later. Little Jing Kong said anxiously, I can't remember now. I will come down and tell you later. Eunuch Qin smiled and agreed, okay. Xiao Lulang inadvertently glanced at Empress Dowager Zhuang again. Empress Dowager Zhuang was still drinking tea with her head lowered. It seemed that she had not looked at him from beginning to end. Xiao Lulang's heart was blocked again. Did she not like him that much? Xiao Lulang took a deep breath and decided to get down to business first. Eunuch Qin, can I ask you about someone? Ah, go ahead. Do you know a palace maid or concubine with a mole on her wrist? Her left wrist. Eunuch Qin thought carefully and shook his head. I don't know and have never seen. He smiled and explained, I am a eunuch. If you ask a eunuch, I know a lot. But palace maids and concubines, I dare not keep staring at their hands. He did not ask Xiao Lulang why he wanted to ask about this. Xiao Lulang was not surprised by this answer. He didn't have much hope. Does the Empress Dowager know them? This servant will go and ask. Eunuch Qin did not say that he could ask the Empress Dowager. Since Xiao Lulang asked him, he naturally did not want to ask the Empress Dowager himself. As for whether he was embarrassed or for other reasons, it was unknown. After Eunuch Qin asked, he came to Xiao Lulang and said, the Empress Dowager has never paid attention to it. Then forget it. It's not a big deal. Xiao Lulang said calmly, that's right, is Steward Zhang of the Shang Palace Bureau in the palace today? An old friend of hers asked me to give her something from outside the palace and let me personally hand it to her. Eunuch Qin called a young eunuch, go to the Shang Palace Bureau and ask if Steward Zhang is on duty. If she is, invite her to Rinshou Palace. Chapter 321. The young eunuch slipped away and went to the Shang Palace Bureau. Not long after, he brought Manager Zhang over. Xiao Lulang was waiting for her outside of Rinshou Palace. Manager Zhang was an old mama in the palace. In Zhao Country's imperial palace, there was a rule that palace maids could leave the palace when they were 25 years old. If they didn't leave, they could comb their hair and become ants. Manager Zhang was the latter. From palace maid to ants and then to a manager, she had given most of her life to the imperial palace. The eunuch who passed the message didn't say the specifics, so Manager Zhang thought it was the Empress Dowager summoning her. She came to the entrance of Rinshou Palace, and when she saw Xiao Lulang, she was shocked for a moment and then took a few steps back in fright. Because of her face, more than one person thought they saw a ghost. Manager Zhang was also old, so it was inevitable that she would be more scared. Xiao Lulang didn't take it to heart and said, my surname is Lulang, written by Hanlin. Xiao Lulang. Not Xiao. Manager Zhang was about to say the name but suddenly remembered that she was lowly and wasn't qualified to say the name of Zhao Du's young marquis. She composed herself and wiped the cold sweat on her forehead. Sorry, I mistook you for someone else. Xiao Lulang didn't care. He took out the token that the old chancellor gave him, an inkstone that was missing a piece. When Manager Zhang saw the inkstone, her expression changed again. You. She wanted to say something but stopped. After a moment, she asked, did Chancellor Hua ask you to come find me? Xiao Lulang nodded and handed the inkstone to her. Manager Zhang took the inkstone and seemed to remember something. Her gaze became complicated. I didn't think that he would come find me at this time. Is he okay? I heard that he returned to the capital and became the Chancellor of the Imperial College. Xiao Lulang said to her, he is fine. Manager Zhang, don't worry. Manager Zhang smiled bitterly. What do I have to worry about? Even if he was exiled to a bitter and cold place, he would not die in a foreign land. Naturally, he would take good care of himself. Xiao Lulang felt that the relationship between the two wasn't that simple, but it wasn't good for him to pry into other people's privacy. Manager Zhang lowered his head and looked at the inkstone in his hand. He was both angry and amused. After so many years, he still kept this lousy thing. I thought he threw it away long ago. Speaking of which, it wasn't anything valuable, so why bother keeping it? Since he let you come to me with this, it shows that he trusts you a lot. Speak, why are you looking for me? No, wait, why are you looking for me? He will never look for me again in this lifetime. Xiao Lulang couldn't help but sigh when he saw her face filled with so many twists and turns, but he didn't know how to comfort her. Tears flashed in Manager Zhang's eyes. She smiled and said nonchalantly, I've made a fool of myself. Tell me, what is it? Xiao Lulang did not beat around the bush and said bluntly, I'm here to ask Manager Zhang about a person. What person? Manager Zhang asked. Xiao Lulang said honestly, a person with a mole on her left wrist. She has been in the palace for more than 10 years. I don't know if she's a palace maid or an imperial concubine. It couldn't be Empress Xiao. Empress Xiao was his aunt and wouldn't harm him. Moreover, Empress Xiao often hugged him and he knew what her wrist was like. Manager Zhang frowned and fell into deep thought. I don't have any impression, but I can help you find her. As long as she hasn't been let out of the palace in these years, I can help you find her. But Xiao Lulang understood. After all, it had been more than 10 years. Every year, there would be palace maids released from the palace. If she was one of them, then it would be like a stone sinking into the ocean. But very quickly, Xiao Lulang shook his head again. No, she shouldn't have been let out of the palace. Poisoning the legitimate son of Marquis Xian Ping was a serious crime. Once discovered, she would die without a doubt. If it was an imperial concubine, imperial concubines couldn't leave the palace. If it was a palace maid, she must have been ordered by someone. If she did such an important thing for her master, how could her master let her leave the palace? She would either be killed or kept by his side to continue working for him. But after he was poisoned, he didn't hear about any palace maid who died in vain. That person was still alive. She was still alive in the palace. Manager Zhang asked, more than 10 years ago. Xiao Lulang said, 14 years ago. Ah. Manager Zhang seemed to think of something. He took a deep look at Xiao Lulang and nodded. Then you want to find the person who entered the palace 14 years ago. Okay, leave it to me. Manager Zhang took the inkstone and left. Xiao Lulang looked at her back gradually disappearing into the night. Somehow, he inexplicably felt that her back was a little staggered and lonely. It was late and the palace was about to close. Little Jing Kong said goodbye to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Little Jing Kong said seriously, Great Aunt, you can't secretly eat candy, drink sugar water, or eat fried shortbread. I will tell Jiao Jiao. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked disgusted. I know. You talk too much. Hurry up and leave. Little Jing Kong put his little hands behind his back, tilted his head and raised his eyebrows. Then don't miss me too much. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, I will only miss you if I eat too much. Bam bam bam, so noisy. Xiao Lulang walked over slowly, took little Jing Kong's hand, and said goodbye to Empress Dowager Zhuang. He and Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't have much to talk about. They looked at each other and soon looked away. Look, she didn't even want to look at him. Take the things. Empress Dowager Zhuang said expressionlessly. Oh, I almost forgot. Little Jing Kong broke free from his bad brother-in-law's hand, ran over, picked up a brocade box on the table, and ran back. Let's go. Xiao Lulang looked at the brocade box in his arms and then looked at himself, who was empty-handed, and felt 1,000 arrows in his heart. He glanced at Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang lowered her eyes and turned her face away. He looked at the table where the brocade box was placed. There were a lot of dazzling boxes on it, but none of them belonged to him. He took a deep breath, pressed his chest, and went out with a dark face. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the two of them leaving and snorted. On the way home, little Jing Kong fell asleep in Xiao Liulang's arms. He also let go of the brocade box. Xiao Lulang held him with one hand and the brocade box with the other. He had an impulse to open the brocade box and take a look. He wanted to see what Empress Dowager Zhuang gave the little guy. Why did he have it and not him? What am I thinking? Xiao Lulang was ashamed of his childishness. He shook his head and suppressed the impulse to peek at the brocade box. He had forgotten that he was only 18 years old. He was a teenager who had yet to turn 20. He didn't need to be so mature or so calm. It was already late that night when they returned to Jadewater Alley. Madame Yao and Gu Yan had both gone to bed. Senior servant Fong and Yu had also returned to the next room to rest. Gu Jiao was in the central room preparing the gunpowder. The ratio of the powder was almost decided, but powder alone wasn't enough. They still had to make it into a powerful weapon or concealed weapon. When she heard movement at the door, she put down what she was doing and walked out. You're back. Yes. Xiao Lulang nodded. Gu Jiao walked over and took little Jing Kong, who was sleeping soundly, and put him on the bed in the west room. What is this? Xiao Lulang looked at the pile of black things on the table and asked. Gu Jiao walked out, thought for a while, and said, I don't know what it is. Black firecrackers. Xiao Lulang, what kind of name was that? Gu Jiao made the gunpowder into the size of a pellet and put it in a small improved bamboo tube. Phosphorus powder was added to the small bamboo tube. Phosphorus had a low ignition point, so it would spontaneously ignite when heated by friction. It would ignite the gunpowder in the bamboo tube and cause a small explosion. The explosion wasn't very powerful, but it was mainly used as a deterrent. However, there was also a hidden danger. What if the phosphorus powder spontaneously ignited without friction when the weather was too hot? Therefore, it still had to be improved. Gu Jiao said, I've boiled the water. You go wash up and sleep first. I'll be done in a while. Xiao Lulang thought she was making pills, so he didn't say anything. Gu Jiao continued to bury her head in the gunpowder. Seeing that he seemed to have something to say, she asked, Is there anything else? Xiao Lulang opened his mouth. No. Forget it, let's find the person first. The next day was the day Xiao Lulang entered the palace to give a lecture to the crown prince. When he just entered the upper study room, he heard that something big happened in the imperial harem. A steward of the Shang Palace Bureau died in his room. The emperor was furious and immediately rushed to the imperial harem after the morning court. Which steward was it? Xiao Lulang asked an old eunuch in the upper study room. The old eunuch whispered, Steward Zhang, the emperor's clothes were all made by her. The emperor was still talking about her a few days ago. Xiao Lulang didn't know that Steward Zhang was actually a female official who was highly regarded by the emperor. The old chancellor didn't say anything. Of course, it could also be that the old chancellor didn't know. After all, it was a matter of the imperial harem. As a minister of the previous dynasty, it wasn't strange that he didn't know. However, he just looked for her last night and something happened to her today. This was very strange. Chapter 322. In Rinshou Palace, Empress Dowager Zhuang was dealing with the backlog of official business in recent days. She was old after all, and it took a long time for her to recover from a serious illness. It was only now that she finally realized how difficult it was to recuperate in the countryside. Leprosy was not an ordinary cold. Its contagious nature alone was daunting. She didn't know why those two dared to take her in. Moreover, her family's conditions were already very poor. She didn't even know her next meal and still had to take care of a sick person. Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed. Empress Dowager, are you thinking of the days in the countryside again? Eunuch Qin asked with a smile. Yes. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't deny it. At that time, they lied to me that I had tuberculosis and told me not to go out, lest I spread the disease to the villagers. Eunuch Qin was surprised. You really believed it? Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed. How could I not believe it? I don't remember anything at that time. Eunuch Qin thought about it and agreed. Then, what happened later? Empress Dowager Zhuang recalled. After about 10 days to half a month, they ate at the same table as me. Ah. Eunuch Qin was surprised. You were cured in half a month. No. Empress Dowager Zhuang shook her head. It was just that it was no longer contagious. I continued to take the medicine for half a year. Ordinary people wouldn't do this. Even if they were cured of leprosy, they would be avoided like snakes and scorpions. Miss Gu and Xiao Xiuzhua treated you sincerely. This servant is happy for you. Eunuch Qin's words came from the bottom of his heart. He met the Empress Dowager when she was banished to the cold palace. He was a little eunuch in the cold palace. He was chosen by the virtuous empress and was asked to serve by her side. After the virtuous empress left the cold palace, he was also taken out. In the blink of an eye, he had accompanied the Empress Dowager through ups and downs for dozens of years. There were many people who flattered the Empress Dowager, but those who truly cared for her without asking for anything in return were rare. If the Empress Dowager wasn't the Empress Dowager, then they wouldn't be the Empress Dowager Zhuang. Miss Zhuang always complained that the Empress Dowager loved Miss Gu more than her own family. But Miss Zhuang didn't think about it. Was she really half as sincere to the Empress Dowager as Miss Gu was to the Empress Dowager? He had spent most of his life alone, lonely at the top. Who would have thought that he would meet such considerate people in his twilight years? It's Xiao Xiuzhua. Eunuch Qin could also see that there was something wrong between Empress Dowager Zhuang and Xiao Xiuzhua. Although he was the Empress Dowager's trusted aide, the Empress Dowager didn't tell him everything. He had guessed half of the Empress Dowager's thoughts, but he could not guess the other half no matter what. Is it because he looks like the deceased young Marquis? Eunuch Qin asked cautiously. The Empress Dowager did not poison the young Marquis, but the Emperor did not believe it, Marquis Xianping did not believe it, and everyone in the world did not believe it. Perhaps even the Zhuang family thought it was the Empress Dowager's doing. The difference was that the Zhuang family would not blame the Empress Dowager. But she had always been wronged like this. When the Empress Dowager saw someone who looked so similar to the young Marquis, she was afraid that there would be a knot in her heart. Of course, this was what Eunuch Qin thought. It was unknown whether the Empress Dowager thought the same. Aijia. Empress Dowager Zhuang was about to say something when a palace maid's panicked voice came from outside the study. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you cannot go in. I am the Son of Heaven. The whole world belongs to me. Amir Rinshou Palace has blocked me outside the door twice. Do you want to rebel? It was the Emperor's angry shout. Empress Dowager Zhuang frowned impatiently and gave Eunuch Qin a look. Eunuch Qin walked out with a horsetail whisk and said to the palace maids, You can withdraw. He then bowed to the emperor. Your Majesty, please come in. Humph. The emperor coldly glared at everyone, flung his sleeves, and entered the Empress Dowager Zhuang's study. The Empress Dowager really has good means. You are not idle even when recuperating in Rinshou Palace. You just have to make things difficult for me. Does the Empress Dowager not want to see me have a day of peace? Eunuch Qin, who had chased in, looked at the Empress Dowager and then looked at the pale-faced palace maids in the room. His face became very ugly. Empress Dowager Zhuang lightly said, "You can all withdraw." Yes. Eunuch Qin and the palace maids withdrew. Empress Dowager Zhuang expressionlessly looked at the emperor and threw the booklet in her hand on the table. What are you doing? The emperor sneered. I should ask the Empress Dowager this question. What is the Empress Dowager doing? Is it not enough for you to listen to politics from behind the curtain? Is it not enough to control half of the country? Is it not enough to force my mother to go to the nunnery? How much more vicious do you want to be? Do you have to kill everyone around me one by one? Empress Dowager Zhuang frowned. Who did I kill? Ha! The emperor stood in front of the desk and looked at the dignified Empress Dowager Zhuang. What is the Empress Dowager singing? You have already done it and you still don't dare to admit it. Haven't you and I already fallen out? There is no need to feign civility. Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes flashed with coldness, but her expression was still indifferent. I have done too much. I don't know which thing you are referring to. The emperor angrily laughed. You finally admit it. You are a crazy and vicious woman. Whatever you have, you can come at me. Why did you kill Manager Zhang? How did she provoke you? Manager Zhang. Empress Dowager Zhuang frowned strangely. The emperor angrily pointed at Empress Dowager Zhuang. Stop pretending. Last night, Manager Zhang was summoned to Rinshou Palace by the Empress Dowager. When she went back, she hanged herself. Empress Dowager, do you dare to say that she was not killed by you? Empress Dowager Zhuang sneered, raised her eyes slightly, and curled her lips. So what if I killed her? She slowly stood up, walked out from behind the desk, and walked towards the emperor step by step. Can you cripple me or kill me? Even if Aijia kills everyone around you, what can you do to Aijia? You vicious woman. The emperor raised his hand. Your Majesty. Xiao Lulang quickly walked in, threw away his crutches, held the emperor's hand, and shielded Empress Dowager Zhuang behind him. Empress Dowager Zhuang was startled when she saw the young man suddenly blocking in front of her. The young man's body was thin and his legs were not good, but he did not hesitate to block the emperor's courage. The emperor was unable to restrain his anger. Xiao Lulang, get out of the way. It's not the Empress Dowager, Xiao Lulang said solemnly. He did not move, nor did he let go. It's not the Empress Dowager, it's this official. Last night, it was this official who called Manager Zhang over. It has nothing to do with the Empress Dowager. The emperor was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Even you are speaking for her. Each and every one of you are all on her side. Xiao Lulang. You are the new top scorer that I personally appointed. Xiao Lulang said seriously, this official is your Majesty's official and is your Majesty's top scorer. Because of this official does not want to see your Majesty make a mistake. Your Majesty's actions today will be recorded by historians in the future. Your Majesty is a wise ruler, and your achievements will be passed down through the ages. You cannot ruin your 100 years of reputation because of a moment of impulse. The emperor sadly and sullenly asked, was I wrong? Was I wrong? Xiao Lulang said, Your Majesty is not wrong, neither is the Empress Dowager. The one who is wrong is this official. This official shouldn't have come to find Manager Zhang. If your Majesty wants to blame someone, then blame this official. It was this official who caused her death. You. You. The emperor was so angry that his eyes were blood red and his entire body was trembling. Your Majesty, you have to know what happened. Eunuch Wei entered the room to persuade. His Majesty held back his emotions that could explode at any time and nodded. All right, tell me, why are you looking for Manager Zhang? How did you cause her death? Xiao Lulang couldn't say that he was investigating a case from 14 years ago. The timing wasn't right and there wasn't enough evidence. Xiao Lulang gave it some thought and said, this official is returning something to her on behalf of someone. When I was returning it to her, this official noticed that her emotions weren't right. This was the truth. When Manager Zhang received the broken inkstone, her emotions were indeed not right. However, Xiao Lulang didn't think too deeply about it at that time. Now that he thought about it carefully, he was afraid that there was a deeper bond and relationship between Manager Zhang and the old chancellor than he imagined. Who are you delivering it on behalf of? The emperor asked. This official can't say. Xiao Lulang said. If he didn't say, wouldn't the emperor guess? How many people in the world could make him personally deliver a message to the palace? Since this person was related to Manager Zhang, then this person must be around the same age as Manager Zhang. A name was about to come out. Summon Chancellor Hua. Let go. Do you want me to summon Chancellor Hua to the Empress Dowager's bedroom? Follow me to the Imperial Study Room. Yes. Xiao Lulang then let go of his hand. The old chancellor was summoned into the palace. The emperor didn't give him and Xiao Lulang a chance to make a confession. He directly asked someone to bring Xiao Lulang away and began to interrogate the relationship between Manager Zhang and the old chancellor. The emperor also didn't tell the old chancellor that Manager Zhang was already dead. However, how shrewd was the old chancellor? He could easily guess that something had happened. When an ordinary person was interrogated about their relationship with a female official in the palace, they would try their best to deny it. After all, it was a serious crime to blaspheme a female official. However, the old chancellor felt that this matter wasn't simple. He almost didn't think much before saying that he and Manager Zhang had an unknown past. There was also a token of love between them. Last night, he asked someone to return the token to her, which could be considered as ending their relationship. If what the old chancellor said was true, then Zhang Xiu committed suicide for love. The emperor squinted his eyes suspiciously. Why did you end it? Is it because of the Empress Dowager? This official doesn't dare. This official is because I don't have much time left. The old chancellor began to pretend to be sick and act pitiful. He used all kinds of methods to pretend to be pitiful. If your majesty doesn't believe me, you can call the little divine doctor. She was the one who diagnosed my terminal illness. Coming out from the imperial study room, the old chancellor saw Xiao Lulang, who had been waiting for a long time. I'm sorry to have implicated teacher. Xiao Lulang said with guilt. The old chancellor sighed. It's not your fault. I didn't think it through. Teacher's clean reputation. The old chancellor waved his hand. I don't have any clean reputation to speak of. Even though our relationship wasn't like what I said to your majesty, but in the end, I still let her down. She is my wife's younger sister. His wife's younger sister was adopted and brought to another village when she was young. They only recognized each other when they grew up. Before his wife died, she pulled his hand and asked him to take good care of her only younger sister, Zhang Xiu. Zhang Xiu wanted to marry him, but he wasn't willing to marry her. In the end, she entered the palace in a fit of anger. He fought fiercely with Zhuang Jin's. In order not to implicate Zhang Xiu, he didn't let anyone know about their relationship. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the only one who was exiled back then. His wife's younger sister, Zhang Xiu, would also be exiled. After all, the late emperor had ordered his whole family to be exiled. She could leave the palace when she was 25 years old. That year, she came to find me and asked again if I was willing to marry her. I said that I would take care of her for the rest of my life and treat her as my own younger sister. Then, she smashed my inkstone. After that, she was extremely regretful and compensated me with a new one, which was the one I asked you to return. When she gave it to me, I didn't hold it firmly and accidentally broke a piece. She smiled and said that we were even now. The old chancellor sighed, "Forget it, let's not talk about the past." She definitely didn't commit suicide because of love. Her death is fishy. I've asked His Majesty for His grace to send her on her last journey. Come with me. Xiao Lulang, okay. The old chancellor and Xiao Lulang went to the Shanggong bureau under the company of eunuch Wei. In the previous dynasty, people in the palace who hanged themselves would bring disaster to their family. This dynasty abolished this law, but the dead couldn't be buried and could only be thrown into the wilderness. The old chancellor gave eunuch Wei a bag of silver. Eunuch Wei refused for a long time but didn't refuse. "I have already arranged it properly. The corpse will be sent to the mass grave outside the West City Gate later. You can send someone to wait there." "Thank you very much, eunuch Wei." The old chancellor expressed his gratitude. Xiao Lulang examined Zhang Xiu's corpse and found that she indeed hanged herself. There were no traces of fighting or struggle. Then, Xiao Lulang discovered a situation and he paused. "What's wrong?" The old chancellor walked over and asked. Xiao Lulang didn't say anything. Instead, he lifted Zhang Xiu's left wrist and there was a mole on it. The old chancellor was stupefied. How could it be? That's right. How could it be Zhang Xiu? Many details that were overlooked last night flashed through Xiao Liulang's mind. When Zhang Xiu first saw him, she was so frightened that she almost fell down. He thought that she was like eunuch Qin and the others who thought that he saw a ghost. But after thinking carefully, he didn't seem to have met Zhang Xiu before. She shouldn't know him. Even if she knew him, her reaction was a little too big. When he told her that he was investigating a palace maid who had a mole on her wrist, she knew that the matter back then was exposed. However, she didn't know that it was Xiao Lulang who was investigating and only thought that the person investigating the truth was her brother-in-law, the old chancellor. The old chancellor was Xiao Hang's teacher, so it was reasonable for him to investigate Xiao Hang's death. The reason why she left in such a miserable and desolate manner was probably because she had already decided to meet her death at that moment. She used her death to atone for her sins to her brother-in-law and his disciple. She also used her death to escape from reporting this matter to the mastermind behind the scenes. What kind of feelings did she have when she framed Zhuang Jin's back then? What kind of feelings did she have when she discovered that Xiao Heng, who was poisoned by her, would actually become her brother-in-law's closed-door disciple one day? The old chancellor's throat swelled with pain. "It's all for me." Zhang Xiu framed Zhuang Jin's because he and Zhuang Jin's didn't get along, which caused him to be exiled and almost lose his life. However, who would have expected that he and Zhuang Jin's didn't become enemies in the end? Instead, Zhang Xiu sacrificed her life for nothing. Eunuch Wei had already bribed them so they could take away Zhang Xiu's belongings. Zhang Xiu's belongings were very simple. There were a few sets of clothes and a makeup box. In the box, there were a few pieces of jewelry that couldn't be any older. In the interlayer of the box, there were dozens of banknotes that were all written with the old chancellor's name. There was also the inkstone that Xiao Lulang had given her yesterday. The old chancellor's eyes were red. "Teacher," Xiao Lulang said softly. "I'm fine." Old chancellor wiped away his tears and packed Zhang Xiu's belongings into a bag. When he walked out, he staggered a little. Xiao Lulang supported him. The old chancellor's voice trembled. I'm really fine. Clang! The inkstone slid out from the bag and smashed onto the ground. The old chancellor bent down to pick it up. Xiao Lulang said, "Let me do it." He picked up the inkstone first. "I'll take it." The old chancellor didn't insist. His emotions were very complicated and his mind was in a mess. He felt that he had harmed Zhang Xiu and also Xiaoheng. He choked with sobs. "You don't blame her, you blame me. It's me, she did it for me." Xiao Lulang sighed. "If it's not her, there will be someone else. The one who is truly hateful is the mastermind." "Teacher, don't blame yourself. What happened back then had nothing to do with you. What happened last night also had nothing to do with you." Since he wanted to investigate, he would investigate to this extent no matter what. The old chancellor had only accelerated the process by establishing a relationship with Zhang Xiu for him, and it wouldn't change the outcome. Zhang Xiu's ending was already destined when she extended her poisonous hand to an innocent 4-year-old child. He could forgive her, but the heavens wouldn't. The old chancellor went to collect Zhang Xiu's corpse and Xiao Lulang didn't follow him. Forgiveness was his greatest benevolence and he wouldn't prepare for her funeral. Xiao Lulang went to Rinshou Palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang continued to read the memorials presented by Grand Tutor Zhuang in the study room. The memorials passed through her hands once before they were returned to the ministers and presented to the emperor in the imperial court. Eunuch Qin was waiting at the side. When he saw Xiao Lulang, his eyes lit up and he said to Empress Dowager Zhuang, "The tea is cold. I will go and make a pot of hot tea." Empress Dowager Zhuang glanced at Xiao Lulang. "Humph." Eunuch Qin smiled and left, taking the rest of the palace servants with him. "What are you doing here?" Empress Dowager Zhuang flipped through the memorials and asked indifferently. "Passing by," Xiao Lulang said. Both of them were people who would die if they explained more. No one was willing to break the ice first. "I'm leaving." It wasn't a big deal and he just came to take a look. He always knew that the Emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't have a good relationship, but he didn't expect it to be so direct. He was somewhat worried. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at him and turned around. She cleared her throat and asked, "Why did you speak for me?" Xiao Lulang said indifferently, "There's no reason. Eating the monarch's salary and bearing the monarch's worries is the duty of a subject." Eunuch Qin, who was eavesdropping outside, was about to die from anxiety. What bullshit duty of a subject? Did speaking human language burn his mouth? I'm so anxious that I'm going to die." He wasn't this anxious even if the Emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang were ice cold. After all, the Emperor was really infuriating. However, Xiao Shuzhu was wholeheartedly devoted to the Empress Dowager. Eunuch Qin was really anxious that they misunderstood. They clearly cared about each other, so why did they have to act like strangers? Thud. The inkstone in Xiao Lulang's hand slipped and smashed to the ground. He bent down to pick it up and the pouch in his arms fell out. Seeing the pouch, Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes moved slightly. That was a birthday gift that Empress Dowager Zhuang gave to Xiao Lulang on his birthday on New Year's Eve. There was also one in Little Jing Kong. Empress Dowager Zhuang embroidered the orchid herself, but it was too ugly and looked like weeds. Thus, she had the old chancellor improve it and embroidered it into a piece of green bamboo. Some stitches were also added to the seams. But in the end, it wasn't too good looking. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted, "How can you still wear such an ugly thing? Don't you find it embarrassing? In any case, you are someone who has become an imperial Hanlin official." Xiao Lulang didn't say anything. He put the pouch back into his arms and continued to walk out. "Come back." Empress Dowager Zhuang opened her mouth but didn't say the words on the tip of her tongue. If she didn't have such an awkward personality, she wouldn't have taken on so many scapegoats. Although she did do a lot of bad things. She threw away the booklet in her hand in annoyance. Her mood was terrible. Suddenly, Xiao Lulang, who had disappeared, came back. He came back so quickly that Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't even have time to restrain the annoyance in her eyes. He took a deep breath as if he had gathered some kind of courage and asked in a low voice, "Why don't I have one?" Empress Dowager Zhuang was stunned. Xiao Lulang clenched his fingers and his face turned red. However, he continued to gather his courage and asked, "Why don't I have one? Why didn't Rinshou Palace prepare something for me? Do you not want me anymore?" His tone was normal, but he couldn't hide the grievance in his eyes. Empress Dowager Zhuang's heart clenched. That grievance poked at her heart and made it hurt. She lowered her eyes and said in a low voice, "I thought you didn't want it." "Why don't I want?" Before he could finish, Xiao Lulang paused. "I thought you didn't want it." The amount of information in this sentence was enormous. Xiao Lulang didn't want his great-aunt's things. Xiao Heng didn't want it. Empress Dowager Zhuang knew who he was. She also remembered that she had once poisoned Xiao Heng. She also knew that Xiao Heng had always been afraid of her, and hated that he couldn't stay away from her. "You didn't think? Ask me." "I thought about it, but I was afraid." Empress Dowager Zhuang almost used up all her courage and face to confess her feelings. Because she cared too much, she was afraid of being rejected. Therefore, she first rejected the possibility of being rejected. She would rather take the blame 1,000 times than be honest with him. Her self-esteem was just that strong. That was how twisted she was. But the trace of grievance in Xiao Lulang's eyes completely destroyed the self-esteem she had accumulated for decades. "It's not that I don't want it." Xiao Lulang turned his face away and said in a wronged and awkward tone. He was also a stubborn person. He was also too embarrassed to say it. Moreover, he was still a child. In front of the elderly, at least. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked straight at him, her eyes shining. "What did you say?" "Nothing." Xiao Lulang walked out expressionlessly. Before he walked out of Rinshou Palace, Eunuch Qin caught up with him and said with a smile, "Xiao Xiuzhua, please wait. You forgot to bring something." Xiao Lulang, "I didn't." Eunuch Qin, yes. "Please come with this servant to get it." Xiao Lulang was brought to a side hall of Rinshou Palace by Eunuch Qin. Eunuch Qin pushed open the door and said with a smile, "Please." Xiao Lulang stepped inside. At a glance, the spacious side hall was filled with bookshelves, and the bookshelves were filled to the brim with books. And beside the window sill where the sun was shining, there was a desk. The 4 treasures of the study on the desk emitted a faint ink fragrance. In the center of the desk was a brocade box. Eunuch Qin took the brocade box. "Here." Xiao Lulang opened it and found a token of Rinshou Palace lying inside. Eunuch Qin sighed. The Empress Dowager had already prepared it, but I don't know why she didn't take it out. And this side hall was also remodeled by the Empress Dowager. At first, this servant didn't understand why the Empress Dowager remodeled such a large library. Today, I finally know its purpose. They only had a small room or a small courtyard, but he had such a large library. Xiao Lulang found it hard to believe and was speechless. He didn't suspect that Eunuch Qin's words were false. After all, the token could be given, but the library couldn't be made. The smell of paint was new and strong. He stood there in a daze, like a dumbfounded little chick. It was also at this moment that the air of youth faded from his body, and he had a bit of a child's naivety and inexperience. Being forced to grow up was helplessness, but being spoiled like a child was a kind of luck and happiness. Xiao Xiuzhua. Eunuch Qin found a bundle to put the brocade box and the inkstone in. He turned his head and saw Xiao Liulang's dazed expression. He waved his hand in front of his eyes. Don't be too happy. I'm not too happy, Xiao Liulang said without changing his expression. He took the bundle and walked out with his hands and feet. Eunuch Qin, whose face was full of black lines, was speechless. Xiao Liulang walked half of Rinshou Palace with his walking stick in one hand and the brocade box in the other. The palace maids and eunuchs of Rinshou Palace were stunned. He looked like a dog, but why was he so retarded when he walked? Xiao Liulang had already left Rinshou Palace, but he paused and turned back. He stood outside Empress Dowager Zhuang's study. He didn't go in. Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently, "There's no need to thank me. Jia is mushy." Damn it, she already regretted saying so much just now. She must have been possessed to be defeated by this brat's grievances. If she was given another chance, she would stab him in the heart 100 times and never admit that she was afraid of being rejected by him. Xiao Liulang pursed his lips and stuck his head in from outside the door. He complained very childishly, "Great aunt, Imperial Tutor Zhuang bullied me." After saying that, he ran away like a wisp of smoke. Well, it was the first time he was so childish. He was so embarrassed that he forgot that he was still a cripple. As soon as he ran, he tripped and rolled down the steps, falling flat on the grass. Everyone, they couldn't bear to watch. Empress Dowager Zhuang's lips curled up imperceptibly. In the next second, she resumed her cold expression and said in a dignified and domineering manner, "Summon Imperial Tutor Zhuang." Chapter 323. It was inconvenient for men to enter and exit the harem. Even if they did, they had to have the emperor's imperial edict or verbal order. But obviously, Empress Dowager Zhuang had this right herself. Grand Tutor Zhuang was brought into Rinshou Palace by Eunuch Qin. Eunuch Qin handled matters in a proper manner and smiled appropriately, making it difficult for people to guess the purpose of Empress Dowager Zhuang's summons. They thought it was something good. Grand Tutor Zhuang went to the study in the side hall. Empress Dowager Zhuang had already been reading the memorials all morning. But because there had been a backlog for several days, there was still a portion that hadn't been approved. Empress Dowager. Grand Tutor Zhuang smiled as he entered and bowed with cupped hands. Empress Dowager Zhuang ignored him and just calmly flipped through the mountain of memorials in her hands. Grand Tutor Zhuang thought Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't hear him, so he took a step forward and said again, "Empress Dowager. Jia is not deaf." Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently. She didn't even lift her eyelids and put the memorials she had read into the pile that couldn't be presented to the emperor. Grand Tutor Zhuang's expression changed slightly. But then he thought of the news he heard this morning: one of the emperor's most valued stewards hanged himself. The emperor suspected it was the Empress Dowager's doing and came to Rinshou Palace to make a scene. It must be because of her that the Empress Dowager's mood was not good, right? Grand Tutor Zhuang thought. Empress Dowager Zhuang read 7 or 8 more memorials before saying indifferently, "You've been very arrogant recently." Grand Tutor Zhuang was confused by these sudden words. He looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang in surprise. "Why do you say that? What did this official do wrong?" Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently, "Your hand has stretched too far. There are some people you can't touch." Grand Tutor Zhuang was stunned. This official doesn't understand. If you don't understand, then listen to Jia. Empress Dowager Zhuang said coldly, "The Zhuang family has 100 years of foundation. Generations of high-ranking officials. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's the capital's #1 clan. But over the years, Aijia's doting has gradually nurtured your arrogance and arrogance, relying on your talents to become unrestrained. Do you think that no matter what you do, I have to take responsibility for you? That's right, I am a member of the Zhuang family and you are my maternal family. As long as I am in power, I will protect you. But have you ever thought about how long Aijia can protect you? Grand Tutor Zhuang's expression suddenly changed. Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager Zhuang said resentfully, when the bow is full, it will break. When the water is full, it will overflow. You only see that I am like the sun in the sky, but you don't see that behind me, the building is about to collapse and a lone tree cannot support. Aijia is old and does not have many years left to live. You are also old. The talents of the Zhuang clan have withered and there is a shortage of young and old people. Those of the direct line of descent are all useless. Only Zhuang Yuhing is like a white jade with a slight flaw. But even this child is about to be ruined by you. Your Majesty. Grand Tutor Zhuang lifted the hem of his robe and knelt down with a face full of fear and trepidation. Of course, there was more confusion in his eyes. He didn't understand why the Empress Dowager would say this and why she would diminish his prestige like this. Not to mention that Empress Dowager Zhuang still had at least 10 years to live, even if she didn't, His Highness Prince Ning's wings were growing. As long as he inherited the throne, there was no need to worry about the Zhuang family not continuing its glory for 100 years. But the walls had ears. There were some words that he didn't dare to say too much. Your Majesty, don't say that. You will be blessed for 100 years. 100 years. If Aijia had not been saved by Xiao Lulang and Lady Gu, I'm afraid I would have been buried long ago. Grand Tutor Zhuang seemed to suddenly understand. He looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang in astonishment. Your Majesty is blaming me for suppressing Xiao Lulang. He is His Majesty's man. How can I allow him to grow in Hanlin Academy? Empress Dowager Zhuang slammed the booklet in her hand on the table. I don't need you to tell me who he is. Grand Tutor Zhuang was shocked by Empress Dowager Zhuang's powerful aura. He hadn't seen Empress Dowager Zhuang so angry in many years. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He cupped his hands and lowered his head. Chen doesn't dare. Empress Dowager Zhuang said coldly, what Aijia told you was state affairs, political affairs, and family affairs, but you only heard private matters. Aijia's painstaking efforts have been wasted. That's fine. Aijia won't speak anymore. We are siblings. Aijia will give you 8 words, achieve scholarly achievements, retreat bravely at the top of the stream. Grand Tutor Zhuang clenched his fists. His eyes were like torches. Retreat bravely at the top of the stream. Are the efforts of the Zhuang family's generations all wasted? The Zhuang family is at the helm of the court and has great achievements. Which part of the great Zhao country's rivers and mountains did not have our Zhuang family's contributions? Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes were cold. Her powerful aura surged forth like a flood. The achievements belong to the Qin family. The rivers and mountains also belong to the Qin family. Saying such disgraceful words, Grand Tutor Zhuang, are you thinking of rebelling? Grand Tutor Zhuang's heart shook. After a moment of daze, he cupped his hands and said, Chen misspoke. Empress Dowager Zhuang coldly withdrew her gaze. Aijia has said everything. You can leave. Yes, Chen will leave. Grand Tutor Zhuang stood up. The hot June wind blew. He suddenly felt that his back was soaked with cold sweat. After Grand Tutor Zhuang left, Eunuch Qin entered with a cup of tea. He was guarding the door of the study and naturally heard the conversation inside. He placed the freshly brewed hot tea next to Empress Dowager Zhuang's hand and said with emotion, I didn't expect Empress Dowager to think so far ahead for the Zhuang family. This servant's vision was too low. I thought Empress Dowager summoned Grand Tutor Zhuang into the palace only to help Xiao Xiu vent his anger. Empress Dowager Zhuang picked up the booklet and snorted. Bullshit long term. It was just words. If Aijia only told him one thing, no matter how small it was, it would still be a big matter. If Aijia told him several big things, Liulang's matter would become a small matter. Since it is a small matter, there is no need to fuss over it. Eunuch Qin's face was full of bitterness and hatred. This servant is stupid. Empress Dowager Zhuang's mind flashed with the image of someone complaining and falling down. She was in a good mood and had a bit of patience with Eunuch Qin. Aijia heard that you recently raised a little turtle. Eunuch Qin smiled. You are really well informed. Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly, it's not that Aijia is well informed. It's that the little turtle crawled to Aijia's feet that day. Aijia looked at it and found it unfamiliar. It was different from the ones you raised before. Eunuch Qin didn't have any other hobbies other than raising tortoises. As the saying goes, a 1,000-year-old turtle is a 10,000-year-old turtle. This turtle was a tortoise. A tortoise's life was longer than a turtle's. He thought that if he raised a tortoise, he might be able to live a long life. Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly, that one is well raised. Stew it in the evening. Ah. Eunuch Qin's expression changed greatly. What? You can't bear to part with it. Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed. Recently, Aijia has been in conflict with these tortoises. The Taoist priest said that eating one would solve the evil spirit. If I can't, I can only send them all away. From now on, Rinshou Palace is not allowed to raise tortoises anymore. Eunuch Qin felt wronged. Then this servant will take the quan and stew it for you. Who wants to eat that thing? Empress Dowager Zhuang was making an analogy with him. Eunuch Qin was instantly enlightened. Ah. Xiao Shuzhu is that little tortoise. Empress Dowager Zhuang's cold gaze shot over. Who is the tortoise? There were so many good things. Little Jing Kong asked, which one is for me? Xiao Lulang extended his slender, jade-like fingertips and circled around the gifts. He picked up a blinding golden lock. This is mine. Little Jing Kong swallowed his saliva. He picked up the 10,000-year-old warm jade inkstone and said, mine. Gu Yen swallowed his saliva. He picked up an emerald Turkic knife and said, it's also mine. Gu Shaoshan swallowed his saliva. It's still mine. It's mine again. It seems like they're all mine. He suddenly became the biggest nouveau riche in the family. After showing off his trophies, Xiao Lulang put the last token of Rinshou Palace into the brocade box. Then, he arrogantly returned to the room. Everyone, why did they suddenly feel that their brother-in-law was asking for a beating today? Gu Jiao didn't know about her husband's childish behavior. She just came out of the clinic and got on the carriage to Immortal Music House. She wanted to know who was behind Immortal Music House. She had a feeling that the person behind Immortal Music House had something to do with the person who wanted to assassinate her. At the same time, she also suspected that Yuan Tang had an extraordinary accomplice in the capital. In short, the key to everything was in Immortal Music House. Gu Jiao's Immortal Music House token hadn't been taken away by Mo Qinxue. She used the token to enter Immortal Music House very smoothly. She still changed into a noble young master's attire. She wore a silver half-face mask, which appropriately covered her silhouette. The only troublesome thing was that her clothes were too tight around her chest. It couldn't be helped. Apart from her height, her figure couldn't be hidden if it wasn't tight. But it was really hot. Gu Jiao wiped the sweat on her forehead with her sleeve and walked towards the center of the hall. She didn't plan to directly find the girl from last time. She just wanted to walk around and listen. Everyone loved beauty. It had to be said that the girls in Immortal Music House were all like people in paintings, very pleasing to the eye. Gu Jiao walked around casually. Suddenly, a peony flower fell on her shoulder. This was an old rule of Immortal Music House. The one who was hit by the flower was the one who caught the girl's eye. He would have the honor of being the girl's guest. This time, it was a girl dressed in yellow. She had beautiful eyebrows and a beautiful face. She was charming but not out of the ordinary, beautiful but not seductive. The girls in Immortal Music House didn't have the air of a prostitute. They were proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry and songs. There were even some who were proficient in eight-legged riding and arithmetic. It was an honor to be chosen by them. Gu Jiao looked at the peony flower in her hand and hesitated for a moment. In just a moment, the maid of the girl dressed in yellow came downstairs. She respectfully bowed to Gu Jiao. "Young master, my family's miss invites you." Although this girl was on the second floor, after she threw the flower at her, no one else dared to throw flowers at her. One must know that last time, she was almost drowned by the flowers. Gu Jiao didn't think that her charm was gone. It should be that this girl's status in Immortal Music House wasn't simple. Okay. Then it's her. Gu Jiao followed the maid up to the second floor. The girl dressed in yellow held a fan to cover her face. She smiled sweetly at Gu Jiao, turned around and walked into the room. Even when she walked, she exuded an air of immortality. "Young master, please." The maid led Gu Jiao to the front of the girl dressed in yellow's room. This room was at the end of the corridor. Compared to the other rooms, there was an extra door. Sure enough, she had a status. Gu Jiao nodded and stepped inside. The girl dressed in yellow sat in front of the window with her back facing Gu Jiao. She played a song. The sound of the song was mellow, as if she was weeping and complaining. It was like the sound of nature. After the song ended, she covered her face with a folding fan and walked in front of Gu Jiao. She gracefully and gently bowed. "This servant greets the young master. May I ask the young master's name?" Gu Jiao naturally wouldn't talk to her. She was about to take out a small book to write down her answer when suddenly, an ice blue figure wearing a veil rushed in. She pulled Gu Jiao behind her and raised her hand to give the girl dressed in yellow a loud slap. It happened so suddenly that even Gu Jiao, the person involved, was a little confused. When she was pulled behind her, she didn't make a move because she didn't feel the other party's malice towards her. However, she didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant towards the girl dressed in yellow. The girl dressed in yellow was slapped to the side, and a few fingerprints quickly appeared on her cheek. She covered her face and looked at the uninvited guest in the room in disbelief and anger. "Mo Qianxue. You're crazy. You're the crazy one. How dare you touch the person I like?" Mo Qianxue said. She pulled the sachet from the girl's waist and coldly threw it on the ground. "You even use charming fragrance. Hua Xiao, how dare you?" The girl dressed in yellow called Hua Xiao's eyes flashed, and she unconsciously showed fear. Her body retreated slightly. Mo Qianxue said disdainfully, "Humph. For the sake of the owner, I'll spare you this time. If you dare to have any ideas about my people again, I'll scratch your face." After saying that, she grabbed Gu Jiao's wrist and took Gu Jiao out of Hua Xiao's room. Looking at Mo Qianxue's back, Hua Xiao's eyes burst out with resentment. Mo Qianxue directly took Gu Jiao to the third floor. The third floor was as silent and empty as ever. Gu Jiao poked her little shoulder and asked her with her eyes, "Are you the only one living on this floor?" Mo Qianxue said angrily, "There's also the owner." "The owner?" Could it be the owner of Xianlu House? Mo Qinchue took Gu Jiao's hand into her room and looked at Gu Jiao fiercely. Where did that woman touch you? Gu Jiao shook her head like a rattledrum. Mo Qinchue frowned. You didn't touch me. Really? Gu Jiao nodded. Mo Qinchue's expression slightly relaxed and looked at the stool next to the square table. Sit down. Gu Jiao sat down. Bring water. Mo Qinchue ordered. Yes. The little maid brought a basin of cold water. Mo Qinchue personally wrung a towel and went to wipe the sweat on Gu Jiao's forehead. Gu Jiao subconsciously leaned back. Mo Qinchue's hand missed. Don't dodge. Gu Jiao, oh. Mo Qinchue carefully wiped Gu Jiao's forehead. As she wiped, she muttered unhappily, Are you an idiot? Why didn't you come directly to the third floor? No one dares to stop you. I didn't come to find you. Mo Qinchue pursed her lips and explained expressionlessly, I didn't tell you before. Yesterday was my birthday and I went to the lake, so I wasn't in Xianlu House. You don't have to explain to me. Chapter 324. After all, Gu Jiao was not a real man. There was no such thing as male and female touching. However, Gu Jiao was not used to being so close to others. When Mo Qinchue finished wiping her forehead and was about to wipe her neck, she grabbed her wrist. Mo Qinchue glared at Gu Jiao and raised her other hand to take off Gu Jiao's mask. Gu Jiao also grabbed her wrist. Mo Qinchue knew martial arts, but she was not as good as Gu Jiao. She could not move. She said angrily, I know. I won't touch you. You do it yourself. Gu Jiao let go of her hand. Mo Qinchue rolled her eyes and snorted. She threw the towel to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao wiped the sweat off her neck. The weather was really hot. It was even hotter with the towel wrapped around her chest. Wearing the mask was like adding heat to heat. Luckily, Mo Qinchue's room was facing a good direction. It was warm in the winter and cool in the summer. There was also a basin of ice. Otherwise, Gu Jiao might really have gotten a heatstroke. Gu Jiao put the towel back into the copper basin. A servant girl came in to take it away. Xiao Wu, are there any more lychees that arrived this morning? Mo Qinchue asked. The servant girl called Xiao Wu said, There are. This servant will bring them for Miss. Not long after, Xiao Wu brought in a plate of iced lychees. The lychees were all big and plump. They were bright red, as if they had just been plucked from a tree. The capital did not produce lychees. They were all sent from the south. Not only did the horses have to be fast enough, they also had to change the ice along the way. If they were not careful, the lychees would spoil when they reached the capital. These were very luxurious fruits. Gu Jiao had only eaten them at Rinshou Palace. She heard from Madame Yao that even the Marquise Fu had a hard time getting these fruits. Who would have thought that such luxurious fruits could be eaten in a small brothel? Gu Jiao looked at the lychees and did not move for a moment. If you don't eat it yourself, are you waiting for me to peel it for you? Mo Qinchue snorted. Her slender fingers picked up the biggest and reddest lychee, peeled it and fed it to Gu Jiao. The peeled lychee was big and round, white and bouncy. It looked especially fresh and juicy. Eat it yourself, Gu Jiao said with her eyes. Humph. Mo Qinchue rolled her eyes. I'd rather throw something away than take it back. Sigh, what's more, I can't get along with the fruit. Gu Jiao reluctantly took it and put it into her mouth. She had been a little heaty recently, so she couldn't eat too many lychees. Mo Chinchua's eyes lit up again when she saw her eat. She rested her right elbow on the table and rested her index finger on her delicate chin. She looked at Gu Jiao with a smile and said, "Young master, why did you suddenly come looking for me? Did you miss me?" Gu Jiao took out a small notebook and scribbled. "I didn't come looking for you." Mo Chinchua's face darkened. She snatched the notebook and crossed out the word no. Then she wrote, "Yes," and added a sentence at the end, "I miss you very much." She then threw the notebook back to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao. How could this work? Mo Chinchua raised her brows. "Did you use the fruit I gave you last time? Did you find the culprit?" Gu Jiao nodded, then shook her head. Mo Chinchua frowned. "What do you mean? Did you find the culprit or not?" Gu Jiao scribbled. "Half. Yuan Tang was the culprit, but Yuan Tang couldn't have done it alone. Gu Jiao felt that he had a helper. Then I can't do anything." Mo Chinchua spread her hands. "I just happened to overhear their conversation and picked up one of their fruits. So Yuan Tang and the culprit exchanged information at Immortal Music House. Immortal Music House wasn't a place where just anyone could enter. The culprit was either a guest or a member of Immortal Music House. There was even the possibility that the culprit was the owner of Immortal Music House." Gu Jiao scribbled. "Who's the owner of Immortal Music House?" "You're asking about the owner." Mo Chinchua leaned closer to Gu Jiao and looked at Gu Jiao with a half-smile. There was a teasing look in her eyes, but there was also a trace of vigilance. "Why are you asking about this?" Gu Jiao scribbled. "I'm just curious. If it's not convenient to say, then forget it." This was what it meant to retreat in order to advance. Mo Chinchua pursed her lips and said uninterestedly, "Actually, I don't know. I've only seen the owner twice, and it was through a screen. I don't even know what the owner looks like." A dignified courtesan didn't even know the owner's true appearance. The culprit was really hiding too deeply. Gu Jiao thought of what Mo Chinchua had said when she was teaching the yellow-clothed woman a lesson. "For the sake of the owner, I'll spare you this time." She wrote. "What's the relationship between Hua Xiao and the owner? You even remembered that little B***TCH's name." Mo Chinchua immediately exploded. Gu Jiao was speechless. How was she supposed to answer this? Mo Chinchua said angrily, "Have you taken a fancy to that little B***TCH? Gu Jiao scribbled. "She's so ugly, it's hard to forget her." Hearing Gu Jiao call her ugly, Mo Chinchua laughed. Her anger instantly disappeared. She said proudly, "Her relationship with the owner isn't that great. She only served the owner for a few days. The owner saw that she was somewhat beautiful and asked me to teach her well. Don't worry, she won't dare to bother you again." Gu Jiao nodded. She had one last question. "Is the owner a man or a woman?" Mo Chinchua said, "Of course the owner of Xianlu House is a woman. Could it be you stinky men? I won't work myself to death for a stinky man. Women work themselves to death." Gu Jiao remembered these two important clues. Mo Chinchua couldn't get any more information. Gu Jiao got up and left with the excuse that it was already late. Mo Chinchua pursed her lips, her eyes showing that she still wanted to continue. However, she probably had other plans for the evening, so she didn't ask Gu Jiao to stay. She walked Gu Jiao downstairs. When they reached the corner of the stairs, she suddenly pulled Gu Jiao's sleeve. "At least tell me your surname." Gu Jiao wrote. "Gu. Young Master Gu." Mo Chinchua murmured this name and smiled. Not bad. When she and Gu Jiao passed by the stairs of the second floor, they unexpectedly met Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao was obviously a little afraid of Mo Qinxue. She lowered her head, stepped aside, and slightly bowed. Mo Qinxue snorted coldly. She didn't even look at her and walked Gu Jiao downstairs. Hua Xiao touched her still aching face, her eyes full of resentment. Mo Qinxue, wait and see. You won't always be so lucky. The little maid stepped forward and said to Hua Xiao, Miss Hua, the shadow guard just sent a message. The owner is back. Hua Xiao's eyes lit up. I'll go and pick up the owner. The little maid said embarrassedly, no, the shadow guard said to let Miss Qinxue pick her up. Hua Xiao clenched her fingers and looked at Mo Qinxue, who was smiling and bowing to Gu Jiao at the door of Xianle house. She was so angry that she stomped her foot. Mo Qinxue, everything is Mo Qinxue. After coming out of Xianle house, Gu Jiao went straight back to Bai Shui Alley. It was late at night. Every house in the alley was closed. Lanterns were hung under the porch. The weak candlelight illuminated the long path with a dim yellow color. Gu Jiao came to the door of the house and found a little boy sitting on the threshold pitifully. Although he didn't say anything, she could feel that his little body was shrouded in a huge grievance. Gu Jiao walked forward and whispered, Jing Kong. Hearing the familiar voice, little Jing Kong suddenly raised his head and ran to Gu Jiao. Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao bent down so that the little boy could jump into her arms. Little Jing Kong jumped into her arms and grabbed her clothes. He curled his lips in grievance. Jiao Jiao, what's wrong? Gu Jiao picked up the little boy. Little Jing Kong's little mouth twitched. Great Aunt doesn't like me anymore. Gu Jiao found it funny and asked, why doesn't Great Aunt like you anymore? Who told you that? Little Jing Kong snorted. Brother-in-law. Gu Jiao said, he said that Great Aunt doesn't like you anymore. Little Jing Kong shook his head. Gu Jiao asked again, then how do you know that Great Aunt doesn't like you anymore? Little Jing Kong said with grievance, Great Aunt gave brother-in-law a lot of things, but she didn't give me so many things. Am I still the little boy that Great Aunt loves the most? He emphasized the word little boy because he didn't want to take Gu Jiao out. In his heart, Great Aunt could treat Jiao Jiao the best. He wouldn't be jealous of Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao smiled. But when Great Aunt gave you things in the past, brother-in-law didn't give you anything either. Little Jing Kong thought about it seriously. That seemed to be the case. So Great Aunt didn't give brother-in-law more things on purpose. She just made up for all the things that she didn't give him before. Thinking of this, he felt better in his heart. But he still wanted to take this opportunity to ask for a kiss. He drooped his little head. But I'm still a little hurt. Where did he learn to say such adult words? New words came out of his mouth again, which made Gu Jiao feel that it was novel and cute. Gu Jiao gave him a kiss. Little Jing Kong was completely satisfied. He covered his little face and quickly ran back to the room to find a veil. Gu Jiao walked through the front yard and entered the central room. When she was about to go back to the west room, she looked up and saw that the door of the study was open. An oil lamp was lit inside, and Xiao Lulang was reading hard under the oil lamp. The door of the study was usually not open like this, especially when Xiao Lulang was reading. At this time, from the door frame to the threshold, every inch of the room seemed to silently reveal a sense of, come in, come in. Gu Jiao stepped into the room. The study was clean and tidy as usual. Facing the door was Xiao Liulang's desk. Little Jing Kong often used it nowadays. Half of the space on the desk was occupied by little Jing Kong's books, ink, and paper. The other half belonged to Xiao Lulang. An exquisite wooden brocade box was placed in the most conspicuous position. Xiao Liulang's chair was facing the door. He didn't look up, as if he was immersed in the sea of arithmetic questions. Since he got the Yen Kingdom's advanced mathematics book, he took time to study and research every night. Gu Jiao didn't find it strange. It was still strange. The atmosphere was a little strange. The chair opposite him was also placed. It seemed to be waiting for someone to sit down. Gu Jiao came to the chair opposite the desk and sat down. I heard that you went to the palace today. Xiao Lulang said seriously. Yes, I went to see Grandaunt. The box was placed just right. Gu Jiao could reach it with her hand. She pointed at the box. This is from Grandaunt. Yes. Xiao Lulang nodded seriously. You can take a look. His eyes said silently. This time, it wasn't to show off. It was to share his gains and joy. He wanted to do this on the way back. He didn't know what kind of emotion it was, but he just wanted to tell her about it. Let me see, she said. Xiao Lulang nodded seriously. Gu Jiao opened the brocade box. She looked at the things in the brocade box, but Xiao Lulang was looking at her. This reminded him of when he was a child. When his article was praised by the headmaster, he would take the article to the princess mansion and couldn't wait to tell Princess Xinyang. When Princess Xinyang read his article and the headmaster's comments, he would be excited and nervous. Just like now. Why was it? Did he care? It's more than I thought. Gu Jiao thought that Grandaunt was really just making up for the gifts that she didn't give before, but she didn't expect that there were more. No wonder little Jing Kong was so jealous. But there must be other reasons. There must be a misunderstanding between Grandaunt and him. Now it seemed that the misunderstanding was cleared. Gu Jiao smiled and looked at him. Grandaunt loves you very much. Xiao Lulang suppressed the smile on his lips and said indifferently, for you. Which one is for me? Gu Jiao looked at the box of valuable things and asked. All for you, Xiao Lulang said. Gu Jiao opened her eyes wide. So much. Xiao Lulang saw the surprise in her eyes and smiled again. He took out a money bag and handed it to her. And this month's expenses. Wow, she was rich. Gu Jiao blinked and looked at the money bag and the things in the box. She couldn't believe it for a moment. Xiao Lulang looked at her deeply. Her mouth was open and her face was full of confusion. His gaze was attracted to her and he couldn't help but get closer to her. He looked at the face that was slowly enlarging in front of his eyes, and his heart started to beat fast. The world seemed to be quiet, and only the sound of his heart beating like a drum could be heard. Sister. You're here. Gu Shaoshun suddenly ran in. The main reason was that the door was open. He didn't expect Xiao Lulang to steal a kiss from his sister at this time. Of course, he came fast enough and Xiao Lulang didn't kiss her. He sat back in the chair and put a huge distance between him and Gu Jiao. Gu Shaoshun scratched his head. I think I saw something, but I also didn't see anything. I don't care. Business is more important. Brother-in-law. He greeted Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang's eyes were full of resentment. Gu Shaoshun came to find Gu Jiao to help him fix his knife. He had another knife that had its handle off and he couldn't fix it himself. Okay, I'll go take a look. Gu Jiao nodded and put the household expenses into the box. She took the box and walked out of the study with Gu Shaoshun. Xiao Lulang leaned weakly against the back of the chair. He was a little disappointed. But he didn't know what he was disappointed about. At night, the whole family went to sleep. Xiao Lulang rubbed his sore eyes and closed the book. After putting it back on the bookshelf, he planned to go to sleep. When he came to the living room, he saw a figure enjoying the cool air on a new swing in the front yard. Gu Jiao's mosquito coils were on the side of the swing. Upon seeing Xiao Lulang come out, the tiny figure on the swing suddenly stopped. She walked down the swing and came in front of Xiao Lulang. "Are you done?" Xiao Lulang looked at her in surprise. "You're not asleep yet?" He paused and asked, "Are you waiting for me?" "Yes." Gu Jiao nodded and looked at him with a pair of clear eyes. He had seen how cold these eyes were to other people, but at this time, they were obedient and bright. Her eyes reflected the candlelight in the corridor and also reflected his startled expression. "You." He opened his mouth. The two of them were a little close, and his heart beat violently again. Gu Jiao stood on tiptoe. "You've grown taller." She had to stand on tiptoe to reach you. Xiao Lulang looked at her face that suddenly came close to him. His eyes moved and his heart almost jumped out of his chest. He covered his heart and tried to calm down. "You." Gu Jiao maintained her tiptoe position and looked at him obediently. "Didn't you just think about it?" "Think, about what?" Xiao Liulang's blood rushed to the top of his head. He wasn't really a fool. How could he not understand what she was talking about? She found out. How did she find out? She pretended as if nothing had happened and didn't let Gu Xiaoshan notice anything strange. Gu Jiao tilted her little head. "If you don't want it, I'm leaving." As she spoke, she put down her tiptoe and turned back to her room. However, before she could take a step, Xiao Lulang grabbed her wrist. His palm was hot, and with an irresistible force, he brought her to him. He clasped her wrist with one hand and hugged her slender and soft waist with the other. His breathing became irregular. He raised his hand to cover her eyes and gently lowered his head. The moonlight was shy, and the room was filled with tenderness. At dawn, little Jing Kong woke up as usual. The first thing he did was to take off the veil wrapped around his face and head. Then, he looked at his little face in the bronze mirror. Actually, there was nothing on his face. "My darling is budding." He ran out and came to the backyard. He scooped half a ladle of water and put it on the stone bench. He grabbed a few drops of water with his fingers and gently sprinkled them on his little face. "Are you washing your face, Jing Kong?" Nanny Fong asked with a smile. Little Jing Kong corrected her, "I'm not washing my face, I'm watering my darling." Nanny Fong laughed heartily. Xiao Lulang came out of the kitchen with a basin of water in his hand. He put the basin on the stone table, scooped up the water, and splashed it on his face. He didn't even let go of his mouth. Little Jing Kong snorted, "Are you washing your face too?" Xiao Lulang raised his eyebrows and said, "No, I'm watering my darling." Little Jing Kong. The doors and windows were closed, and all the curtains were drawn. Only a small ray of light shone through the gap between the curtains. A small figure stood in the endless darkness. His eyes were sharp, and his aura was strong and powerful. "You must have seen that the situation has become very serious. The enemy is very powerful and has already taken away half of our country. Do you still want to continue fighting with me?" The small figure said in a deep voice. Opposite him, a tall and slender figure stood against the light. His aura was not weak either. This narrow space seemed to be filled with endless coldness and killing intent. "What do you want to do?" he asked. The small figure said, "Naturally, you and I have to put aside our prejudice for the time being and join hands to defeat the enemy. Otherwise, in a few days, you and I will no longer have a place in her heart." He nodded. "Okay, I promise you. Words are no proof. Let's make a contract." After the small figure finished speaking, he took out a pen and paper and wrote a contract. He also took out the ink pad that he had prepared earlier. Sign and mark. The other party signed. The small figure looked at his signature and his hair stood on end. He suddenly raised his voice. Why is your handwriting still so ugly? Gu Yan coughed softly and said, so what if it's ugly? Do you want to form an alliance? Little Jing Kong thought for a while and nodded seriously. Yes. The two little love rivals who fought from the countryside to the capital finally put aside their prejudice under Xiao Liulang's repeated provocations and formed an alliance against his brother-in-law. After breakfast, Gu Jiao sent little Jing Kong to the Imperial College. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan went to the Qinghe Academy. Xiao Lulang went to the Hanlin Academy. After the morning court, Grand Tutor Zhuang met Royal Prince An on the way and sent him to the Hanlin Academy. Coincidentally, Grand Tutor Zhuang's carriage bumped into Xiao Lulang outside the gate of the Hanlin Academy. Although Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't get out of the carriage, Royal Prince An did. The carriage driver opened the curtain and Xiao Lulang and the officials who were about to enter the Hanlin Academy all saw him. Everyone bowed to him. Xiao Lulang also cupped his hands and bowed. Attendant Yang had been recuperating at home for a long time. Today, he finally came to work. When he heard the movement at the door, he hurriedly put down his work and rushed to greet Grand Tutor Zhuang. Grand Tutor Zhuang was a prominent figure among the civil officials. In the imperial court, many people responded to his call. Officials like Attendant Yang usually didn't see him. Today was an honor. Attendant Yang didn't want to let go of such an opportunity to please Grand Tutor Zhuang. Grand Tutor Zhuang. He bowed deeply. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Xiao Lulang. He was secretly happy. This way, even the heavens were helping him. Attendant Yang straightened his back and ordered Xiao Lulang, the Hanlin Academy's library hasn't been checked in a while. Go and check the books inside today. The list is with me. Go get it in a moment. After you're done, you can go and take it. Who didn't know that the library of the Hanlin Academy was larger than the library of the tribute compound? Even if several Hanlin officials worked together, they might not be able to finish organizing it in a day. This was purely looking for trouble with Xiao Lulang. Attendant Yang thought that Xiao Lulang would be like before and let him make things difficult for him. Unexpectedly, Xiao Lulang didn't even bat an eyelid. He said indifferently, I have a class at the Hanlin Academy today. Why don't Attendant Yang find someone else to organize the library? Attendant Yang was stunned when he heard this. What do you mean? What did this kid mean? He had openly disobeyed his orders in front of so many people, wasn't he? Attendant Yang's eyes flashed. The class at the academy, there will be someone else to teach it for you. Xiao Lulang asked indifferently, oh. Who is free to teach it for me? It's better to leave teaching to the truly capable Hanlin officials. As Attendant Yang spoke, he looked at Royal Prince An. I wonder if Editor Zhuang is free today. Royal Prince An thought for a moment. I don't have anything else to do today. Attendant Yang smiled. Then, Xiao Lulang interrupted Attendant Yang and looked at Royal Prince An. Since Editor Zhuang is free, why don't you let Editor Zhuang organize the library? Attendant Yang said that you can't go off duty until you're done. Editor Zhuang needs to be fast. You. Attendant Yang was so angry that he choked. This kid didn't want to live anymore. He dared to order Royal Prince An to do things in front of Grand Tutor Zhuang. Xiao Lulang looked at Grand Tutor Zhuang in the carriage fearlessly. Grand Tutor Zhuang, you don't have any objections, right? Attendant Yang almost peed in his pants. Did Xiao Lulang eat a bear's heart or a leopard's guts? How dare he speak to Grand Tutor Zhuang like this? Who did he think he was? With His Majesty backing him up, he was so arrogant. Didn't he know that Grand Tutor Zhuang was on the Empress Dowager's side? Attendant Yang broke out in a cold sweat. He was afraid that Grand Tutor Zhuang would vent his anger on him. A cold light flashed in Grand Tutor Zhuang's eyes. Xiao Lulang raised his eyebrows and said, "If you have any objections, you can speak to the Empress Dowager. This official will leave first." After speaking, he entered the Hanlin Academy without looking back. The crowd naturally did not know what medicine Xiao Lulang had taken today to be so arrogant. Only Grand Tutor Zhuang knew where Xiao Lulang's confidence came from. Xiao Lulang was just short of saying, "I can't beat you, but my lord can." Grand Tutor Zhuang was so angry that he suffered internal injuries. "Grandfather." Royal Prince and looked at Grand Tutor Zhuang strangely. He also felt that Xiao Lulang was too strange today. Grand Tutor Zhuang suppressed his boiling anger and said word by word, "Go tidy up the library." Royal Prince and was stunned. "Grandfather." Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't reply. He put down the curtain and let the carriage leave coldly. Grand Tutor Zhuang was very angry at Xiao Lulang. Even after returning to the Fu, his anger didn't lessen. "Master." The steward brought over a pot of tea. He already understood what happened from the coachman. He advised, "Please calm down. You are the Empress Dowager's relative. That Xiao Lulang is just relying on the fact that he saved the Empress Dowager's life to intimidate her. He will fall into your hands sooner or later. Unless Xiao Lulang never entered the cabinet in his life, he would fall into Grand Tutor Zhuang's hands." Grand Tutor Zhuang gritted his teeth and said, "It's fine if he's just intimidating her, but the Empress Dowager really came to support that brat." The steward didn't know the details and thought that the Empress Dowager was just temporarily deceived. He continued to advise, "Don't be angry. Don't you have an appointment with Grand Secretary Yuan later? The marriage proposal has already been matched. The royal prince and the daughter of the Yuan family are a match made in heaven." When this was mentioned, Grand Tutor Zhuang's expression finally eased. Fortunately, the Empress Dowager was in charge of everything. She didn't care who Heng married. With this marriage with the Yuan family, the Zhuang family's position in the imperial court would become even more stable. Grand Tutor Zhuang took a sip of tea and said, "I remember Grand Secretary Yuan told me to bring Heng to meet him. In a while, go to the Hanlin Academy and tell Heng not to return home after his duty ends. He can go directly to the Qingfeng house." The steward replied, "Yes." In Zhao country, the marriage proposal was the first step in marriage. If the 8 characters didn't clash, then the marriage proposal could begin. However, Grand Secretary Yuan loved his granddaughter and promised to let her take a look. If the man's appearance was decent, then he would immediately agree to the marriage. Grand Tutor Zhuang was full of confidence in his grandson's appearance, so he obviously wasn't worried that the Yuan family would look down on him. Moreover, this marriage was mainly decided by Grand Secretary Yuan's opinion. Letting his granddaughter take a look was only his final compromise as a grandfather. Whether or not she liked Grand Secretary Yuan, he would still facilitate this marriage. However, no one expected that the steward who was serving at the Qingfeng house in the evening would have the coachman bring back news, saying that Grand Secretary Yuan had terminated the marriage proposal. What? How could this be? Grand Tutor Zhuang stood up from his chair. The coachman said with a trembling voice, I don't understand either." The steward didn't say much. "It seems quite serious. Why don't you make a trip yourself?" The steward didn't say much because it wasn't convenient for him to say anything. Could it be that something big had happened? Grand Tutor Zhuang hurriedly rushed to the Qingfeng house. Grand Secretary Yuan just happened to come out of the Qingfeng house with an ice-cold expression. Grand Tutor Zhuang cupped his hands like a colleague and politely greeted him. Grand Secretary Yuan. Humph. Grand Secretary Yuan coldly glared at Grand Tutor Zhuang. I truly didn't expect the Zhuang family to be filled with nobility to raise such a despicable person. In the past, this official made an error of judgment. Grand Tutor Zhuang, you're on your own now. Grand Tutor Zhuang was completely confused. What was this all about? How was this related to being despicable and making an error of judgment? Grand Secretary Yuan didn't feel like paying him any more attention. With a step, he got into the carriage and left. Where is the royal prince? Grand Tutor Zhuang asked with a calm expression. He's upstairs. The coachman hurriedly brought Grand Tutor Zhuang to the second floor. The second floor had already been cleared out by the steward, leaving only the relevant people. When Grand Tutor Zhuang arrived at the agreed-upon room, he unexpectedly ran into someone he never expected to see. Marquis Gu. Grand Tutor Zhuang frowned. The old Marquis had also just arrived. He had come up the stairs from the other side. The old Marquis's expression wasn't very good when the two unexpectedly met. Grand Tutor Zhuang was just about to enter the room, but the old Marquis beat him to it. Grand Tutor Zhuang's brows furrowed even tighter. It was one thing for Grand Secretary Yuan to throw him a cold tantrum, but why was even a Marquis who had resigned from an official position treating him with such disdain? Could it be that his position as a powerful Grand Tutor had been for nothing? Very quickly, Grand Tutor Zhuang understood why the old Marquis was acting this way. In the messy room, Royal Prince knelt on the ground with his clothes disheveled. There was blood on his thigh and a blood-stained dagger was thrown on the ground. Beside him was Gu Jinyu, who was curled up and shivering. Gu Jinyu was wrapped in blankets and sobbing uncontrollably. Bastard! The old Marquis went forward and lashed out with his whip, hitting Royal Prince An's body. Royal Prince An didn't dodge and took the hit. His clothes were tattered and his chest was lacerated. Stop! Grand Tutor Zhuang shouted. However, he didn't stop and gave Royal Prince An another lash. Royal Prince An had some skills, but he wasn't an expert. The old Marquis's whip reached the bone. After a few lashes, Royal Prince An fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Gu Chao, stop! Grand Tutor Zhuang rushed over and stood in front of Royal Prince An. He looked at the old Marquis furiously. Are you trying to kill someone in front of the Emperor? Let's talk things over. The old Marquis trembled. Talk things over. Your good grandson tarnished my Marquis's daughter's reputation. If I ask someone to do the same to your Zhuang family's daughter, will you talk things over with me? Grand Tutor Zhuang looked at the half-dead Royal Prince An and then at the girl who was wrapped in blankets and crying silently. He clenched his fists and asked the steward, what happened? This matter started from when Royal Prince An went to the appointment. After Royal Prince An finished his shift, he went to Qingfeng restaurant with the steward of the Zhuang residence and waited for the Yuan family in the reserved room. Grand Tutor Yuan met an official from the cabinet downstairs and chatted with him for a while. Yuan Baolin went upstairs first. But who would have thought that Royal Prince An would send the servants away to drug Yuan Baolin? Yuan Baolin opened the window and escaped. Royal Prince An's drug was still in effect. Coincidentally, the Gu family's daughter was passing by and Royal Prince An caught the Gu family's daughter and brought her in, molested her. It was only molestation, not possession, but it was enough to ruin a girl's reputation and chastity. What was called misfortune never comes singly. This was it. Grand Tutor Zhuang seriously suspected that he had forgotten to look at the almanac when he left today. Otherwise, how could he have been so unlucky all day? There must be something fishy about this matter. Grand Tutor Zhuang believed in his grandson's character. Hang would not do this sort of thing. The old Marquis angrily shouted, he is your grandson. Of course you will side with him. But seeing is believing. My Marquise Manor's good daughter has been ruined by your Zhuang family's little bastard. Whether or not the old Marquis doted on Gu Jinyu was one matter, but if someone dared to bully Marquis Ding An's manor, that was another matter. Moreover, even if the one to suffer today was not Gu Jinyu, but some other good family's daughter, he would still whip in Jun Wang. He was too much of a bastard. The old Marquis could not take this lying down. Grand Tutor Zhuang also could not take it lying down. A perfectly good marriage had been ruined like this. Not only did he offend Grand Secretary Yuan, but he also became entangled with Marquis Ding and Manor. He did his best to suppress his anger and cupped his hands to the old Marquis. He endured the humiliation and said, "I ask old Marquis Gu to remain calm. Give me a bit of time to investigate the truth. No matter what the truth is, I will give Marquis Ding and Manor an explanation." After the old Marquis took Gu Jinyu away, the housekeeper helped Royal Prince and sit in a chair. He then tore off a piece of cloth to wrap around Royal Prince An's injured leg. Grand Tutor Zhuang's eyes were about to spit fire. His fists were clenched so tightly that they cracked. The veins on his forehead throbbed. "Housekeeper, when something happened to the Royal Prince, where were you? How did you allow her to be alone with the Yuan family's daughter?" The housekeeper's body trembled. Royal Prince An's face was pale. His bloodless lips slightly parted. "It was I who had the housekeeper go to the kitchen to rush the dishes. It had nothing to do with the housekeeper." "Is that so?" Grand Tutor Zhuang's sharp gaze fell on the housekeeper's face. The housekeeper guiltily lowered his head. Of course, he wasn't sent away by Royal Prince An. He was called away by someone else. But he couldn't tell that person. He had promised Royal Prince An. He glanced at Royal Prince An without batting an eyelid. Royal Prince An had lost too much blood and his body was on the verge of collapsing. He used his remaining strength to say, "It's my fault. I could tell that Miss Yuan didn't have any feelings for me, so I came up with this plan. I planned to cook the rice and force Miss Yuan to marry me." Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't believe him. "Then where did you get the medicine? Don't tell me that Qing Feng Gang sells it." He couldn't have discovered her feelings at that time. If he had gone to buy the medicine then, it would have been too late. Royal Prince An weakly said, "I bought it in advance, just in case I needed it." Grand Tutor Zhuang flew into a rage. "Zhuang Yuheng." Chapter 326. Royal Prince An fainted due to his severe injuries. Grand Tutor Zhuang was so angry and anxious that he almost fainted. Royal Prince An was his grandson and he couldn't just leave him here. No matter how angry Grand Tutor Zhuang was, he had to bring Royal Prince An back to the mansion first. The steward hurriedly brought the mansion doctor to treat Royal Prince An's wounds. The medicine in Royal Prince An's body had already worn off. He was unconscious mainly because of the excessive blood loss from the wound on his thigh. He injured his left leg a few days ago and now his right leg is injured. This is really... The mansion doctor didn't know what to say. Royal Prince An probably didn't even suffer such a serious injury when he was a hostage in the Qin kingdom. What was he doing every day? Basins of bloody water were brought out of the house by the servants. The entire courtyard seemed to be filled with the strong smell of blood. Grand Tutor Zhuang couldn't wait any longer outside the door. He walked in and asked in a low voice, "How is it?" Sigh. The mansion doctor cleaned Royal Prince An's wounds as he said, "This stab is too deep. It's so deep that the bone can be seen. I'm afraid it won't be easy to heal. The weather is so hot, on such a hot day, the slightest carelessness could cause the wound to become inflamed. Even if one was careful enough, there was no guarantee that nothing would go wrong. It was too chaotic just now." Grand Tutor Zhuang forgot to ask if the stab was from the Yuan family's daughter or Gu Jinyu. But so what if he asked? Could he still blame them? Naturally, he had no right to do so. Grand Tutor Zhuang ordered the manners doctor to treat Royal Prince, and while he himself left the room, he called his trusted subordinates and asked them to investigate the Cool Breeze gang's activities today and whether there were any suspicious people. His trusted subordinate asked, "Master, do you still suspect that someone else did this?" Grand Tutor Zhuang said, I raised my own grandson. How can I not know his personality? He won't be so muddle-headed. Moreover, it's fine if he admits that he fell into a trap. But he's anxious to take the blame. He's clearly protecting the person in the dark. His trusted subordinate didn't understand. Master, you're saying that the royal prince fell into someone's trap but is unwilling to reveal the culprit. Who is this person to the Duke? I'm only guessing, I don't have any proof. Alright, you go investigate. Find out who that cabinet official Grand Secretary Yuan met at the entrance of the Cool Breeze Inn today as well. Leave now, he shouted. The daughter of Yuan family jumped out of the window. He was worried that he would do something irreversible. So, while he was still rational, he rushed over and locked the door. But no one expected Gu Jinyu to pass by. Gu Jinyu didn't know what happened. Seeing that his expression wasn't right, she went into the room to ask him what happened. His rationality had collapsed. In a daze, he heard Gu Jinyu's cries. He pulled out the dagger at his waist and stabbed himself in the thigh. At this moment, Grand Secretary Yuan finished talking with his colleagues and came up for the appointment. Grand Secretary Yuan had seen him and Gu Jinyu in disheveled clothes, and then he had seen the mess in the room. Only young Lady Yuan was nowhere to be seen. He had no idea what Grand Secretary Yuan was thinking, but Grand Secretary Yuan had left in a huff. This marriage was called off. Dukan laughed at himself. She doesn't have the right to marry me. Then who does? No one had the right. Brother was the best. He was the most outstanding man in the world. None of them were worthy of brother. But Zhuang Yueshi didn't dare to say these words. She could feel that brother was really angry. Brother might not want her anymore. She knelt down and grabbed Dukan's wrist. She sobbed, "Brother, don't you already have someone in your heart?" I know that brother isn't willing to marry her. Dukan was in a daze for a moment. Zhuang Yueshi cried, "Brother, I'm wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please forgive me, get out." Dukan lay down in a daze. He didn't pull back his arm. He didn't have the strength. It didn't matter. "I don't want to see you now. Brother." Zhuang Yueshi panicked. She had never been so scared. Her tears fell like a broken string of pearls. "Get out." Dukan turned his back to her. He closed his eyes and didn't talk to her anymore. After Grand Secretary Yuan came out of Qingfeng brothel, he started to look for his granddaughter. He didn't find her nearby. He thought that his granddaughter went back and rushed back to the Grand Secretary's residence. The servant in the residence said, "Master, someone came just now and left a letter for you." Grand Secretary Yuan finished reading the letter and frowned. He drove the carriage to Bai Shui Alley. Little Jing Kong went for a chicken walk. Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshan went to learn. Xiao Lulang was at the Hanlin Academy explaining to a few scholars. Gu Jiao was in the room giving acupuncture to the little Daoist nun. The one who received him was Yao Shi. Grand Secretary Yuan and the old Marquis were of the same generation. Yao Shi gave him a junior's greeting. Grand Secretary Yuan saw that she was pregnant and told her not to be so courteous. Yao Shi didn't say that she was from Marquis Ding and Manor. She only said that her husband's surname was Gu. There were many people in the capital with the surname Gu. Grand Secretary Yuan didn't think that Shi Yi was from Marquis Ding and Manor. He cupped his hands, Madame Gu. Yao Shi invited him to the central room. Granny Fong served tea. Yao Shi warmly said, "Today, I went to Shun Lai cloth shop near Cool Breeze brothel to make clothes. Unfortunately, I ran into young Miss Yuan who was injured and fainted on the side of the road. My daughter is a doctor, so I brought young Miss Yuan home to treat her. Young Miss Yuan has already woken up and is currently being treated in her room. Would Grand Secretary Yuan please wait for a moment?" Although Grand Secretary Yuan was worried about his granddaughter's safety, he did not act rudely. He once again cupped his hands and bowed, "Many thanks to Madame Gu for saving my life." Grand Secretary Yuan did not know that his granddaughter already knew someone from Marquis Ding and Manor. He only thought that his granddaughter had woken up and reported her identity. Only then did this family know to go to the manor to inform him. "Madam, son-in-law's books have been dried." Yuya walked over from the rear courtyard while holding a large stack of books. Yao Shi said, "Let me see." "Yes." Yuya placed the dried books on the wooden table between Yao Shi and Grand Secretary Yuan. She had only recently discovered that Xiao Lulang had too many books. Some of the books that she did not read often had become moist. Taking advantage of the hot weather these past few days, she took them out to dry. "This book needs to be dried a bit more." Yao Shi handed a book that was still slightly moist to Yuya. "All right, there's still a bit of sunlight. I'll take it to dry." Yuya took the book and went to the rear courtyard. Grand Secretary Yuan was not in the mood to pry, but he was bored sitting and inadvertently glanced over. If he did not glance, he would not know. But once he did, he was shocked. How could a small family's home have a history book from the previous dynasty? The attraction of books to Grand Secretary Yuan was equivalent to the attraction of weapons to the old marquis. That was something that could not be moved once they saw it. Grand Secretary Yuan's eyes were fixed on the book. Yao Shi sensed his gaze and asked, "Does Grand Secretary Yuan want to take a look? Is it convenient?" Grand Secretary Yuan asked. "It's just a few books. There's nothing inconvenient about it," Yao Shi said. Feng Lin and the others often came to borrow books from Xiao Lulang. The scholars in the alley would also come to borrow books. Xiao Lulang was always extremely generous. At first, Yao Shi would inform him, but later on, he would let Yao Shi make the decision herself. Xiao Lulang trusted and respected Yao Shi. Of course, respect was mutual. Yao Shi also cherished Xiao Lulang's things greatly. Grand Secretary Yuan was someone who cherished books. Grand Secretary Yuan picked up the book on the table and began to flip through it. Just now, he had only caught a glimpse, but now that he carefully flipped through it, he felt even more stunned. This was especially the case when he saw an ancient book related to the previous dynasty's second emperor, Wen Huizong. Inside, a large half of the Ode to Northern Yen was recorded. This book was missing a corner, and the missing part was filled in by a letter. On it was recorded the source of the excerpts from various great ancient books, history books, and other documents. The handwriting was still quite new, looking like it was written less than a year ago. In other words, a portion of this Ode to Northern Yen had indeed been lost, but it had been filled in through countless documents. Grand Secretary Yuan knew that it would be very difficult for him to do this. Wait, why would the source of Ode to Northern Yen be here? He remembered that there was also a history book in the library that mentioned Ode to Northern Yen. It was filled in by Royal Princeton. Could it be that this family had some kind of relationship with Royal Princeton? May I ask, where did this book come from? Yao Shi smiled. This is my son-in-law's book. I am not sure where it came from either. Perhaps it was a gift from his great-uncle, or perhaps it was bought from the study room. How could the study room have bought it? This was clearly the only copy. Who filled in the second half of this ode to Northern Yen? Grand Secretary Yuan pointed at the bookmark and asked. Yao Shi looked at it and said, "This is my son-in-law's handwriting. Has this book ever been lent to anyone else?" Grand Secretary Yuan asked. "Is it this book?" "No." Yao Shi shook her head. "If it had been lent out, it wouldn't have been buried at the bottom of the chest and damp." Just as Grand Secretary Yuan wanted to ask who Madame Gu's son-in-law was, the little Taoist nun came out from the room. She had jumped down from the second floor and sprained her left foot. She was supported by Gu Jiao as she limped. Although Gu Jiao's face was damaged, Grand Secretary Yuan did not judge people based on their appearance. He also did not look down on Gu Jiao's status like other people did when they looked at female doctors. He solemnly thanked Gu Jiao and paid 5 taels of silver for the consultation fee. Only then did he bring his granddaughter back. After the two left, a tall and sturdy figure walked out of the study. He arrived in front of Yao Shi and clasped his hands in greeting. "Many thanks, madam. I didn't do anything. However, do you really not plan on letting Grand Secretary Yuan know that you saved his granddaughter?" Yao Shi did not even leave the house today. How could she have run into the injured young Miss Yuan? It was Gu Chongqing who had brought her back. Yao Shi looked at him and said, "My meaning is that you aren't young anymore, and you've saved young Miss Yuan twice. Even I feel that this is a rare type of fate. If you agree, I will personally come to propose marriage on your behalf." For Yao Shi to be able to say that she would propose marriage on behalf of Gu Chongqing, it could be seen that her ill feelings towards him had already been reduced by quite a bit. Perhaps she still had no way of being a mother who doted on him, but she could be a stepmother who did not lose her status. "Jiao Jiao, what do you think?" Yao Shi looked towards her daughter, trying to pull her daughter into her camp. "Gu Jiao. How could urging someone to marry be the same thing as urging someone to marry?" Gu Jiao seriously thought for a bit. Young Miss Yuan is quite good. I like her, but the most important thing is that you like her." As she spoke, she looked towards Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing took a deep breath and slowly said, "Do not want to get married." He did not have any thoughts of getting married. His grandfather and grandmother appeared to be united, but were actually divided. His father and mother also did not have any feelings for each other. If he wanted to get married like them, then he would rather not marry for the rest of his life. Gu Jiao rubbed her chin. "I couldn't tell that you were a person who did not believe in marriage." Chapter 327. Novels with content that cannot be found online are all here. Gu Chongqing returned to Marquis Ding and Manor. Gu Qingfeng and Gu Qinglin had gone to the back of the mountain to pick fruit. He returned to his own room. He sat down by the bed. Without any outsiders, his unchanging ice face finally had a trace of expression. He knitted his eyebrows and took off his clothes. His neck, shoulders, and even the back of his hands and wrists were all covered in shocking scratches. There were even some places that had beads of blood. The beads of blood had dried and stuck to his clothes. When he peeled them off, the pain made him gasp. "Ah! Air!" The manservant carried the clothes that had just been taken from the clothesline and entered. He immediately saw Gu Chongqing's neck covered in scratches. He was startled and asked, "Which little hoof did this?" Gu Chongqing's eyes turned cold. He quickly pulled up the clothes. "Don't you know how to knock before coming in?" The manservant embarrassedly said, "This little one did not know that you had returned. This little one was just tidying up the room and went out to take in the clothes. Who would have thought that Air would return? Speaking of which, Air, what is with the injuries on your body? Which girl did this? Is it from outside the manor or from our manor?" He did not dare say Little Hoof again. It has nothing to do with you. Gu Chongqing calmly stood up and hung the sword at his waist on the rack. Oh. The manservant came to the bedside and folded the clothes one by one. The ones that did not need to be folded were hung up in the cabinet. Why is it a woman? Gu Chongqing suddenly spoke. The manservant said, does this even need to be said? It's obvious that it makes people scratch. Which man has fingernails? Gu Chongqing's eyes moved, don't speak nonsense. The manservant muttered, if air does not allow this little one to speak, then this little one will not speak. Gu Chongqing stood in front of the sword rack. The places where he had been scratched were aching. It was different from the sharp and direct pain of a sword wound. This kind of pain was strange and unfamiliar. Gu Chongqing closed his eyes as the image of her in the carriage flashed through his mind. The servant's eyes flashed as he asked cautiously, but why did you suddenly think it through? Gu Chongqing was puzzled. What do you mean? Why did you suddenly think it through? The manservant smiled embarrassedly, I won't hide it from you. You haven't been close to women all these years. You don't even have a maid in your courtyard, and you don't want to talk about marriage. We are all guessing, do you like men? Gu Chongqing's face darkened. Get out. The servant shuddered and left resentfully. Then, he went to inform the old duke and old Madame Gu that his heir was enlightened. His heir touched a woman. After several hours of treatment, Royal Prince An's injuries finally stabilized at night. After watching him drink his medicine, the manor doctor retreated. Imperial tutor Zhuang came to Royal Prince An's room. His expression was not very good. The two did not speak and the atmosphere was heavy. Imperial tutor Zhuang said, I'll ask you one last time. Did you really do it? Royal Prince An said, it was me. No matter how many times grandfather asks, the answer will be the same. Imperial tutor Zhuang hated iron for not becoming steel. This grandson was his most important junior. He had placed the hopes of the Zhuang family's prosperity for the next 100 years on him. However, he destroyed his own future and made such a mistake. He suppressed his anger and said in a heavy voice, the girl you took advantage of today is not some random girl from a small family on the streets. She can't be dismissed with a sum of money or a bit of power. That is the daughter of the Marquis of Ding and Fu. Even if she is an adopted daughter, she is still on the family tree. Not to mention, the old Marquis of Ding and Gu Chongqing are both highly regarded by the emperor. You can't not acknowledge this debt. You need to give her a status. Royal Prince An weakly lay on the bed. His heart was like dead ashes as he said, as grandfather arranges. Either way, it wasn't her. What difference did it make if he married Miss Yuan or Miss Gu? The next day, Imperial tutor Zhuang sent a housekeeper to the Marquis of Ding and Fu to explain his intentions to the old Marquis and old Madame Gu. My master has said that he is willing to let the royal prince take Miss Gu as a secondary princess. Once these words were said, old Madame Gu was happy. With the Marquis of Ding and Fu's position in the capital, to be able to marry into the Zhuang family was them climbing up the social ladder. Even if it was the position of secondary princess, it would not be a disgrace to Gu Jinyu. The old Marquis's face sank. This is your Zhuang family's Ding and Fu's explanation. You are bullying the Marquis of Ding and Fu because they no longer have the Gu family army and no military power. So you can humiliate them as you wish. The housekeeper faintly smiled. What is old Marquis Gu saying? The imperial tutor does not have any intentions of disrespecting the Marquis of Ding and Fu. It's just that the news in the capital has already spread. This Miss Gu is not the flesh and blood of Marquis Gu and Marquis Madam. She was brought into the Marquis Fu by mistake. Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but my family's young master was personally conferred the title of royal prince by the emperor. He was a hostage in the country of Qin for 10 years on behalf of the crown prince and made great contributions to the country of Zhao. How could his official wife be someone that a peasant girl from the countryside could hold the position? Not to mention that not long ago, Miss Gu caused a great disaster. I heard that Miss Gu first falsely claimed the credit for the bellows and then stole the credit for the mortar. Furthermore, she secretly modified the bellows, harming countless craftsmen from the Ministry of Works and causing great losses to the Ministry of Works. To say something disgraceful, Miss Gu and the Marquis of Ding and Fu's heir are not related by blood. Then, is old Marquis willing to allow the heir to take a woman with Miss Gu's character as his official wife? How could that wicked girl be worthy of Chongqing? Old Madame Gu could not hold back her anger as she opened her mouth. Just as she finished speaking, she received an icy gaze from the old Marquis. She realized that she had said the wrong thing. Her eyes flashed and she picked up her teacup to drink tea. The housekeeper knew that he had already won the situation and did not say anything else. He cupped his hands in greeting. If old Marquis and old Madame do not have any objections to this marriage, then this one will return to report to the imperial tutor. Old Madame Gu opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she was instantly silenced by the old Marquis's icy gaze. The housekeeper proudly swaggered off. In reality, he was still not very happy. Secondary consort. Was Gu Jinyu, that woman with a terrible reputation, worthy? She had gotten off lightly. Old Master. Old Madame Gu realized that her slip of the tongue had caused them to lose the situation. At this moment, she did not dare to complain and only said, "Actually, that child Jinyu is still considerate. Although she has made many mistakes, she has already turned over a new leaf. She even went to Xiaoyu Manor a few days ago. With old master and imperial concubine Shu supporting her, I think that even if she is a secondary consort, the Zhuang family will not mistreat her." But the old Marquis could not accept the status of a secondary consort. He had never thought of using his own child to climb up the social ladder, but he had a principle: the Gu family's daughter would rather marry a commoner as a wife than marry into a noble family as a concubine. A secondary consort sounded more noble than a concubine, but she was not the main wife after all. The old Marquis went to Gu Jinyu's courtyard. Gu Jinyu was recuperating in her room. Her face was pale and she looked haggard. The old Marquis asked her, "Let me ask you, if I can suppress this matter, are you willing to marry someone else?" Gu Jinyu knelt down in front of the old Marquis and said with reddened eyes, "Jinyu and the Duke have already had physical contact. How can I still have the face to marry someone else? If the Zhuang family does not admit it, Jinyu can go to the nunnery and become a nun." The old Marquis frowned and sighed. No matter how much he did not dote on her, he would not let anyone trample on the reputation of the Marquis' family. Moreover, this matter was the Zhuang family's fault. They had bullied her but did not want to take responsibility. Instead, they forced the Gu family's daughter to become a nun in the nunnery. The old Marquis immediately went to the palace, but was told that the emperor had left with eunuch He. "When will His Majesty return?" the old Marquis asked Eunuch Wei at the entrance of the palace. Eunuch Wei said, "This servant is not sure." "Does the old Marquis have an urgent matter to discuss with His Majesty?" It was indeed urgent. The old Marquis was worried that Grand Tutor Zhuang would inform Empress Dowager Zhuang in advance and have her issue an imperial edict to make Gu Jinyu a secondary consort. Then it would be too late to say anything. The old Marquis said, "There is indeed an urgent matter." "Ah." Eunuch Wei thought for a moment and said, "This servant cannot tell you where His Majesty is. If the old Marquis trusts this servant is willing to convey the message on behalf of the old Marquis." This was the only way. The old Marquis cupped his hands. "Thank you for your trouble, Eunuch Wei. 2 hours later, a carriage stopped outside the nunnery. Eunuch Wei walked down from the carriage. The emperor was feeding concubine Jing medicine in the meditation room. Concubine Jing sat at the head of the bed, covered with a thin layer of mattress. "I'll do it myself," she said. "It's not a serious illness. It's just a cold. Why did your majesty have to come?" The emperor frowned. "If I hadn't arranged for people to protect Mother in secret, I wouldn't have known that she was ill. Mother used to fool me like this in the past. She hid everything from me." Concubine Jing smiled faintly. "People will always have this and that when they get older. How can they be the same as when they were young? Your Majesty is the ruler of a country and has many affairs to attend to every day. There's no need to mobilize so many people for such a small matter." The emperor snorted. "Says who? I see that the Empress Dowager's health is very good. She's even more robust than before." Concubine Jing was startled. She hadn't expected the emperor to suddenly mention the Empress Dowager. She smiled. "It's a blessing for Zhao Nation that the Empress Dowager is healthy. Your Majesty has been working hard these past few years, and the Empress Dowager has shared much of your Majesty's burden." The emperor snorted. "Mother, you don't have to speak for her." Concubine Jing smiled. "I'm not speaking for her. We entered the palace together and have known each other for so many years. How can I not know her personality? She has a sharp tongue and is unforgiving. Her heart is with your Majesty." The emperor said coldly, "If she really is with me, she should hand over the power of the court and live out her life peacefully in Rinshou Palace." Concubine Jing asked gently, "Is your Majesty worried that the marriage will be disadvantageous to your Majesty?" The emperor shook his head. "No, Gu Chao isn't that kind of person. Besides, Gu Jinyu isn't Gu Chao's biological granddaughter. She's just a peasant girl who was brought home by mistake." The emperor believed that the old marquis wouldn't change his position for her. Concubine Jing thought for a while. "Then, your Majesty is worried that the Empress Dowager won't agree?" The emperor's expression turned cold at the mention of the Empress Dowager. "The Empress Dowager doesn't know about this, and I don't intend to ask for her opinion. There would be no room for negotiation if she asked. Either they didn't do it, or they had to seize the opportunity." "Then what is your Majesty worried about?" Concubine Jing asked. The emperor hesitated for a while, but still said, "That girl got into trouble before, so her reputation isn't good. Most importantly, she stole the credit of the young divine doctor." The emperor couldn't stand it, so he didn't want to praise Gu Jinyu. Concubine Jing didn't ask what kind of trouble she'd gotten into. She paused, then asked with a smile, "Has she changed?" The emperor grunted. "I heard that she's turned over a new leaf. She even went to see Yozhuang behind her family's back and took care of the children there without complaint. She even fainted from exhaustion." Concubine Jing smiled warmly. "Your Majesty, it's great to know one's mistakes and mend them. Besides, the old Marquis of Ding and has worked hard and performed a great service. He didn't hesitate to dismiss the Gu army and bear the infamy. If your Majesty can't even agree to such a small request, it'll be too disappointing for the old Marquis." The emperor thought about it carefully. The old Marquis had indeed never asked him for anything. It would be a bit unkind of him to turn him down when he finally opened his mouth. Concubine Jing continued, "Speaking of which, the old Marquis saved my life back then. There was such a thing." The emperor looked at Concubine Jing in astonishment. Concubine Jing lowered her head and smiled self-deprecatingly. "That was before I entered the palace. I went to the temple to burn incense and encountered mounted bandits on my way back. Fortunately, the old Marquis helped me chase them away. Otherwise, I might have lost my life in the wilderness." The emperor said in a daze, I've never heard mother mention it. Concubine Jing looked at him with a smile. At that time, I was selected as a concubine and wasn't allowed to leave the residence. I snuck out. It's all because I was young and naughty. The emperor was enlightened. I see. He pondered for a moment, then said, I'll give the old marquis request some thought. Concubine Jing nodded with a smile. The emperor and concubine Jing chatted for a while before eunuch he came in and urged, Your Majesty, it's time to return to the palace. Concubine Jing looked at the dark sky, a trace of reluctance flashing through her eyes. She patted the emperor's hand. Your Majesty, let's return to the palace. The emperor sighed and said to eunuch he, Where's the safety talisman I asked you to ask for? Eunuch he quickly took out a brocade box from his sleeve and handed it to the emperor. I got it. It was blessed by Abbot Liao Yuan. Concubine Jing looked at the safety talisman that seemed to emit endless Buddhist aura. This is, the emperor said. It's for the Empress Dowager. Concubine Jing was startled. Eunuch Wei smiled. The Empress Dowager didn't sleep a night because she took care of your Majesty and fell ill from exhaustion. Concubine Jing smiled. It's rare for you and your son to let bygones be bygones. The emperor looked at concubine Jing and said, Mother is my mother. She's only the Empress Dowager. This safety talisman is a gift from the monarch to the Empress Dowager, not a gift from the son. Moreover, I can't hide my whereabouts from her. Instead of letting her make trouble for mother, it's better for me to tell her that I'm here to ask for a safety talisman for her and to visit mother. Concubine Jing smiled helplessly. The Empress Dowager won't do anything to me. Your Majesty is overthinking it. Chapter 328. In the evening, the Imperial College and Qinghe Academy ended school. Gu Shaoshun went to Nanxiang to learn from Master Lu. Gu Yan asked for a leave of absence because he was not feeling well. Of course, he was not really feeling unwell. He deliberately asked for a leave of absence to carry out the plan of the anti-brother-in-law justice alliance with little Jing Kong. Why hasn't the little monk come back yet? Gu Yan paced back and forth in the courtyard. Yao Shi found it funny and asked, You don't feel unwell anymore? Gu Yan coughed softly, I'm getting some fresh air. I feel much better now. Yao Shi knew that he deliberately skipped class, but she did not say anything because of his physical condition. Yao Shi was getting older. Gu Yan did not feel hot, but she was so hot that she was sweating. She went back to her room to take a bath. Gu Yan looked around at the door. She didn't know how long she had been looking around, but the little monk finally came back. Why are you so late? Gu Yan asked. Little Jing Kong sighed like a little adult, Isn't it because granduncle is too late? I said that I can come back by myself, but granduncle was worried and insisted that I wait for him. The Imperial College was not far from the Imperial College. Little Jing Kong walked there every day. He would not get lost even if he closed his eyes. But adults and children always had different ideas. His safety zone was this alley. The adults in his family would not be at ease if he went any further than this. Gu Yan looked at the two ends of the alley and pulled little Jing Kong's hand. Okay, let's not talk about this first. Sister and brother-in-law will be back soon. This meant that the two of them were going to start doing bad things secretly. But it was their first time, so they had to think about it carefully. Today, the medical center and the Imperial College were not busy. Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang arrived home very early. After arriving home, Xiao Lulang went to the study to check little Jing Kong's homework. He did his homework faster than Gu Yan, so he usually checked his homework first. Gu Jiao went to the kitchen. Gu Yan narrowed his eyes and sneaked a peek into the kitchen. He found his sister making salted tofu pudding. Ah! Are you addicted to sending salted bean curd to brother-in-law? He was actually making tofu with his own hands. Gu Yan's heart was filled with jealousy. Little Jing Kong slipped out of the study room on the pretext of going to the washroom. The two little rascals hid behind the crabapple tree and exchanged the information they had gathered. Little Jing Kong said fiercely, "Jiao Jiao went to the Hanlin Academy to pick up my bad brother-in-law." They went home together. Gu Yan was furious. His sister didn't even pick him up and send him to school. Gu Yan gritted his teeth and said, "Sister is making salted tofu pudding for brother-in-law again. It's not like we have a share." Little Jing Kong suddenly had an idea and came up with a plan. "Jiao Jiao. Great uncle is calling you." Little Jing Kong came out of the kitchen and said to Gu Jiao with a cute face. Gu Jiao put down the spoon and said, "Oh, okay. I'll go over then." As soon as she left, the two little rascals came in. They looked at each other and smiled mischievously. They picked up the jar of seasoning and poured it into the tofu pudding. Add some salt, chili sauce, star anise, pepper, and this. Gu Yan took out a jar from the innermost part of the cupboard. Lotus seed heart. It's super bitter. Little Jing Kong pretended to roll his eyes and fall to the ground. He got up and laughed until his whole body trembled. After the two of them were done, they had just put the last jar back into the cupboard when Gu Jiao returned. She said in shock, "Granduncle didn't call me just now." Little Jing Kong spread his hands and said seriously, maybe I heard wrongly. What are the two of you doing here?" Gu Jiao asked. Their eyes flashed. Gu Yan said calmly, "Oh, didn't you make tofu pudding for brother-in-law? We'll bring it over for you." Little Jing Kong quickly said, "Yes. We'll bring it over for Jiao Jiao." Gu Jiao said, "Oh, I didn't make tofu pudding for your brother-in-law. I made it for the two of you. Last time, I only bought tofu pudding for your brother-in-law and didn't buy it for the two of you. You seem to be disappointed, so I came back early today and made a bowl for you. You came at the right time. Hurry up and eat." The two of them looked at the dark cuisine that they had destroyed with countless seasonings and felt as if they had been struck by lightning. The two little rascals wanted to cry but had no tears. Was it too late to regret? Boo-hoo! Gu Jiao looked at the two people whose expressions were gradually falling apart and asked strangely, "What's wrong? Don't you like my tofu pudding?" Boo-hoo! They couldn't not like it. Otherwise, they would lose to their bad brother-in-law. They loved Jiao Jiao more than their bad brother-in-law. The two of them took out their small bowls and Gu Yan scooped a big spoonful for little Jing Kong. "You're the younger brother. You should eat more." Little Jing Kong scooped a bigger spoonful for Gu Yan. In ancient times, Jing Kong gave you pears. Today, Jing Kong gave you tofu pudding. "Brother Yan, eat more." Gu Yan said, "No, you should eat more. You have to grow taller." Little Jing Kong said, "I'm still young. I can grow taller slowly. Brother Yan, it's more important for you to take care of your body. Come on, let's hurt each other." The first action of the alliance against brother-in-law ended in failure. Until the end of the meal, Gu Yan and little Jing Kong's noses were not noses and eyes were not eyes. Humph. Little Jing Kong turned his face away. Her. Gu Yan also turned his face away. Everyone was confused. What's going on? Why are they fighting again? After dinner, Gu Jiao continued to study her gunpowder. Halfway through, Eunuch Qin came. Eunuch Qin was old, but he still jumped down from the carriage and almost fell on his back. Eunuch Qin, slow down. Gu Shaoshun, who happened to be at the door, helped him up. Eunuch Qin wiped the sweat on his forehead and smiled. Thank you, Brother Shaoshun. Brother Shaoshun, is your sister here? Yes. She's in the backyard. Gu Shaoshun said and shouted inside, Sister. Someone is looking for you. It's Eunuch Qin. Gu Jiao put away the bottles on the ground, stood up and looked at Eunuch Qin who was walking hurriedly. Eunuch Qin, it's already so late. Is Grandaunt looking for me? Eunuch Qin said anxiously, Oh, yes. No. Gu Jiao asked, Is it yes or no? Ah. Eunuch Qin pinched himself. Look at my mouth, I don't know how to speak when I'm anxious. It's like this, Miss Gu. The Empress Dowager got a fish bone stuck in her throat while she was eating. The imperial physicians couldn't do anything about it, so I came to find you. All right, I'll go to the palace with you now. Gu Jiao returned to the east room, took her medicine box, and left with Eunuch Qin. But before she could get into the carriage, another carriage stopped in front of the door. Eunuch Wei walked down from the carriage with an anxious expression. Miss Gu. Miss Gu. Gu Jiao made a sound of surprise. Eunuch Wei also came to find me. Eunuch Wei said breathlessly, His Majesty. His Majesty invites Miss Gu to Pure Flower's palace. Someone is injured. Eunuch Qin grabbed Gu Jiao's sleeve. Miss Gu, go see the Empress Dowager first. What happened to the Empress Dowager? Eunuch Wei didn't wait for Eunuch Qin's reply and grabbed Gu Jiao's other sleeve. It's a matter of life and death. Miss Gu, come with this old servant to Pure Flower's palace first. Eunuch Qin said seriously, the Empress Dowager's life is also at stake. She's already coughing up blood. The main reason was that the Empress Dowager didn't take the fish bone seriously at first and used the traditional method to swallow a few mouthfuls of rice. In the end, she didn't manage to swallow the fish bone and cut her throat instead. Gu Jiao said to Eunuch Wei, It'll be quick to remove the fish bone. I'll come over once I'm done. Eunuch Wei raised his hand. But, there were no buts. Gu Jiao got into Eunuch Qin's carriage. Eunuch Qin sighed in relief. The Empress Dowager didn't dote on Miss Gu for nothing. However, someone was injured. Who was injured that made His Majesty so anxious? The two of them went to Rinshou Palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang was in great pain. There was something stuck in her throat and it hurt when she swallowed. The Empress Dowager's phoenix body was a serious matter and the imperial physicians didn't dare to blindly pry open her mouth. Fortunately, Gu Jiao had come. All the imperial physicians felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Gu Jiao opened the small medicine box, took out gloves and put them on. Then, she picked out a pair of cold tweezers. I don't want to. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the tweezers and felt terrible. It'll be quick. It won't hurt at all. Gu Jiao coaxed. No, no. I don't want to. Empress Dowager Zhuang exploded and refused. Gu Jiao turned to look at everyone. Eunuch Qin, you can leave first. Empress Dowager Zhuang, you're not allowed to leave. Eunuch Qin coughed softly and left with the imperial physicians and servants. Empress Dowager Zhuang. Am I still your Empress Dowager? What happened to being frightened by the wind? Empress Dowager Zhuang covered her mouth and jumped down from the phoenix bed. Gu Jiao chased her all over the bedroom. The two of them were playing a game of cat and mouse. Eunuch Qin looked at the figure projected on the window paper and shook his head. He couldn't bear to watch this. In the end, Gu Jiao caught up to Empress Dowager Zhuang. She covered her mouth tightly. I don't want to. Gu Jiao coaxed. Alright, I won't use it. Can I just take a look? Empress Dowager Zhuang said, then give it to me. Gu Jiao obediently gave her the tweezers. Open your mouth and let me see if I can use medicine. Empress Dowager Zhuang gaped. A silver light flashed, and with a whoosh, Gu Jiao used another pair of tweezers to remove the fish bone from her body. Empress Dowager Zhuang, Gu Jiao said, alright, it's fine. However, your throat is broken and you need to rest for a while. Don't use your throat too much and eat a light diet. As she spoke, she said to the door, Eunuch Qin, come in. Eunuch Qin happily walked into the bedroom. Empress Dowager Zhuang coldly glared at a certain person. Eunuch Qin shrunk his neck and hid behind Gu Jiao. On the other side, Eunuch Wei returned to Pure Flower's palace alone. He was the only one with the emperor, so he couldn't help but become angry. What happened? Where's the little divine doctor? Didn't we tell you to invite her here no matter what? Eunuch Wei said embarrassedly, this servant went to invite her, but, the little divine doctor, the emperor coldly said, if you have something to say, then say it. Don't stutter. Eunuch Wei steeled his heart and said, the Empress Dowager is also sick. The little divine doctor was called away by Eunuch Qin. The emperor laughed mockingly. He slammed his fist on the table and sneered, didn't she recover from her cold long ago? When we went to give her the protective talisman, she was still hale and hearty. How did she become sick so quickly that she needed to call a doctor? Are there no imperial physicians in the palace? Eunuch Wei thought for a moment. I heard it was an accident. A fishbone got stuck. The emperor's smile became even more mocking. Last time, she was so sick that she couldn't bear to tell the little divine doctor. Now, she called the little divine doctor to the palace for a mere fishbone. Do you think she did it on purpose? Does she know? Your Majesty. Eunuch Wei didn't know how to respond. The emperor clenched his fists. Fine, since she did it once, then don't blame us for returning the favor. Your Majesty. Miss Gu has arrived. The eunuch outside the door reported. The emperor gave Eunuch Wei a look. Eunuch Wei understood and personally went to Pure Flower's palace to welcome Gu Jiao in. Gu Jiao only knew that someone in Pure Flower's palace was injured, but she didn't know who it was. It wasn't until she entered the side hall of Pure Flower's palace that she realized that the person who needed her treatment was Grand Concubine Jing. Gu Jiao didn't ask why Grand Concubine Jing, who was supposed to be staying in the nunnery, had appeared in the emperor's sleeping quarters. Moreover, it seemed that Rinshou Palace didn't know about this. Otherwise, Eunuch Qin wouldn't have grumbled all the way here. Gu Jiao looked at the unconscious Grand Concubine Jing. Oh, husband only said not to go to the nunnery in the future. He didn't say that she couldn't go to Pure Flower's palace. To round it off, he was allowed to make a house call today. Gu Jiao placed the medicine box on the table and began to examine Grand Concubine Jing's injuries. What's wrong with her? Gu Jiao asked. The emperor looked at Grand Concubine Jing and said with heartache, Mother fell. She went to pick some fruit for us and accidentally rolled down the stairs. There was a small orchard behind the nunnery. It was filled with seasonal fruits. Grand Concubine Jing would pick some of the fruits and have them sent to the emperor's palace every season. The emperor took the initiative to talk about the reason Grand Concubine Jing had entered the palace. We went to visit Mother today and heard this bad news as soon as we returned. We couldn't feel at ease, so we ordered people to bring Mother back to the palace to recuperate. Her injuries aren't serious, Gu Jiao said. The emperor's gaze deepened. But we're worried that something else might happen to her. It wasn't easy to guess. Was he saying that Grand Concubine Jing was prone to accidents due to her old age, or that there was someone secretly plotting against her and creating accidents for her? Gu Jiao didn't ask, either. Grand Concubine Jing's right elbow, left palm, and right thigh and knee had various degrees of abrasions. There was also a slight fever, so the diagnosis was that she had caught a cold recently. Gu Jiao wrote a prescription and had Eunuch Wei go get the medicine. Brew 1 medicine a day, once in the morning and once in the evening, and take it after meals. As for her injuries, just apply some of the medicine from the Imperial Physician Bureau. It doesn't matter if you don't apply it. Gu Jiao was about to pack up and leave and the Emperor suddenly smiled bitterly. We thought we were keeping it a secret. In the end, he had overestimated his own strength and underestimated the spy from Rinshou Palace. Gu Jiao paused. The Empress Dowager doesn't know. Ha, the Emperor sneered. Why would she feign illness at a time like this? Fortunately, Mother Jing's injuries aren't serious. What if they were? With this delay, Concubine Jing's mother might even lose her life. To think that he had been moved by her taking care of him for an entire night. But now, it seemed that it was just a tactic she used to win people over. She was still as stubborn as ever. The Empress Dowager isn't feigning illness. Gu Jiao pointed at Grand Concubine Jing on the bed. The Empress Dowager's condition is more serious than hers. If she's feigning illness, why isn't she the one feigning illness? Gu Jiao wasn't questioning Grand Concubine Jing, but merely providing evidence to refute the Emperor. The Emperor became agitated. How could Mother Jing be feigning illness? She's injured to this extent. You saw it with your own eyes, how could it be fake? Gu Jiao wasn't intimidated by the Emperor's anger. She stared at him and said stubbornly, I saw the Empress Dowager with my own eyes as well. The Emperor's gaze turned even colder. The entire side chamber fell silent. Eunuch Wei, who was serving on the side, held his breath and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Miss Gu was too bold. Wasn't she afraid of being punished by His Majesty for speaking like this? The Emperor was indeed so angered by Gu Jiao that he almost questioned Gu Jiao, but he managed to restrain himself in the end. He turned around and said coldly, withdraw. Don't appear in front of us for the next few days. Gu Jiao said indifferently, that's perfect. I was also planning to tell His Majesty that I won't be coming to Pure Flower's palace in the future. If anyone in Pure Flower's palace is sick, please go find a physician or imperial physician yourself. Don't come find me. The Emperor abruptly turned around to look at her. You. Humph. Gu Jiao closed the lid of the medicine box and left with the medicine box without looking back. The Emperor was so angry that his face turned green. He watched a certain someone small figure leave and said angrily, even the Crown Prince hasn't acted so impudently in front of us. Gu Jiao stopped in her tracks and walked back with the medicine box in her arms. The Emperor's lips curved. Now you know the might of the Emperor, right? Forget it. He didn't really want to punish her. If she obediently gave in, he'd magnanimously forgive her this time. Gu Jiao stretched out a hand. What? The Emperor was stunned. The consultation fee. Gu Jiao said with a cold expression. Does the Emperor not need to pay for the consultation? The Emperor, who almost choked to death. Gu Jiao left expressionlessly after taking the 50 taels of silver. Grand Concubine Jing slowly woke up and sucked in a cold breath, probably from the pain all over her body. The Emperor sensed the movement and quickly walked over to sit by the bed. Mother. Grand Concubine Jing pressed her groggy head. It was so noisy just now. Did someone offend His Majesty? Eunuch Wei glanced at the Emperor nervously. The Emperor tucked in Grand Concubine Jing's blankets and said, No, Mother must have misheard. No one offended us. Just now, us was discussing Mother's condition with the physician. It's us fault for disturbing mother. Eunuch Wei's expression relaxed. His Majesty still doted on the little divine doctor. Chapter 329. Novels with content that can't be found online can be found here. Old concubine Jing shook her head weakly. Alright, I'm fine now. I should go back. Your Majesty, please don't bring me into the palace for no reason in the future. Since I've already become a monk, I will stay in the nunnery for the rest of my life to accompany the Buddha. The emperor said, if imperial concubine mother wants to worship Buddha, it doesn't matter where. We will build a nunnery for imperial concubine mother in the palace. In the future, imperial concubine mother can worship Buddha in the palace. This will make it easier for us to take care of imperial concubine mother. Old concubine Jing's expression changed slightly. She grabbed the emperor's hand and said seriously, you absolutely cannot do this. The emperor patted the back of her hand. We have already made up our mind. Before moving into the nunnery, imperial concubine mother will stay in Pure Flower's palace. No one can harm imperial concubine mother, not even that person from Rinshou Palace. Old concubine Jing called him by his name in her anxiety. This was actually a big taboo. In the palace, the only person who had the right to call him by his name was Empress Dowager Zhuang. The emperor naturally didn't mind this. He and old concubine Jing were very close. In his heart, old concubine Jing was no different from his birth mother. No matter what the rules were, he was still old concubine Jing's son. Old concubine Jing definitely had the right to call him Hong. He held old concubine Jing's hand and said seriously, we should have brought imperial concubine mother back long ago. We have endured time and time again in exchange for Rinshou Palace getting worse. Now, Rinshou Palace is brazenly framing imperial concubine mother. Since imperial concubine mother is no longer safe outside the palace, we might as well move in openly. We will protect imperial concubine mother even if we have to risk our lives. At morning court the next day, the emperor announced two important matters. One was the marriage between Zhuang Yuheng and Gu Jinyu, the daughter of the Marquis of Ding An's household. The other was that imperial concubine Jing would be brought back to the palace and renovated a nunnery for her alone. Gu Jinyu clearly wasn't a match for Zhuang Yuheng, and grand concubine Jing's return to the palace was clearly against the rules of etiquette. The court instantly exploded. Grand Tutor Zhuang was very angry. He really did not expect His Majesty to appoint a marriage between Zhuang Yuheng and Gu Jinyu. Even if he used his heels, he could guess that it was that old fellow, Gu Chao, who had gone to the emperor to ask for grace. Gu Chao is really shameless, he actually dared to report this matter to the emperor. Grand Tutor Zhuang was flustered. From the Marquis's point of view, shouldn't it be Grand Tutor Zhuang who should be ashamed? The one who did the wrong thing was Prince En, not Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu was just a victim. The old Marquis was stubborn and pedantic in certain respects, but in such matters he was more open-minded and penetrating than most people. If it was someone else, and their young lady's reputation was ruined and she could no longer get married, they would only wish that the other party would accept their young lady, even if it was to be a concubine. However, the old Marquis refused. As long as he didn't do anything wrong, he wouldn't be afraid. The victim should seek justice, and the perpetrator should pay the price. Grand Tutor Zhuang stepped out of the ranks and said seriously, reporting to Your Majesty, this matter is absolutely inappropriate. Your Majesty, please take back the decree. The emperor sat on the dragon throne and said with a dignified gaze, what is Grand Tutor Zhuang saying is inappropriate? Is it inappropriate to appoint a marriage for your grandson, or is it inappropriate to renovate the nunnery for concubine Jing in the palace? Grand Tutor Zhuang glanced at where Empress Dowager Zhuang was listening to the state affairs from behind the curtain. He gathered his courage and said, "May I ask if your majesty has something to discuss with the Empress Dowager?" The emperor smiled faintly and said mockingly, "Jin even has to report to the Empress Dowager about such trivial matters as appointing a marriage and renovating a nunnery. Jin actually doesn't know when the country of Great Zhao changed its surname to Zhuang." Grand Tutor Zhuang's expression changed, and he knelt down with the ceremonial tablet. "This official definitely does not have such intentions. Your Majesty, please understand." The officials all had different expressions. Even though this was the truth and half of Zhao country was in the hands of Empress Dowager Zhuang, everyone was well aware of this and would not truly expose the truth. The emperor had completely pulled down the last fig leaf of the imperial family. What did he want to do? Completely fall out with Empress Dowager Zhuang. The civil and military officials stood in the solemn throne room. Suddenly, they had a feeling that a storm was coming. The emperor smiled very casually and looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang, who was sitting slightly above him. His gaze passed through the beaded curtain and fell on the figure of the Empress Dowager. "So, without discussing it with Imperial Mother, I don't even have the right to appoint a marriage and renovate a nunnery. Does Imperial Mother also think this way?" Empress Dowager Zhuang ignored him and just sat there calmly. The emperor laughed, but it wasn't that she had to answer. The emperor turned to look at Grand Tutor Zhuang, who was kneeling in the hall, and his smile gradually froze. Grand Tutor Zhuang knows why Jin would appoint a marriage between Zhuang Yuheng and Miss Gu. Or does Grand Tutor Zhuang not mind if Jin announces the marriage to the public? Grand Tutor Zhuang's heart skipped a beat. If it was announced to the public, wouldn't it let the civil and military officials and the whole world know that Zhuang Yuheng had lost his virtue? At that time, Zhuang Yuheng's nearly 20 years of good reputation would be destroyed. Not everyone could stand at the peak of power with a bad reputation. Only Marquis Xianping was an exception in the 6 countries. Zhuang Yuheng still cared about his reputation, or rather, the Zhuang family cared about their reputation. The emperor hadn't said anything, but the civil and military officials had already begun to whisper. Even Grand Tutor Zhuang felt that the way they looked at him had changed. Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't dare to object. He kowtowed and said in pain and humiliation, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace." After the court was dismissed, Grand Tutor Zhuang stopped Empress Dowager Zhuang's carriage. He walked to the front of the carriage and stared at Empress Dowager Zhuang behind the gauze curtain. Why didn't Empress Dowager stop His Majesty? Is Empress Dowager going to watch Heng or marry Gu Jinyu, that woman with a bad reputation? In comparison, Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't have to worry about whether old concubine Jing would return to the palace. She was just an old concubine without power and influence. The situation was set, and she couldn't be made another Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't say anything. Grand Tutor Zhuang's expression was uncertain. Eunuch Qin bowed slightly to Grand Tutor Zhuang. "Let's go." Empress Dowager Zhuang's carriage left. When they returned to Rinshou Palace, the carriage landed steadily. Eunuch Qin stretched out his arm. Empress Dowager Zhuang held his arm and walked down the carriage. He helped Empress Dowager Zhuang walk to her bedroom. As they walked, he said, "Is Empress Dowager giving the Zhuang family a warning? I remember that Empress Dowager once said to Grand Tutor that the world belongs to the Qin family, and the country belongs to the Qin family. Today's events have finally allowed Grand Tutor Zhuang to personally experience this." "Humph," Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted coldly. Eunuch Qin was stunned. He was familiar with Empress Dowager Zhuang's tone. She was clearly mocking him. He widened his eyes. "Isn't it? Then why didn't you say anything?" Empress Dowager Zhuang said seriously, "Jiao Jiao told me not to use my voice." Eunuch Qin was speechless. That's it. That's it. The marriage between Gu Jinyu and Prince An quickly spread. In less than a day, everyone knew that she was going to marry Prince An. Is she going to be a concubine? Or a secondary consort? Neither. I heard that she's going to be the official consort. In the future, she'll be carried back to the Zhuang family by 3 matchmakers and 6 betrothal gifts. The students of the girls' school were stunned. Of course, they were also jealous. Gu Jinyu's reputation in the capital was not bad. But later, she made mistakes one after another. First, her identity was exposed. Then, she was greedy for credit. She messed with the bellows, causing many workers in the Ministry of Works to be injured. There were even people who said that she did not invent the bellows. She claimed credit for someone else. In short, her reputation was terrible. She had not come to the girls' school for a few months. Everyone guessed that she was too ashamed to come out. But they did not expect that the next time they heard news of her was that she was going to marry Prince An as his consort. Before the appearance of the new top scorer, Prince An was the dream lover of all the girls in the capital. He was still the dream lover. After all, the new top scorer was already taken, but Prince An was theirs. Whoever Prince An married as his consort was destined to become the public enemy of all the daughters in the capital. And Gu Jinyu made everyone hate her to the max. How could a woman with such a bad moral character be worthy of royal Prince An, who was a noble and talented man? The heavens must be blind. But no matter how much they scolded Gu Jinyu was still a woman they could not be jealous of. The news soon reached Marquis Ding and Fu. At Ding and Fu, Marquis Gu, who had been ordered to build a residence for Empress Dowager Zhuang, finally welcomed his first break. He had been at the construction site for the past few days, supervising day and night. He had lost a layer of skin from the sun and had lost a lot of weight. He first returned to the Fu, planning to pay respects to the old Marquis and old Madame Gu. Then, he went to Jade Water Alley to visit Yao Shi and his son. In the end, he heard old Madame Gu say that Gu Jinyu's marriage had been decided. The other party was Prince and old Madame Gu had told him that the old Marquis was not in the Fu. Marquis Gu's first reaction was shock. After all, whether it was from the perspective of a well-matched family or from the perspective of a battle between factions, the two families were not very compatible. His second reaction was pleasant surprise. Because whether it was appearance, character, or family background, there were not many in the capital who were more outstanding than Prince An. If his daughter could really marry him, then it would be a perfect marriage. As for the battle between factions, who could say for sure what would happen in the future? Perhaps after Prince An inherited the Zhuang family, he would be willing to join the emperor's camp for his daughter's sake. His Jinyu was so gentle and virtuous. There was probably no man in the world who would be willing to harm her. Marquis Gu immediately went to Gu Jinyu's courtyard. "Father, you've gotten thinner." Gu Jinyu said with heartache. Was it very tiring to supervise the construction of the residence? Marquis Gu rubbed his sore shoulders and sighed. It was a bit tiring, but if it can be completed, it will be a great achievement. Gu Jinyu asked curiously, who is the Empress Dowager building a residence for? Why did she mobilize so many people? Half of the Ministry of Works has been called over. Marquis Gu said in deep thought, I heard that it was built for the second miss of the Zhuang family. The garden inside is really beautiful and the scenery is unique. I've lived in the capital for so many years, but I've never seen such a beautiful place. I just don't know why the courtyard was built to imitate the layout of the residence in Jade Water Lane. Jade Water Lane. Gu Jinyu did not understand. Marquis Gu waved his hand and smiled. All right, let's not talk about this. I heard from your grandmother that the emperor has bestowed a marriage between you and Prince An. When you marry into the Zhuang family, you will have the opportunity to walk around that residence. Speaking of which, that residence wouldn't be the prince residence that the Empress Dowager built for Prince An, right? To make it easier for him to move out after the wedding and live alone. If that's really the case, then Jinyu, you're too lucky. Gu Jinyu's face flushed slightly. It's too early to say. Marquis Gu laughed heartily. That's true. The marriage has just been bestowed and you still have to leave with the 3 letters and 6 rights. There's no rush. Marquis Gu smiled and said with satisfaction, no matter what, I congratulate you on finding the right man. It's all thanks to grandfather. Gu Jinyu lowered her eyes and said shyly. Marquis Gu only thought that his old master had taken a fancy to Prince An as his grandson-in-law and did not think too much about it. He held Gu Jinyu's hand and could not hide his joy. I'll make a trip to Jadewater Lane and tell your mother and younger brother this good news so that they can be happy for you. Gu Jinyu smiled and nodded. Marquis Gu went to Jadewater Lane. He was in high spirits the whole way. From today onwards, he was the prince's father-in-law. Just thinking about it made him feel so glorious. Jinyu really made him proud, unlike that brat who had married a poor boy from the countryside and refused to divorce him. Although he was lucky enough to be the top scorer, he was still worlds apart from Prince An. When he arrived at Jadewater Lane, Gu Jiao and Gu Yen were playing with the newly made swing in the front yard. It was originally made for little Jing Kong, but Gu Yen had broken it just now. Gu Yen quickly called his sister to save the scene, otherwise the little monk would cry loudly. The siblings had a tacit understanding and the scene was rather heartwarming. Marquis Gu admired it for a while before taking big strides over. Yen, father is here. His gaze fell on Gu Jiao and he called out Jiao Jiao with great reluctance. The siblings glanced at him and continued to fix the swing. Marquis Gu looked at himself and then at his feet. He had come in, right? He was in a good mood today and did not argue with the 2 little fellows. He walked over in high spirits and rubbed Gu Yan's head. You've grown taller. Don't touch me. Gu Yan frowned and moved his hand away. Marquis Gu did not mind and smiled. I'm here to see you and have good news to tell you. Jinyu is getting married and Yen, is going to have a second brother-in-law soon. That brother-in-law is not someone a poor scholar from the countryside can compare to. Gu Yen said coldly, I only have one brother-in-law. You say that because you don't know who your second brother-in-law is. When I tell you his identity, you'll want him to be your brother-in-law as soon as possible. Marquis Gu paused, took a deep breath, and said with pride, he is Commandery Prince An. How is it? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Marquis Gu raised his head and laughed loudly. He turned to look at the twins, but they had already walked far away. One went to the east room and the other went to the central room. Marquis Gu, who had been treated like heir, Empress Dowager Zhuang's throat was injured, so Gu Jiao went to the palace to visit her in the afternoon. When she passed by the imperial garden, Gu Jiao bumped into the emperor, who had come from Pure Flower's palace. The emperor's eyes lit up when he saw her. They had argued yesterday, but he selfishly felt that they should make up today. Who would have thought that Gu Jiao would turn her head and walk away with a cold expression on her face? The emperor, Grand Concubine Jing, who was being helped out by Eunuch Wei, saw this scene and asked softly, was that Miss Gu? Ah, yes. Eunuch Wei nodded. Eunuch Wei had made a fool of himself in front of Gu Jiao because Gu Jiao was also there when he went to visit Grand Concubine Jing. He could no longer hide his identity as a eunuch, and his identity as the emperor was exposed. In any case, Grand Concubine Jing had seen Gu Jiao before, so it wasn't strange for her to recognize her. Grand Concubine Jing thought of something and asked, was the physician who came to the palace to treat me last night Miss Gu? Ah, yes. Eunuch Wei nodded with an embarrassed smile. Grand Concubine Jing lowered her eyes and thought for a moment before smiling. His Majesty really dotes on Miss Gu. Eunuch Wei smiled. Miss Gu's medical skills are excellent and she's smart. His Majesty does indeed think highly of her. He used the word think highly of her, implying that there was no romantic relationship between men and women. At this time, the Emperor walked over dejectedly like a defeated rooster. He adjusted his expression when he saw Grand Concubine Jing and said calmly, "I'll accompany Imperial Mother to sit in the pavilion for a while." The mother and son sat down in the pavilion, and Eunuch Wei served them tea and snacks. Grand Concubine Jing looked at the Emperor, who was frowning, and said in amusement, "The last time I saw your Majesty get the cold shoulder was when Ning'an was in the palace. I remember that Ning'an practiced her calligraphy for an entire afternoon and showed it off to your Majesty, but your Majesty mocked her for being ugly. Ning'an ran to my place and ignored your Majesty for several days." That was when the Emperor had just ascended the throne. Grand Concubine Jing had moved to the nunnery. Princess Ning'an was still in the main harem. There weren't many people who dared to give the Emperor such a hard time. Grand Concubine Jing pointed at the left side of her face. "Your Majesty, do you remember that Ning'an was naughty when she was young? She climbed a tree to pick peaches and ended up falling down. The left side of her face was broken and left behind a small scar. The scar has faded by the time she grew up, but girls like to look pretty, so she always put a flower on it. It's red and looks like a begonia. The birthmark on Miss Gu's left face is similar to Ning'an's flower. I think of Ning'an every time I see her." The Emperor was stunned. The Emperor hadn't thought of Ning'an when he saw Gu Jiao, but after Grand Concubine Jing's words, he felt that there were some similarities between the two. Could it be that he liked the little miracle doctor so much because he thought of her as Ning'an's substitute? Chapter 330. Gu Jiao entered Rinshou Palace by showing her face. All the masters and servants of Rinshou Palace knew her and knew that she was Empress Dowager Zhuang's favorite, so no one dared to stop her. Although Empress Dowager Zhuang ordered that she would not see anyone this afternoon, noble consort Zhuang was not so lucky. As soon as she arrived at the gate of Rinshou Palace, she was stopped by the guards. Noble consort Zhuang said, "Go and pass the message. I have something urgent to see Empress Dowager Zhuang." The guard replied, "Sorry, Empress Dowager Zhuang ordered that she would not see anyone." Noble consort Zhuang frowned, "But I saw someone go in just now. That was Miss Gu. She went to treat Empress Dowager Zhuang." The guard finally knew not to make Gu Jiao hate him. Noble consort Zhuang was relieved when she heard that it was for treatment. But the next moment, she asked worriedly, "Is Empress Dowager Zhuang sick?" The guard said, "Empress Dowager Zhuang was slightly unwell yesterday and invited Miss Gu to the palace to treat Empress Dowager Zhuang. Today, Miss Gu came to check on Empress Dowager Zhuang." Noble consort Zhuang thought for a moment, "Then I have to go in and visit Empress Dowager Zhuang." "This," noble consort Zhuang said, "I won't embarrass you. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't let you disturb her, but Miss Gu didn't say this. Go and invite Miss Gu." "Yes." The guard looked at the little palace maid on the side. The little palace maid understood and quickly caught up with Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was talking to Eunuch Qin in the small garden in front of the hall. The little palace maid said, "Miss Gu, Eunuch Qin, noble consort Zhuang is here. She wants to see Miss Gu." Eunuch Qin was a shrewd person. Noble consort Zhuang and Gu Jiao were not familiar with each other. She wanted to see her and hoped that Gu Jiao could pass the message to Empress Dowager Zhuang. "Empress Dowager Zhuang is reading the memorial. We dare not disturb her." "Oh, then I'll wait too." Gu Jiao didn't want to be special. "Good." Eunuch Qin smiled and took Gu Jiao to Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedroom. In fact, with the Empress Dowager's love for Miss Gu, she wouldn't mind Miss Gu's disturbance at all. In fact, Miss Gu could even find some time to have some fun during the boring days of official business. However, Miss Gu had never become arrogant because she was pampered. She had her own limits and limits. She was good to the Empress Dowager, not to get the Empress Dowager's favor, but because she sincerely hoped that the Empress Dowager could live a good life. Eunuch Qin went to the gate of Rinshou Palace to see noble consort Zhuang and said politely, Miss Gu is also waiting for the Empress Dowager to summon her. At this point, noble consort Zhuang couldn't say anything more. Fortunately, there weren't many memorials today, so Empress Dowager Zhuang left the study soon. Eunuch Qin reported, Empress Dowager, Miss Gu, and the imperial consort are here. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, let her in. This was referring to noble consort Zhuang. She understood the rules that she had set. Jiao Jiao could enter, but outsiders could not. Yes. Eunuch Qin led noble consort Zhuang into the Empress Dowager's bedroom. Gu Jiao had just finished examining Empress Dowager Zhuang. Her throat had recovered well, but she seemed to have a little heatstroke because of the hot weather. Gu Jiao took ginger slices and sesame oil to scrape her arm. Noble consort Zhuang respectfully bowed and said, Empress Dowager. Speak, what's the matter? Empress Dowager Zhuang asked faintly. Her throat was injured, so it still hurt when she used it. Eunuch Qin had already left with the palace people. There were only 3 of them left in the huge bedroom. Noble consort Zhuang glanced at Gu Jiao, who was scraping Empress Dowager Zhuang's skin. She understood that Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't mean to avoid Gu Jiao. She lowered her eyes and said softly, Empress Dowager, do you really not care about Heng Er's marriage? How can Heng marry? She looked at Gu Jiao again and chose her words carefully. She omitted the unfriendly words and directly said, Gu Jinyu. She is only the adopted daughter of Marquis Ding An's Fu. Her status is lowly and her morals are lacking. Marrying her will implicate Heng Er and make him the laughingstock of the capital. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at her faintly, as if indicating for her to continue. Noble consort Zhuang's gaze swept back and forth between Gu Jiao and said, what's more, Gu Jinyu stole Miss Gu's credit. It's unfair to Miss Gu to praise her like this. Empress Dowager Zhuang said in a deep voice, don't use others as a raft. Noble consort Zhuang hesitated and said, yes. Gu Jiao continued to scrape and had no intention of participating in the conversation. As for Empress Dowager Zhuang, she didn't react much to noble consort Zhuang's complaints. Noble consort Zhuang couldn't help but feel anxious. This situation was different from what she had imagined. The Empress Dowager had a heart of stone, but she loved Zhuang Yuheng. She didn't agree to sending Zhuang Yuheng to Qin country as a hostage. Now that Zhuang Yuheng had been tricked by the emperor to this extent, why was she unmoved? Noble consort Zhuang continued, Empress Dowager, Heng Er's wife must be of equal status and be of help to him. But what does Gu Jinyu have? She isn't even Marquis Ding An's flesh and blood. Could it be that Marquis Ding and Fu will side with her in the future? Moreover, I suspect that the emperor wants to plant a spy in the Zhuang family. Marquis Ding and Fu was the emperor's confidant. The emperor had Gu Jinyu marry into the Zhuang family for 2 reasons. First, it would break the Zhuang family's plans to form a strong marriage alliance with other aristocratic families. Second, it would allow the emperor to monitor the actions of royal Prince In and the Zhuang family. Noble consort Zhuang felt that the emperor had this plan. In reality, the emperor didn't have this plan. But just as the emperor didn't trust Empress Dowager Zhuang, noble consort Zhuang didn't trust the emperor's intentions. The Zhuang family couldn't make any mistakes, and they couldn't lose a great opportunity to form a marriage alliance with a powerful aristocratic family. The more powerful royal prince An was, the more support her son, Ning Wang, would have. And Noble consort Zhuang saw that reasoning wasn't effective, so she played the family card. Empress Dowager Zhuang closed her eyes to rest. Noble consort Zhuang was extremely anxious. She simply kicked the ball to Gu Jiao. "Miss Gu, what do you think?" She knew that Gu Jiao and Gu Jinyu didn't have a good relationship. She believed that Gu Jiao wouldn't speak up for Gu Jinyu, nor would she care about the battle between the Zhuang family and Marquis Ding and Fu. Gu Jiao was Empress Dowager Zhuang's person. Gu Jiao continued to scrape her grandaunt's skin. She paused and said, "This is Royal Prince An's marriage. Shouldn't it be up to him to decide? When the emperor bestowed the marriage, did you ask him if he would accept it? Is noble consort Nyang representing his own wishes?" Noble consort Zhuang was immediately stumped. Noble consort Zhuang returned without success. After Gu Jiao finished scraping Empress Dowager Zhuang's skin, she went to prepare her own gunpowder. The space in Bai Shui Alley was limited. She didn't dare to move too freely for fear of blowing up the residence. Ren Shou Palace had enough empty space. It was fine even if it blew up. Eunuch Qin entered the room to serve Empress Dowager Zhuang. Her complexion was much better and her chest was no longer stuffy. Eunuch Qin offered up freshly cut fruits and said, "Is the Empress Dowager truly ignoring Royal Prince An's marriage?" Empress Dowager Zhuang seemed to mock and ridicule. The emperor acted first and then reported later. He gave Aijia such a large army. How can Aijia handle Aijia? Is this country really surnamed Zhuang? Aijia's hands have been stained with blood over the years. Everyone thinks that Aijia's power came easily. Who has seen Aijia treading on thin ice? Eunuch Qin deeply agreed. Outsiders only saw the Empress Dowager calling the wind and summoning the rain. They didn't see the blood dripping from the Empress Dowager's back. Empress Dowager Zhuang lightly said, "If Zhuang Yuheng wanted to cancel the marriage, he would have come to ask Aijia himself. If he didn't say anything, it means that he has accepted." Just as she finished speaking, a loud boom came from the small lawn in the side hall. The entire Ren Shou Palace seemed to tremble. The two people's expressions changed. Eunuch Qin hurriedly took small steps and ran out. Miss Gu, are you all right?" A large part of the lawn was blasted bare. Gu Jiao was nowhere to be seen. Eunuch Qin was frightened. "Miss Gu. I am here." A weak voice came from the top of Eunuch Qin's head. Eunuch Qin looked up and saw Gu Jiao's small black face and messy hair from the explosion. Her small arms and legs were drooping, like a small doll hanging soullessly from the high eaves. Gu Jiao opened her small mouth and spat out a mouthful of black smoke. Eunuch Qin was speechless. Gu Jiao was confused by the explosion. After being rescued by the palace's experts, she climbed onto her great-aunt's phoenix bed and slept for the whole afternoon. When she woke up, it was close to evening. Her great-aunt asked her to stay at Ren Shou Palace for dinner. She thought for a moment and said, "Great-aunt, I'll make you some dates." It was mainly because she felt bad for blowing up her great-aunt's lawn today. No matter what, she had to make up for it. Dates were made with feta cheese, sun-dried red dates, and almonds. The red dates were naturally sweet and didn't need any extra sugar. The milk was fragrant, delicious, and nutritious. Red dates and almonds weren't hard to find, but the feta cheese had to be fetched from the imperial kitchen. While the chef of Ren Shou Palace went to fetch the feta cheese from the imperial kitchen, Gu Jiao went to the imperial garden. She planned to pick some fresh flower petals and dry them to make tea. Not long after she started picking flowers in the imperial garden, several unfamiliar palace maids came over. They also picked some fresh flowers with baskets in their hands. Gu Jiao put the basket full of flowers on the stone table, then went to pick another basket full. There seemed to be a lot of flower petals, but there wasn't much left once they were dried. Gu Jiao returned with a full load. Coincidentally, the feta cheese had also been brought over. She handed the basket to eunuch Qin and turned to the small kitchen to make the dates. Inside Pure Flower's palace, the palace maids were all kneeling on the ground. The emperor and grand concubine Jing were sitting on chairs. The emperor frowned at the newly selected palace maids who served grand concubine Jing and said with a displeased expression, "How are you serving grand concubine? You actually made grand concubine's jade pendant disappear." Grand concubine Jing sighed, "It's not their fault, I lost it myself. When I went to the imperial garden just now, I seemed to have heard something, but I didn't pay attention to it. It must have been then that I lost it. This servant found it, but this servant." One of the palace maids stuttered. Grand concubine Jing said gently, "Don't be afraid. Speak properly, I won't blame you." The palace maid gathered her courage and took a step forward before kowtowing. This servant picked up a jade pendant in the imperial garden. This servant didn't know that it was grand concubine who lost it, so this servant wanted to give it to manager Auntie. This servant placed the jade pendant on the table, but when this servant went to get it after picking the flowers, the jade pendant disappeared without a trace. The emperor asked in a low voice, "Why did you place the jade pendant on the table so casually?" The palace maid said fearfully, "That jade pendant was already broken, so this servant thought that it was worthless and wasn't anything good." Broken? The emperor looked at grand concubine Jing in surprise. Grand concubine Jing nodded bitterly and didn't say anything. Granny Kai said earnestly, 2 years ago, grand concubine fell and broke the jade pendant. A corner of it shattered and couldn't be reconnected. However, that was a memento that Princess Ning'an left for grand concubine, so even though it was broken, grand concubine still wore it every day. The emperor's heart ached when he heard that grand concubine Jing had fallen. He only regretted not bringing her back to the palace earlier to take care of her. "I've made mother suffer," he said guiltily. Grand concubine Jing said, "Your Majesty is too serious. It's only a fall. There are times when one's legs are inconvenient when they're old. From what I see, Rinshou Palace." The emperor wanted to say that the one in Rinshou Palace had nimble legs, even nimbler than before she contracted leprosy. He also felt that it wasn't appropriate to keep mentioning the Empress Dowager. He cleared his throat and looked at the palace maids kneeling on the ground. "Apart from you, who else went to the imperial garden?" The palace maids looked at each other in dismay. Although a piece of the jade was broken, the remaining half was still priceless. It wasn't an ordinary piece of jade, but 1,000-year-old cold jade from the Yen Kingdom. Just because the palace maid didn't know what it was didn't mean that others didn't know what it was. "Speak," the emperor said coldly. "Who took grand concubine's jade pendant?" Everyone kowtowed. It was the palace maid who had picked up the jade pendant that said, "Your Majesty, we really didn't take it. We didn't know what it was, so how could we have taken a piece?" She didn't dare to say that the jade was broken anymore. The emperor asked gravely, "Then apart from you, who else went to the imperial garden?" The palace maid thought for a moment and said, "There was a girl. I don't know which palace she was from. She didn't dress like a concubine or palace maid. There was a red birthmark on the left side of her face. She wasn't a concubine or palace maid, and she had a red birthmark on the left side of her face. Who else could it be but Gu Jiao?" That was awkward. If it was an ordinary jade pendant, the emperor wouldn't have bothered to look into it. However, it was a memento that Princess Ning'an had left for grand concubine Jing. She was also someone that the emperor had once doted on. The emperor cared about her just as much as he cared about grand concubine Jing. Eunuch Wei glanced at the emperor with a complicated expression. Miss Gu couldn't tolerate sand in her eyes. If the emperor really dared to send someone to ask her if she had picked up the jade pendant, Miss Gu would probably never talk to him again. Alright, even though I'm already angry at His Majesty. However, the nature of the matter was different. Miss Gu wasn't a person with dirty hands, but the emperor wouldn't let go of any clues. The difficult part was that once he asked, the seeds of hostility would be planted between them. Moreover, Miss Gu was now in Rinshou Palace. What would the Empress Dowager think if she learned of this? She wouldn't rest until she gave the emperor a good scolding. The Empress Dowager could be wronged, but Miss Gu couldn't. Eunuch Wei silently wiped away his cold sweat. It was over. It was all over. The emperor composed himself and held Grand Concubine Jing's hand. The little divine doctor wouldn't pick up the jade pendant on the table. The Empress Dowager dotes on her and wishes to give her all the treasures in Rinshou Palace. Although the Millennium Cold Jade given by Ning An is precious, it isn't to her liking. Ning An also gave me a Millennium Cold Jade. Since it's a memento left by Ning An, I'll have someone bring it to Mother. This servant will go get it right away. Eunuch Wei didn't wait for the emperor to give him an order and left quickly, as if he was afraid that the emperor would go back on his word. The emperor said, "These little palace maids didn't do a good job and lost Mother's jade pendant. They don't have to serve Mother anymore. I'll choose some capable palace maids for Mother." Grand Concubine Jing smiled. "I'm a vegetarian and pray to Buddha, so I don't need too many people by my side. Nurse Kai is enough." The emperor said, "Nurse Kai is also old, so it's inevitable that she won't be able to do as she wishes. If there were a few clever palace maids by Mother's side today, they definitely wouldn't have missed Mother's jade pendant." Gu Jiao didn't know anything about Pure Flower's palace. She went to the small kitchen to make milk dates and fresh flower cakes. There were still quite a few fresh flowers left. The little palace maid smiled. "I'll put them in a perfume pouch for Miss to use as dried flowers." "That's fine." Gu Jiao nodded. The little palace maid found a golden threaded perfume pouch for dried flowers and stuffed all the remaining petals in the basket into it. After dinner, Gu Jiao returned to Jadewater Alley. Gu Xiaoshan was scratching her head in the courtyard with a strange expression. "What's wrong?" Gu Jiao walked up and asked. Gu Xiaoshan said, "Marquis Gu fainted and hasn't woken up yet." As it turned out, after Gu Jiao went to visit her grand-aunt, Marquis Gu didn't leave immediately. Instead, he asked his son where Yao Shi had gone. Just as he said that, he saw Yao Shi walk out of the room with a big belly. She wasn't just fat like a ball anymore. She really was carrying a ball in her stomach. There was nothing more frightening than a man coming back from a business trip to find his wife with a big belly. It wouldn't have been a big deal if that was all, but Marquis Xian Ping just had to walk over and say a few words to Yao Shi with a smile. Marquis Xian Ping was the most dissolute and unruly man in the capital. When he smiled seriously, there was a trace of roguishness and wickedness to it. Marquis Gu immediately felt like the sky was falling down. Marquis Gu had always been troubled by his own looks, but he couldn't help but admit that Marquis Xian Ping was better looking than him. This wastrel only needed to hook his finger, and there would be countless women throwing themselves at him. Could it be that his Yao Yao had also fallen for his trick? Otherwise, he really couldn't understand why Marquis Xian Ping would appear here. Anger attacked his heart, and the top of his head turned green. Marquis Gu could no longer hold himself back. His tongue stuck out, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Gu Jiao went to Yao Shi's room and checked Marquis Gu's pulse, saying, "He's fine." Yao Shi nodded. Although this husband was quite muddle-headed at times, he was still the father of two, no, he was now her 3 children. She didn't want them to become fatherless children. But Yao Shi looked at her belly that was constantly bulging. Was the movement of the fetus this strong at 6 months? Why did it feel like this child wanted to kick his father? Chapter 331. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. At night, Gu Jiao was recording the power and drawbacks of the various hidden weapons made with black gunpowder in the room. Unknowingly, it was late at night. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a soft knock on the door. Gu Jiao rubbed her sore neck and turned to look at the half-closed door. The door is open. Come in. Xiao Lulang opened the door and walked in with a bowl of mung bean soup. He came in front of her and put the mung bean soup on the table in front of her. Gu Jiao looked at the bowl of mung bean soup that was chilled with well water and tilted her head in surprise. In the past, she was the one who brought things to him. Today, the sun rose in the west. It was his turn to bring things to her. Well, that's not right. When she had menstrual cramps, he had boiled brown sugar water for her. But today, she didn't have any cramps or menstrual cramps. She didn't understand why he was taking care of her like this. Xiao Lulang sat down across from her and said calmly, "Just now, Jing Kong was clamoring for mung bean soup, so I made a little more. I saved a bowl for you." "Brother-in-law, what are you doing?" "Making mung bean soup." "I don't drink it." "Jiao Jiao wants to drink it." "Well, okay, then I'll have a bowl too." The scene with little Jing Kong flashed through his mind. Xiao Lulang coughed softly. Gu Jiao didn't notice the slight change in his expression. She happened to be thirsty. She brought the mung bean soup over and scooped a spoonful into her mouth. Oh, it's so sweet. Everything Xiao Lulang made tasted bad except for the mung bean soup. But the way she ate it was beyond his imagination. Xiao Lulang couldn't help but ask, "Is it that good?" Gu Jiao scooped up a spoonful and fed it to him naturally. Xiao Lulang was slightly taken aback. Her eyes were magnanimous and her expression was pure, as if she didn't mean anything else. On the other hand, he was overthinking things and adding a lot of meanings that didn't exist. Xiao Liulang's throat moved. He slowly lowered his head, gently held the spoon, and drank the mung bean soup. "Is it sweet?" Gu Jiao asked. "It's sweet." He looked at her. She didn't know if he was referring to the soup or her. "I think so too." Gu Jiao took the spoon that he had drunk from and continued to eat the mung bean soup. Watching her put the spoon into her mouth, Xiao Liulang's eyes deepened. "Do you want more?" Gu Jiao looked at his burning eyes and pushed the mung bean soup in front of him. "I really want to eat." Halfway through his sentence, Xiao Lulang suddenly came back to his senses. He must have been possessed. What did he almost say just now? Fortunately, he stopped himself. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. Gu Jiao tilted her head and looked at him. "Do you want to eat me more?" Cough, cough. Xiao Lulang choked. His face turned red. He didn't know if it was from choking or embarrassment. "Speaking of which, is it really okay for my wife to be so direct?" "Oh." Gu Jiao brought the bowl back and scooped up a spoonful of mung bean soup. "It's not impossible." Xiao Liulang's eyes trembled. "But this body is still too small. You have to wait for me to grow up." She said it very seriously. Then, as if she was afraid that he would lose his patience, she added, "I'm very tasty." Xiao Liulang's brain exploded. It was as if fireworks had suddenly bloomed in the night sky. His heart thumped, and he couldn't even breathe. This is too much. Does this girl know what she is saying? Of course, Gu Jiao knew. But she didn't have to pay for flirting, right? After flirting, a certain someone went to eat the mung bean soup heartlessly. Xiao Lulang, Gu Jiao slurped her soup. Halfway through, she suddenly looked up. My herbs, keep them. Xiao Lulang took a deep breath and suppressed the restlessness in his heart. He decided that he would never talk nonsense with this girl again. It was fine after flirting. She was fine, but he felt uncomfortable. Oh. Gu Jiao continued eating. The swing from Jing Kong, it's fixed, Xiao Lulang said again. Gu Jiao, the box from Jing Kong. Xiao Lulang, packed. Gu Jiao, the basket from Auntie Lu's house. Xiao Lulang, it's over. Gu Jiao, the salted duck eggs that Master Zhao wanted. Xiao Lulang nodded. Give it to him. She had forgotten to tell Yu and Nanny Fong about these things. She didn't expect him to be so attentive. He had been paying attention and had quietly taken care of everything. Gu Jiao rested her chin on her hand and looked at him. Her eyes were bright, as if there were thousands of stars in them. Husband, you're so nice. You're also very nice. Xiao Lulang silently said in his heart. Gu Jiao continued eating her mung bean soup. Xiao Lulang's gaze fell on a large embroidered bag wrapped in golden silk on the table and asked, What's this? Gu Jiao said, Flower petals. I picked them from the imperial garden and used them to make fresh flower cakes. I brought some back to make dried flowers. Xiao Lulang had seen her make dried flowers before, so he more or less knew the process. He said, I'll go get a sieve. Okay. Gu Jiao nodded. Xiao Lulang got up and went out. Gu Jiao was used to being alone, but it didn't feel bad to have someone to do things with. Xiao Lulang brought the sieve over, opened the embroidered bag, and poured out the flower petals inside. Suddenly, he heard a clatter and something obviously heavy fell out. Xiao Lulang looked at the jade pendant that suddenly appeared in the pile of flower petals and asked in confusion, What's this? He was about to ask if this was the jade pendant that Grandaunt gave her, but when he spoke, he found that the jade pendant was incomplete. Grandaunt wouldn't give such a thing to Gu Jiao, even if it was a piece of thousand-year-old cold jade that was priceless. Gu Jiao didn't recognize thousand-year-old cold jade. She only felt that this jade pendant was very exquisite, but unfortunately, it was missing a corner. She shook her head. Grandaunt didn't say that she would give me something, so I don't know where it came from. Maybe it was accidentally put in this embroidered bag. Accidentally. A piece of thousand-year-old cold jade was accidentally put in an embroidered bag. This was not impossible, after all. Rinshou Palace was rich and overbearing. Xiao Lulang paused. Did you put these flower petals in by yourself? No. Gu Jiao shook her head and said, It's Fei Chui. Who is Fei Chui? Xiao Lulang asked. He didn't go to Rinshou Palace many times, so he wasn't familiar with it. Gu Jiao made an "oh" sound and said, She's a little palace maid in Rinshou Palace. She's quick and clever. She serves Grandaunt and is mainly responsible for taking care of Empress Dowager Zhuang's jewelry and clothes. I don't know if she accidentally put Grandaunt's things in the embroidered bag. I'll return it to her next time. No, I'll go. Xiao Lulang touched the piece of thousand-year-old cold jade and said calmly, Tomorrow, I'll go to the palace to give a lecture to the crown prince. Gu Jiao said, Okay. The next day, Xiao Lulang went to the palace to teach mathematics to the crown prince. He didn't make things difficult for the crown prince today. When the time came, he let the crown prince out of school. The crown prince was puzzled. Why was this guy so kind? He didn't want him to stay. What medicine are you selling in the gourd? The crown prince asked coldly. Xiao Lulang took out a stack of papers from the teaching materials and handed it to the crown prince. If your royal highness thinks that I'm too good to you, then finish these questions. I'll come to check next time. The Crown Prince looked at the dozens of pages of questions that suddenly appeared and the corners of his mouth twitched. Why did he have to ask? Xiao Lulang went to Rinshou Palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang was reading the memorial. Eunuch Qin invited Xiao Lulang in and asked, "Do you want me to pass the message?" "No, I'm just bringing some food for the Empress Dowager," Xiao Lulang said and handed the prepared food box to Eunuch Qin. "These are dates from Jing Kong. He asked me to bring them to Grand Aunt no matter what." At this time, little Jing Kong, who was in class at the Imperial College, didn't know that he was being used as a tool again. Eunuch Qin took the food box with a smile. Jing Kong is very thoughtful. Xiao Lulang asked naturally, "By the way, Eunuch Qin, does Rinshou Palace have the Millennium Cold Jade? Can I take a look at it?" "What's so difficult about that? Xiao Xiuzhua is not an outsider. I'll ask someone to get it." Eunuch Qin invited Xiao Lulang to sit in the pavilion and asked someone to go to Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedroom to get the jade pendant. "Xiao Lulang, please take a look." Eunuch Qin personally presented the jade pendant to Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang took the jade pendant and caressed the patterns and texture of the jade pendant. As expected of a top-notch jade. Even on a scorching summer day, it still feels cold to the touch. "I wonder where this jade came from. Who gave it to you?" Eunuch Qin answered with a smile. "The prince consort gave it to Princess Ning and he gave her a whole piece of jade. Princess Ning and had someone carve the jade into 3 pieces. She gave one to the Empress Dowager, one to His Majesty, and the last one to concubine Dowager Jing." Xiao Lulang thought for a moment and asked, "Is there no 4th piece?" Eunuch Qin shook his head with a smile. "No, there's no more in the palace. I can't say for sure about the outside, but it should be difficult to find one. The Millennium Cold Jade is a rare treasure. The prince consort went through a lot of trouble to get it. If it wasn't so precious, he wouldn't have given it to Princess Ning Han. Why is Xiao Xiuzhua suddenly so curious about the Millennium Cold Jade?" "Oh, I saw it in a book and became curious." Xiao Lulang returned his grandaunt's jade pendant to Eunuch Qin. "Since it was a gift from Princess Ning Han, please take good care of it." Eunuch Qin took the jade pendant, wrapped it in a silk handkerchief, and put it back in the box. Of course. The Empress Dowager is reluctant to wear such a precious item on her body. She has the servant store it in a secret compartment and takes it out to wipe it every day. In fact, if it wasn't a gift from Princess Ning Han, the Empress Dowager would have given it to Xiao Xiuzhua without hesitation. What Eunuch Qin didn't know was that Xiao Heng once had a piece of Millennium Cold Jade. It was given to him by his mother, Princess Xinyang. However, he was no longer Xiao Heng, so that piece of Millennium Cold Jade was no longer in his hands. At this point, it was certain that this broken jade pendant didn't belong to Rinshou Palace. However, how did it get into Gu Jiao's embroidered pouch? He would have to ask the palace maid named Feitsue. Xiao Lulang was thinking about how to call Feitsue over without raising suspicion when he heard Eunuch Qin say, "Feitsue, come here and put the jade pendant back." "Yes." A palace maid dressed in pink walked forward and took the brocade box from Eunuch Qin with both hands. "You, pour a pot of tea," Xiao Lulang said to Feitsue. Feitsue froze for a moment. Eunuch Qin only thought that Xiao Lulang was casually ordering a palace maid around, so he didn't suspect anything. "If I tell you to go, then go." "Yes." Feitsue responded and turned to leave. Xiao Lulang said, "Eunuch Qin, you can go do your work. I'll sit by myself." Eunuch Qin said, "Okay, then this servant will go and tidy up the internal affairs." Not long after Eunuch Qin left, Feitsue came over with a pot of tea. "Lord Xiao, please have some tea." Xiao Lulang looked at her and took out the jade pendant in his hand. Do you recognize this? Ah. I recognize it, I recognize it. Feitsui carefully examined it, then said, it's Miss Gu's jade pendant. Her jade pendant. Xiao Lulang frowned. Feitsui nodded. That's right. Yesterday, I packed Miss Gu's unfinished flower petals. This jade pendant was lying in her basket. Xiao Lulang looked at her without blinking, making sure that she wasn't lying. This jade pendant wasn't placed in Rinshou Palace by someone. Someone had placed it in Gu Jiao's basket before they entered Rinshou Palace. Where could it have been placed? Was it the Imperial Garden where Gu Jiao went to pick flowers? Xiao Lulang went to the Imperial Garden, but didn't find any clues. He turned around and went to Pure Flower's palace. Lord Xiao, are you here to see His Majesty? The eunuch at the door asked. No, I'm here to find Eunuch Wei. Xiao Lulang said. Please wait a moment, Lord Xiao. The eunuch went inside to report to Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei walked out with a horsetail whisk and said with a smile, oh, what wind blew Xiao Xiuzhua here? His smile froze and he whispered, is the Crown Prince not paying attention in class again? Xiao Lulang politely said, that's not the case. The Crown Prince's studies have improved, so he's always paying attention in class. Eunuch Wei let out a long sigh. That's good, that's good. I'm sure His Majesty will feel more at ease with the Crown Prince after hearing this. Ah. Then why is Xiao Xiuzhua here? I passed by the Imperial Garden just now and picked up a jade pendant. Xiao Lulang handed the broken jade pendant to Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei's eyes lit up when he saw the jade pendant. I finally found it. I knew it. There's no way Miss Gu picked it up. Why is Eunuch Wei like this? Xiao Lulang asked. Eunuch Wei sighed. Xiao Xiuzhua probably doesn't know this, but this is the jade pendant that Princess Ning'an gave to Imperial concubine Jing back then. Imperial concubine Jing has returned to the palace and is currently staying in Pure Flower's palace. Yesterday, she lost her jade pendant in the Imperial Garden, and Miss Gu happened to be there at the same time. His Majesty trusted Miss Gu and didn't send anyone to interrogate her. Instead, he took out his jade pendant and gave it to Imperial concubine Jing. He smiled as he spoke. His Majesty's jade pendant was also given to him by Princess Ning'an and he treasures it very much. Now that Imperial concubine Jing's jade pendant has been found, this servant can go and retrieve His Majesty's jade pendant. A meaningful look flashed through Xiao Luolang's eyes. Eunuch Wei is saying that this jade pendant belongs to Imperial concubine Jing. Yes. Eunuch Wei nodded. Speak of the devil. Imperial concubine Jing left the palace for a stroll with Mama Kai's help. She was still wearing her nun's clothes and hat. Her face was haggard, as if she had just recovered from a serious illness, but her bearing was calm and kind. She immediately saw Eunuch Wei and Xiao Lulang at the door. Xiao Lulang also looked at her. Their eyes met, and the surroundings seemed to fall silent. Xiao Luolang's eyes were deep and calm, like a bottomless pool under the moonlight. Imperial concubine Jing had moved to the nunnery before Xiao Lulang was born, so this was the first time he saw her. He could confirm her identity because there was no other person in the palace dressed like her. Xiao Lulang calmly cupped his hands, then turned to leave Pure Flower's palace. Eunuch Wei walked over with the jade pendant in hand. Esteemed Imperial concubine, your jade pendant has been found. Xiao Xiuzhua found it in the Imperial Garden. Imperial concubine Jing looked at Xiao Luolang's back. Xiao Xiuzhua. After Xiao Lulang left the palace, he first went to Hanlin Academy for half a day's duty. He didn't immediately return to Jadewater Alley, but instead went to the directorate's Minghui Hall. All right, you can leave. The old chancellor pardoned Zhang Sai's punishment today. Zhang Sai felt as if he had been pardoned. He looked forward to seeing Xiao Lulang as much as he despised Xiao Lulang in the past. After all, only when Xiao Lulang came would the old chancellor have no time to punish him. Xiao Lulang entered the room, and there were guards who closed the door of Minghui Hall. Have a seat, the old chancellor said. Xiao Lulang sat down across from the old chancellor. There was a short table between the two, on which there were some outstanding essays written by the directorate students. The old chancellor put down the half-corrected essay and looked at Xiao Lulang. What happened? He never visited a temple without a reason. Xiao Lulang told him about the jade pendant, and the old chancellor's expression turned serious. You suspect that there's something wrong with imperial concubine Jing. As expected of a master and disciple, there was an indescribable tacit understanding between them. Xiao Lulang didn't mention anything about his suspicions toward imperial concubine Jing. He only told the old chancellor everything that had happened. But who was the old chancellor? He was a 10,000-year-old green tea and a white lotus, so there was no need to pretend to be pure in front of his disciple. Xiao Lulang asked, what kind of person is imperial concubine Jing in teacher's eyes? Naturally, she's a good person. The old chancellor said without hesitation. However, his past knowledge might not be accurate. For example, he was certain that Zhuang Jin's was a bad person, but in the end, he found out that she wasn't. Perhaps he thought that imperial concubine Jing was a good person, but she wasn't that kind either. He would never admit that he was biased toward Zhuang Jin's. You may know a person for a long time without understanding their heart. The old chancellor had a deep understanding of this saying after the incident with Zhuang Jin's. How's her relationship with the Empress Dowager? Xiao Lulang asked. The old chancellor smiled faintly. They were very close in the past. She was Zhuang Jin's only friend in the palace, and the person Zhuang Jin trusted the most was her. I still remember that there was one time when she, then imperial concubine Jing, was made a scapegoat in order to overthrow Zhuang Jin's, and Zhuang Jin's almost killed me. Zhuang Jin's wasn't even that angry when I caused her to be thrown into the cold palace. Zhuang Jin's didn't have any children, and she treated her son and daughter as her own. They were Princess Ning'an and His Majesty. Imperial concubine Jing's maternal family was also supported by Zhuang Jin's. At this point, the old chancellor sighed. Later on, when the late emperor passed away and His Majesty ascended the throne, imperial concubine Jing went to the nunnery to get her hair cut and became a nun. The two of them didn't interact much after that. Xiao Lulang asked suspiciously, why did she go to the nunnery? Did she go on her own accord? The old chancellor shook his head. No, it was Zhuang Jin's imperial decree. Xiao Lulang pondered and said, His Majesty definitely didn't agree. The old chancellor nodded. You guessed it right. His Majesty didn't agree, but Zhuang Jin's covered the sky with one hand. His Majesty only managed to tie with Zhuang Jin's after painstakingly working for so many years. His Majesty, who had just ascended the throne, wasn't Zhuang Jin's opponent at all. The relationship between His Majesty and Zhuang Jin's broke down because of this matter. Chapter 332. The old chancellor continued, not many people know about this. It's rumored that concubine Jing invited herself to the nunnery. I also heard from His Majesty that Zhuang Jin expelled her closest friend from the palace in order to monopolize power. Xiao Lulang frowned. His Majesty must think that the Empress Dowager's kindness to him and concubine Jing was a carefully planned scheme. The Empress Dowager only wants a puppet. The old chancellor agreed. Yes, His Majesty does have this idea. In fact, it's not just His Majesty who thinks so. Even the Empress Dowager's maternal family, the Zhuang family, thinks that the Empress Dowager has been acting for so many years. Everyone in the world felt injustice for concubine Jing and the emperor. No one cared about Zhuang Jin's gradually disheartened heart. No one asked if there was a secret behind Zhuang Jin's betrayal of her close friend. Whoever was weak was right. Zhuang Jin's strength was destined to make people fear her, hate her, fear her, and wish they could destroy her. No one would cherish her. All the bad things would be easily blamed on her. Who told her to ignore the rules? Who told her to monopolize the imperial power? Dusk was setting in the west. The evening light fell on the cornice of the Rinshou Palace, creating a dazzling golden light. Empress Dowager Zhuang had finished dealing with nearly half of the government affairs, and her entire body was filled with silent exhaustion. The days in the palace weren't as leisurely as outsiders thought. There were mountains of memorials, endless political affairs, and endless disputes. Everything ruthlessly destroyed one's will. Empress Dowager. Eunuch Qin slowly walked in and tenderly offered her a cup of flower tea. Rest for a while and eat first. It's the same to look at these memorials tomorrow. There will be memorials tomorrow. Empress Dowager Zhuang perked up and picked up another one. I'm not hungry. Eunuch Qin said earnestly, even if you're not hungry, you should eat something. If you tire yourself out, Miss Gu will be distressed. Empress Dowager Zhuang got angry at the mention of this. She coldly glared at him. Don't go to her for small things in the future. Don't think that I don't dare to chop off your head. I have 4 trusted eunuchs by my side. Don't forget how the first 3 died. They were all beheaded by you. Eunuch Qin touched the neck on his shoulder and said resentfully, yes, I won't do it again. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The little palace maid Feitsue rushed in excitedly. Empress Dowager Zhuang was annoyed. Anyone who provoked her had to die. Empress Dowager Zhuang was not a good person. She had killed people who did not need to be killed. She was so vicious. Drag him out. Just as she was about to say the word, Feitsue gasped for breath. Xiao Darren is here. The 2 words, death by flogging, had their own thoughts. They slipped into Empress Dowager Zhuang's stomach. Empress Dowager Zhuang rolled her eyes. Let him in. Eunuch Qin secretly smiled. Xiao Lulang entered the study in the side hall. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the booklet and asked casually, didn't he leave? Why are you back? Listen, 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 what kind of angry tone is this? Eunuch Qin, who was outside the door, almost laughed. Xiao Shuzhu came to deliver something in the morning and left without seeing anyone. Xiao Lulang said, I came to eat. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. Is there no food at home? Why do you have to come to my place to eat? Xiao Lulang nodded frankly. Yes, there is no food. He had become shameless. It was obvious that he had been led astray by that old guy Huasian. Empress Dowager Zhuang narrowed her eyes angrily. Eunuch Qin coughed lightly and said, Empress Dowager, shall I have someone set the table? Thank you, Eunuch Qin. Xiao Lulang turned and said to Eunuch Qin. Yes. Eunuch Qin happily agreed and left happily. Empress Dowager Zhuang gritted her teeth. Good, each one of you is a traitor. Is Rinshou Palace no longer surnamed Zhuang? Dinner was set in Lingxiang Pavilion, which was in the same side hall as the study. Empress Dowager Zhuang had no intention of eating. Xiao Lulang helplessly said with a trace of grievance, I am hungry, great aunt. Empress Dowager Zhuang rolled her eyes again and reluctantly put down the booklet. She went to Lingxiang Pavilion with Xiao Lulang. Eunuch Qin did not know that Xiao Lulang had come. Some of the dishes were freshly cooked. He had been to Bisui Alley so many times that he knew Xiao Liulang's taste. Empress Dowager Zhuang dismissed the servants serving the food. Xiao Lulang gave Empress Dowager Zhuang some vegetables with his chopsticks. Empress Dowager Zhuang frowned. "I don't eat this. I want to eat." Xiao Lulang gave her another piece of pork belly, but he removed the fat part. Empress Dowager Zhuang's face was as black as charcoal. "Are you here to eat with me? I think you are here to die." Empress Dowager Zhuang was very angry. The consequences would be severe. Xiao Lulang said gloomily, "When I was young, I did not eat with my grandmother. She did not like my mother, so she did not like me." Empress Dowager Zhuang's anger burned halfway and was extinguished. Empress Dowager Zhuang had heard about the relationship between Princess Xinyang and old Madame Xiao. Old Madame Xiao originally liked the daughter of a large family, who was gentle and quiet. But who would have thought that Marquis Xianping would marry a big Buddha, who could not be beaten or scolded? When they met, they had to salute her. Old Madame Xiao was very angry. It was said that she did not like Princess Xinyang's son very much. Instead, she loved the two concubine-born grandsons in the residence. Xiao Lulang did not care about this at all. He said it just to play the sympathy card. Sure enough, Empress Dowager Zhuang felt that someone was pitiful and did not want to disappoint someone. With a dark face, she ate the vegetable leaf with disgust and sullenness. Xiao Liulang's lips curved imperceptibly. After that, Xiao Lulang made up a lot of miserable days under old Madame Zhao's hands. He successfully coaxed the Empress Dowager to eat all the food she did not want to eat. When Empress Dowager Zhuang reacted, she found that she had eaten half a bowl more than usual. This was her normal appetite in Bisui Alley. But after returning to the palace, her appetite had decreased by more than half. She had lost weight. It was a simple meal, but even a fool could see that Empress Dowager Zhuang ate more comfortably than usual. After eating, Xiao Lulang was not in a hurry to go back. Instead, he went to the library the Empress Dowager had built for him. The library was across from Empress Dowager Zhuang's study, separated by a small garden. Eunuch Qin very considerately opened the window. Empress Dowager Zhuang only needed to turn her head to see Xiao Lulang immersed in reading by the window of the library. Empress Dowager Zhuang's irritable mood suddenly calmed down. The palace was lonely, especially at night. It was a loneliness that could make one go crazy, helpless, and unable to escape no matter how hard one tried. Empress Dowager Zhuang had lived in the palace for decades and never felt that it was her home. But at this moment, looking at the youth's figure and feeling his silent companionship, Empress Dowager Zhuang felt a tranquility and peace that she had never felt before. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the memorials for a while. It was late at night and she still had a small pile to read, but she did not intend to read it. She said to Eunuch Qin, "Tell him that Ijia is going to rest. He should also go back." Eunuch Qin smiled and said, "Yes." He tried to persuade her, but the Empress Dowager refused to listen. Only Xiao Darren had a way. "Wait." Empress Dowager Zhuang stopped Eunuch Qin. "Send 2 secret guards to secretly escort him along the way. Caution is the parent of safety. He is too close to Ijia. Ijia is worried that someone will harm him." The moon was dark and the wind was strong. As for returning to Bisui Alley, there was nothing to worry about with Zhao Zhao and Gu Yan's 2 secret guards. "Yes." Eunuch Qin asked someone to prepare a carriage and personally sent Xiao Lulang to the entrance of the palace. He also ordered 2 palace experts to follow along the way. In the forest not far away, several figures flashed by. After a quarter of an hour, in the dark room, one could not see his fingers. A man in black said, "Master, there are experts from Renshou Palace following along the way." We were unable to succeed. The figure in the dark waved his hand faintly. Leave. The next day, Xiao Lulang had a rest day. There were no classes at the Imperial College. Xiao Lulang slept late at night and woke up a little later in the morning. Little Jing Kong was already up. He went to the backyard to wash up and water his sweetheart. When Xiao Lulang dressed neatly and went to the backyard, he was surprised to find two marquises in the yard, Marquis Xianping and Marquis Dingfen. Marquis Xianping came to accept little Jing Kong as his disciple. He thought that as long as he accepted him as his disciple, he could openly enter the inner circle of Bai Shui Ali. At that time, investigating Xiao Liulang's background and pleasing his daughter-in-law would not be a problem. But coincidentally, Marquis Ding and also came to accept little Jing Kong as his disciple. In fact, he did not leave last night because he fainted from fright. It was a blessing in disguise that he stayed in Bai Shui Ali for the night. When he woke up, he already knew that the child was his and had nothing to do with Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping appeared here only because he liked the little monk and wanted to accept him as his disciple. If it was in the past, Marquis Gu would not dare to compete with Marquis Xianping. But this was related to whether he could stay in Bai Shui Ali. That's right, he thought about it. Yao Shi was pregnant and the situation was special. If she was unwilling to return to the Marquis's mansion, he would stay with her temporarily. He would make other plans after the child was born. For his wife and child, Marquis Gu would do anything. Even if you are a first-grade martial marquis and your status is much higher than mine, I will not back down. Marquis Xianping put his hands in his sleeves. The weather was so hot, but he was still able to hold it in. It was truly admirable. He casually said, since it is like this, then let's have a fair competition and see who has the ability. Little monk, what do you think? Little Jing Kong seriously thought about it. Good, good. He took out two small cards and scribbled a few words. Then, he moved a small stool over and sat on it cutely. He began to watch from the sidelines. Marquis Gu coldly snorted and asked, what does Marquis Xianping want to compete with me in? Marquis Xianping raised an eyebrow, face. Marquis Gu, who almost choked to death. How could he be so shameless? Little Jing Kong raised the tile in his right hand, Marquis Xiao wins. It was clear that the bad brother-in-law's father was better looking than the Jiao Jiao's father. But Jiao Jiao was the best looking and did not accept any rebuttal. Marquis Gu did not even have time to react before the competition started and he lost. How could he complain? He clenched his teeth and showed his killer move, let's compete in reciting poems. Marquis Xianping, fuck. So heartless. Although Marquis Gu's calligraphy and painting were not satisfactory, he still had a little more knowledge than Marquis Xianping. Little Jing Kong had 5 poems and Marquis Gu could recite 2 while Marquis Xianping could not recite a single one. Little Jing Kong raised the tile in his left hand, Marquis Gu wins. However, Marquis Gu was not so lucky. Marquis Xianping was not knowledgeable, but his other abilities were not for show. Marquis Gu was crushed miserably. Even in the martial arts competition, Marquis Xianping was clearly injured, but he was still defeated by Marquis Gu. Marquis Gu lost badly. 2 hours later, the ambitious Marquis Gu finally broke down. He spread himself out, rolled his eyes, stuck out his tongue, and collapsed on the stairs, as if he had nothing to live for. Awesome! Awesome! Little Jing Kong sat on a small stool, straightened his little back, and clapped his little hands. Marquis Xianping smiled and said proudly, okay, I won. You can worship me as your teacher. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and said seriously, but I already have a teacher. I can't worship you as my teacher anymore. A good disciple does not serve a second teacher. Wasn't it said that a good woman does not serve a second husband? Marquis Xian Ping frowned and started to doubt his life. Because he was not knowledgeable, he might have remembered wrongly. The original saying was indeed that a good disciple does not serve a second teacher. But this was not the point. The point was that this little brat played him again. Marquis Xian Ping gritted his teeth. Since you can't worship me as your teacher, why were you so agitated just now? Little Jing Kong spread his hands and said innocently, I only said that I wanted to watch you compete. I didn't say that I wanted to worship you as my teacher after the competition. You said it yourself, I didn't agree. Marquis Xian Ping had a toothache. Stinky little monk, you're asking for it. Marquis Xian Ping couldn't always fall in one place. If the little monk wanted to compete with him, he would have to wait another 500 years. He snorted and said in a mighty and domineering manner, I don't care. You have to accept it whether you like it or not. Chang Jing. Chang Jing rushed in with a whoosh sound. Then, he grabbed little Jing Kong and carried him on his shoulder. Little Jing Kong's small arms and legs fluttered. Aya, what are you doing? Marquis Xian Ping flicked his wide sleeves. Take him away. Go worship your ancestors. Aya, don't, I don't want to. A certain little monk chattered for a while, but was still mercilessly captured by a certain bad monkey. There was a class at Qinghe Academy today, so Gu Yan didn't know what happened at home. Lu Quan came to take Gu Shaoshan to Master Lu and Nanxiang to learn martial arts, so he didn't go. He was lazy again. On one hand, he didn't have much interest and ambition. On the other hand, his body was indeed weaker than ordinary people. Sitting in the carriage on a hot summer day was too stuffy for him. He leisurely walked back. After a few steps, an old but hale and hearty old man with a treasured sword walked towards him. What a coincidence! The old man said with a smile. Oh, it is. Gu Yan knew who he was. It was his grandfather, Gu Chao. He was recognized the first time he came to the academy. He was only 4 years old when he left the capital. They hadn't seen each other for 11 years, so the old marquis thought that he didn't remember him. In fact, Gu Yan didn't remember him, but the old marquis's face was too typical. They looked alike for 3 generations. Moreover, he found that as long as the old marquis approached him, his secret guards would stay far away. Gu Yan might not be good at studying, but he was a real villain. The old marquis wanted to see his grandson, but he couldn't put down his pride, so he had to meet Gu Yan several times. He thought that Gu Yan didn't recognize him. Aren't you going to learn martial arts today? The old marquis asked. It's hot. Gu Yan said, Are you here to see your grandson again? The old marquis said embarrassedly, Yes. Gu Yan asked knowingly, Have you seen him? The old marquis looked at Gu Yan and laughed dryly. Yes, I have. Oh. Gu Yan raised his eyebrows. Do you still want to eat cold jelly today? The old marquis was stunned at first, but then he nodded quickly. Yes. The two had eaten cold jelly once before. Gu Yan found that the old marquis liked it very much. Gu Yan didn't have a bad impression of his grandfather. In his impression, his grandfather treated him well, and also his mother well. When he and his mother moved to the farm, his grandfather gave him 2 secret guards. He had a seizure in the middle of the night several times, and everyone was asleep. If the secret guards hadn't detected the abnormality in time, he might have died. After eating the cold jelly with mint, Gu Yan felt refreshed. He touched his stomach contentedly and said, You treated me last time, so I'll treat you this time. Courtesy demands reciprocity. The old marquis said, No need. Gu Yan waved his hand. It's all right. Although I don't have much money, I work part-time every day and earn some pocket money. I can still afford to treat you to cold jelly." The old Marquis frowned when he heard this. His grandson had actually fallen to the point of working part-time for others to earn money. Gu Chong, that bastard, was a father. Didn't he give his son a monthly allowance? "What about your father?" the old Marquis asked. Gu Yen sighed. "My father, he forced me to move back every day. I didn't want to, so he cut off my monthly allowance. I told you that I was born prematurely, weak, and suffered from heart disease. My sister really worked hard to raise me. Could it be that the girl became a doctor for her own brother? He blamed her wrongly." Chapter 333. In the end, the old duke didn't let Gu Yen pay the bill. He took out his money bag and took out a silver coin from it and handed it to the waiter. However, perhaps he took it out too quickly. He brought out a red braided pipa knot. Gu Yen quickly picked up the pipa knot. This pipa knot looked a little old, and its color was faded and the edges were frayed. It was hard to imagine that such an unyielding man would have such a thing in his money bag. "Is this a gift from your soulmate?" Gu Yen asked. It was obvious that it was a gift from a woman, but it couldn't be the old madam in the mansion. He and old Madame Gu appeared to be in harmony, but were actually at odds, so he wouldn't wear something she gave him. Cough, no, don't talk nonsense. The old duke put the pipa knot back into the money bag. Gu Yen didn't believe him. He asked curiously, "I didn't know that you have a soulmate. Where is she now?" She definitely wasn't in the mansion. The old concubines in the mansion had already been cleaned up by old Madame Gu. The old duke had never mentioned his feelings to others all these years. How much bitterness had been bottled up in the bottom of his heart. To be honest, he had a little desire to pour it out. He hesitated for a moment and said, "It's a friend of mine. He left it at my place. I'm going to return it to him." My friend. What a familiar beginning. Gu Yen, who had read all the romance books of the old chancellor, expressed that he understood very well. He raised his handsome little eyebrows. "Then where is your friend's soulmate now?" The old duke sighed sadly. "She became a monk." "Why did she become a monk?" Gu Yen asked. "My husband passed away. She couldn't help it." "But..." The old Marquis paused for a moment before continuing, "Maybe it's because he wants to see my friend again in his lifetime. I didn't know that the old man was so popular with women." Gu Yen didn't ask about the reason why she couldn't help herself. His focus was on the last sentence. He said thoughtfully, "It seems that this confidant is deeply in love with your friend." The old Marquis looked down at the concentric knot in his hand and said, "It's a pity that we met too late. I wish we could have met before marriage." Gu Yen said, "But isn't her husband dead? Moreover, she also became a nun because of your friend. Don't tell me you..." Don't tell me your friend really can't tell." The Marquis frowned. "You mean," Gu Yen said, "what I mean is, she may have been waiting for your friend to take her away." "Take her away?" The old Marquis was shocked. This child really wouldn't stop until he was shocked to death. Gu Yen nodded. "That's right. Let me ask you, why does your friend think that she became a nun to see him? She had said that herself, hadn't she? Or she let your friend feel her affection for your friend?" "Yes." The Marquis nodded in agreement. Gu Yen slapped the table. "That's it. She's a woman. Showing a little affection is already her limit. She can't just say that you're going to elope with me. We men have to take the initiative for this kind of thing." The Marquis was so shocked by Gu Yan's words that he forgot to say that he was only 15 and still wet behind the ears. He couldn't be considered a real man. This is too rebellious. How did this child grow up? He was even braver than his 3 older brothers. Gu Yen said, "What's so rebellious about it? If you like her, then fight for her." The Marquis hesitated. What if she's not willing? If she's not willing, then it means that she doesn't have your friend in her heart. Gu Yen patted his grandfather's shoulder and analyzed for him with his experience of reading romance novels. She's already a nun. What's there to be afraid of? If she's not willing to elope, then there's only one truth: she doesn't like your friend. She's just using your friend's feelings for her. Gu Jiao was busy in the medical hall all morning. She finally had some free time in the afternoon. It was rare that she didn't have to deal with the gunpowder, so she lay down on the rattan chair under the tree to cool off. Li Wanwan was practicing her zither across the wall. She was already used to practicing for Gu Jiao at this time every day, but she didn't know if Gu Jiao was here every time. Her zither skills had improved a lot compared to last year, but she didn't know if she had something on her mind today, but she was playing absent-mindedly. "You played wrong again," Gu Jiao said lightly. "Ah." Li Wanwan's face turned pale. She didn't expect that the girl would be here today. After all, the girl hadn't listened to her practice for several days. She quickly adjusted her expression and said, I'll play it again properly." The result was still not satisfactory. She was so nervous that her palms were sweating. It was very strange. The other person clearly wasn't her teacher, but she was more nervous than when she was in front of her teacher. "Sorry, I should have been more focused." She bit her lip and said in a low voice, "I might not be able to come next month. I'm getting married." She wasn't that old, only 16. This dynasty wasn't like the previous dynasty. Women getting married at the age of 18 or 19 wouldn't be criticized by others. But this also depended on the situation. The daughters of wealthy families could afford it, but a girl from a poor family like her had to get married early. She heard that the girls in the countryside got married even earlier. Thinking about it, she was considered lucky. She had made it to the age of 16 and was able to attend a girls' school for half a year. Because of that school, she met the girl and received so much guidance from the girl. Gu Jiao said, "Oh. In the future, no one would play for her. When would little Jiangli learn how to play the zither? I've been wanting to say goodbye to the girl for the past few days. I want to thank the girl. My biggest achievement in the girls' school was to meet the girl. My family originally wanted me to drop out of school after the new year, but the song that the girl changed for me let me win the favor of musicians. Under his insistence, my family let me study for another half a year." Li Wanwan's cheeks slightly reddened as she said, "Speaking of which, this marriage is also thanks to the girl. I played the zither well and was heard by a young master of an aristocratic family. He came to my father to ask for my hand in marriage." Gu Jiao didn't see her expression, but it wasn't difficult to hear her longing for marriage from her words. It seemed that she also liked that young master. "Girl, can I give you something? You taught me so much. If I just leave like this, I'll feel bad. Please be sure to accept my gift of thanks, young lady. It's not anything valuable. It's just a small medicine bag. Please accept it." Gu Jiao answered lightly. Li Wanwan was delighted. She took out the medicine bag that had been rusty for several nights from her wide sleeve. In case it was too light to throw, she put a few dates in it. "Girl, catch." She threw the medicine bag over the courtyard wall. Gu Jiao caught it with one hand. "Thank you." Li Wanwan smiled brightly. "It's my pleasure." "Then, I'll leave now. In the last few days, I'll try to play more songs for you. If I don't come one day, then I won't come again." She suddenly felt a little disappointed when she finished speaking. She didn't want to leave the girl. She didn't know if she would be able to meet such a teacher and friend in the future. She put the zither away, picked up the zither case and left. Bang! A small brocade pouch fell right on top of her zither case. She was slightly startled. Girl. A wedding gift. Gu Jiao said. Li Wanwan smiled happily like a child. Girl Gu. Someone wants a doctor to treat them. They say the situation is very critical. Xiao Sanzi hurriedly ran over. How critical? Gu Jiao asked. Xiao Sanzi said in fear, the hand is broken. It's severed. It's a woodcutter. This was a major operation, so Gu Jiao had to go in person. Okay, I'll go. Gu Jiao carried the small basket on her back and had Xiao Sanzi drive the carriage. They went to the mansion on Qinglu Street that the servant had mentioned. As they walked, Xiao Sanzi felt that something was wrong. This isn't the way to Qinglu Street. The servant rode in front and didn't turn around when he heard this. He said, when I came, there was a road being repaired. We have to take a detour here. What's wrong? Is the road wrong? Gu Jiao asked indifferently. It's a bit of a detour. Xiao Sanzi muttered. Gu Jiao lifted the curtain and looked at the scene along the street. Not every street in the capital was bustling with activity. Some of the more remote areas were very desolate. This was an old street. There weren't many pedestrians and there weren't many shops. Further ahead was an official road with wheat fields on both sides. That's right, there were fields in the capital, but they were all in more remote areas. It's really a good place for an ambush. This was an instinct that she had developed as an assassin in her previous life. When she saw a location, she would always subconsciously judge if it was suitable for a crime. However, as soon as this thought flashed through her mind, she paused. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. It was an assassin's intuition. Gu Jiao put down the curtain and lifted the curtain in front of her. She shot out a silver needle and pierced the manservant leading the way in front. The manservant let out a blood-curdling scream and fell off the horse. Miss Gu, you, Xiao Sanzi was stunned. Turn around. Gu Jiao didn't have time to explain. Xiao Sanzi was indeed someone who had seen the world with Gu Jiao. He didn't drop the ball at such a crucial moment. If his second boss was here, he would have already pinched his philtrum and fainted. He didn't ask why they turned around. He believed in Gu Jiao. Unfortunately, it was too late. The men in black who were hiding under the ridge rushed towards Gu Jiao's carriage like arrows. Each of them held a large knife in their hands. Their eyes were sharp and murderous. Gu Jiao didn't need to count to know that there were 10 of them. They really thought highly of her, sending so many people to kill her. You go first. Gu Jiao jumped off the carriage. Xiao Sanzi didn't refuse. He knew his place. He didn't know martial arts and he would only be a burden to Miss Gu if he stayed. It was better to report this to the officials. Perhaps they could get help from Miss Gu. Of course, it would also be good if he could lure a few assassins away. For Miss Gu, he would risk it all. Come. Assassins. He pulled on the reins and looked back. Not a single one had caught up. Gu Jiao was surrounded by the men in black. She glanced at them coldly. Come at me all at once. It's too tiring to come one by one. The men in black looked at her with disdain and rushed towards Gu Jiao with their knives. I'll use you guys to test my gunpowder. Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes. Unfortunately, there were only 3 of them. She didn't know how powerful they were. In her previous life, she had played with a small cannon that didn't need to be lit. It would explode when thrown on the ground. The black gunpowder she made was similar to the small cannon, but it was more powerful. Gu Jiao took out a small piece of gunpowder and threw it at one of the men in black. There was a loud bang and the man in black fainted. It was so. Gu Jiao wasn't too satisfied, but she wasn't too disappointed either. She had blown herself up into the sky mainly because she had used a lot of gunpowder. It wasn't too bad that such a small piece of gunpowder could make someone faint. This group of assassins had never seen such a strange hidden weapon. It was powerful and powerful. Everyone was shocked by the explosion. Everyone looked at Gu Jiao with fear. Gu Jiao curled her lips coldly. She snatched one of the men's knives and sent him flying with a punch. The rest of the men finally reacted and rushed towards Gu Jiao again. However, the explosion just now had destroyed their morale. Gu Jiao dealt with them quickly. After the last assassin fell, Gu Jiao clapped her hands calmly. However, no one had expected that a dangerous aura would suddenly approach them. What a terrifying aura! Gu Jiao's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't avoid it. The man was too fast. In the nick of time, a sword slashed down and blocked the man's attack. He stretched out his other arm and grabbed Gu Jiao's waist and quickly retreated with her. "Wait for me here," Gu Chongqing said and charged towards the man with his sword. This was Gu Jiao's first time seeing Gu Chongqing in a real fight. He was much stronger than she had imagined, but he still wasn't a match for the other party. This was a person that even Gu Jiao had a trace of fear towards. This person's strength was much stronger than her in her previous life. How could this be? Who exactly was he? Gu Chongqing was hit by the other party's palm. She used her sword to stabilize herself. Gu Jiao took out the last 2 gunpowder and threw it at the other party. The man thought it was a normal hidden weapon. He slashed down with his sword and heard 2 loud bangs. It was unknown whether the man was shocked by the gunpowder. Anyway, he retreated a few steps. His cold eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He didn't faint from the explosion of 2 gunpowder? He was indeed an expert among experts. Gu Jiao put her hand into her pouch to continue digging. In fact, there was no more gunpowder left. She only hoped to scare the other party. Fortunately, she managed to scare him. The other party coldly glanced at Gu Jiao and used his qinggong to leave. Gu Chongqing looked in the direction the other party left. Suddenly, he clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Gu Jiao quickly went forward and checked his pulse. Gu Chongqing waved his hand. "I'm fine. It's just a little internal injury. I'll be fine after some rest." As he spoke, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his knuckles. He put his sword back into its scabbard and looked at Gu Jiao to ask, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Gu Jiao shook her head. Gu Chongqing whistled and his horse galloped over. The brother and sister got on their horses. These people. Gu Jiao looked at the black-clothed men who had fainted on the ground. Gu Chongqing seemed to be very experienced. You can't get anything out of them. That person just now is the key. These people are just some small fries in the Jianghu. They work for money and don't even know the identity of their sponsor. Gu Jiao nodded. The brother and sister returned to Jadewater Alley. The old chancellor had just returned from his duty at the Imperial College. He frowned when he saw Gu Chongqing's pale face. "What happened?" Gu Chongqing looked at Gu Jiao and said, "We encountered a group of assassins." "Assassins?" The old chancellor's gaze swept across the 2 of them. "You or Jiao Jiao?" "They tried to assassinate me," Gu Jiao said honestly. She jumped down from the horse and gave her hand to Gu Chongqing to help him down. The old chancellor looked around and pulled the horse's reins, saying to the 2 of them, "Follow me." You're saying that person's martial arts might not even be able to defeat your grandfather. The old chancellor frowned deeply after hearing the whole story. That's impossible. How could your grandfather not be able to defeat an assassin with his skills? That person's scent is very... Gu Jiao wanted to say familiar because she smelled the scent of her own kind on that person. That person was a killing machine just like her in her previous life. Weird. Gu Changqing finished the sentence for Gu Jiao. He's different from all the experts I've seen before. His martial arts are different, his inner energy is also different, and he has a tattoo on his face. That person was wearing a mask, but Gu Jiao threw out that strange concealed weapon and blew up a piece of the mask. He saw half of the tattoo. What kind of tattoo? The old chancellor took a pen and paper. Draw it for me. Gu Changqing drew half of the tail. The old chancellor's expression changed. It's the Dragon Shadow Guard. What's the Dragon Shadow Guard? Gu Jiao asked. Gu Changqing had already understood and his expression turned grave. It's the late emperor's men of sacrifice. The old chancellor pondered. In order to deal with Zhuang Jin's, the late emperor secretly trained a group of men of sacrifice. The youngest was only 5 years old and he passed them to His Majesty before he died. Gu Changqing frowned. His Majesty wants to kill Zhao Zhao. The old chancellor waved his hand. He won't. His Majesty dotes on Zhao Zhao and won't hurt her. His Majesty once transferred the Dragon Shadow Guard to another person to prevent her from being persecuted by Zhuang Jin's. Gu Changqing was astonished. That person is, the old chancellor said seriously, concubine Jing. Gu Changqing sucked in a cold breath. Chapter 334. How could it be her? Gu Changqing said in disbelief. She assassinated Zhao Zhao. Then what about the matter between the marshal's residence and the marquis residence? Old Chancellor knew about this matter. After all, when Gu Changqing broke out of prison to visit Gu Yan, it was Old Chancellor who let Gu Changqing into the house. Old Chancellor said, although there's no evidence for that matter, looking at the motive, it does seem to be her. Other than her, there's probably no one who is so anxious to see His Majesty and Empress Dowager reconcile. Even if the Zhuang family wanted to cover the sky with one hand, if Zhuang Jins and His Majesty had a harmonious relationship, they didn't think it was a bad thing. Instead, if they could win over His Majesty and let His Majesty give more benefits to the Zhuang family, Grand Tutor Zhuang would also be happy. It's just that His Majesty never boarded the Zhuang family's pirate ship. Old Chancellor continued, I guess she's still brooding about the Empress Dowager's position. She wants to be the Empress Dowager and she wants to get rid of Zhuang Jins. It's just that she hides herself so well that even though she's the biggest suspect, no one suspects her. Something flashed through Gu Changqing's eyes. He clenched his fists and his eyes were cold. I'm afraid she has her eyes on Lulang recently. Old Chancellor hesitated for a moment and still told them about the jade pendant. Furthermore, back then when Zhao Du's young marquis was poisoned by Empress Dowager, I suspect it's also her doing. Gu Jiaojiao's eyes also turned cold. Old Chancellor saw the siblings looking like they were going to enter the palace to execute the person on the spot and hurriedly advised, don't be impulsive, don't enter the palace to kill. With the previous emperor's men of sacrifice, you won't be able to kill her and you might even get injured. Secondly, even if you kill her, you won't be justified. His Majesty won't forgive you and the laws of this dynasty won't forgive you. Gu Changqing said coldly, are we going to let her be free? The old chancellor chuckled and said, to deal with such a person, of course we have to take an unconventional approach. How are you going to do this? Gu Changqing asked. The old chancellor smiled mysteriously, of course, to give him a taste of his own medicine. Giving someone a taste of their own medicine was easy to say, but it was not easy to do it. Especially this old white lotus who had hidden himself so deeply that even the old chancellor felt inferior to him. However, the old chancellor always refused to admit defeat. You can be more knowledgeable than me and have a better official position than me, but you can't beat me in tea. Life is like a play. Let's compare our acting skills. Gu Jiao silently touched her small basket. The old chancellor asked, "It's so late, where are you going?" "To see Grandaunt." Gu Jiao said without changing her expression. The old chancellor said, "Put down the basket." Gu Jiao blinked and put down the small basket. "Take out the dagger." Gu Jiao took out a black iron dagger with a resentful expression. "The other three." Gu Jiao then took out the 3 daggers hidden on her body. "Take out the sack. Take out the hidden weapon. Take out the poison needle. And that crackling thing you made." Gu Jiao curled her lips. "I don't have that." The old chancellor said, "Poisonous bug. Poisonous snake." Gu Changqing's temples throbbed when he heard that. "You're a girl, how can you store so many dangerous things in your small basket? You even have poisonous snakes." Gu Jiao took out everything in the small basket, leaving only a small medicine box. The medicine box couldn't hide living things or things that didn't belong to it. Otherwise, it would disappear. Gu Jiao had tried this before. The old chancellor knew this girl too well. If he didn't stop her today, she would directly enter the palace and put old concubine Jing in a sack. However, the risk was too great. He wouldn't allow her to take the risk. Gu Changqing automatically ignored his sister's basket of strange things and looked at the old chancellor. "Chancellor Hua, what do you plan to do?" The old chancellor stroked his beard. Well, he had a plan, but he lacked a tool. This person needed to be trusted by the emperor and be able to enter the palace easily. The second point alone wasn't too difficult for him. However, ever since the emperor found out that he was his father for some time, the emperor had a lot of resentment towards him. He didn't trust him as much as before. The old chancellor looked up and sighed. It wasn't easy to be a minister. While he was sighing, the sound of horses' hooves and the sound of wheels turning came from the alley. The sound stopped at the door next door. Then, the whole alley heard little Jinkong's angry roar. "Ah! I don't want to go out with you anymore. It's not fun. It's not fun at all." The old chancellor muttered, "What happened? Who did he go out with? Why is he so angry?" Gu Jiao and Gu Changqing didn't know either. The 3 of them went out. Little Jing Kong jumped down from a tall carriage and stomped his feet angrily. "Jing Kong!" Gu Jiao called. When little Jing Kong saw Gu Jiao walking out of the young master's residence, he pouted his lips aggrievedly and ran over, throwing himself into Gu Jiao's arms. Gu Jiao squatted down, wiped the sweat on the little guy's forehead and touched his collar. His clothes were all soaked in sweat. Marquis Xian Ping came down from the carriage and looked at the little guy with raised eyebrows. "I took you to such a high-end restaurant to eat, but you didn't appreciate it." "Marquis." Gu Changqing cupped his hands in greeting. "Yes." Marquis Xian Ping responded lightly. Little Jing Kong was especially angry. "You're still talking about it. Such a big restaurant. There were so many good dishes, but you only ordered an egg for me." Marquis Xian Ping coughed softly. "That was an egg braised with abalone juice. It's very expensive. Besides, can a child like you eat so much? Didn't I take you to row a boat? What kind of boat is that? It's leaking. I scooped water all the way." "Whoa whoa." Little Jing Kong felt wronged. "Jiao Jiao, my arms are sore." There were boats that cost 20 copper coins, boats that cost 50 copper coins, and even boats with black awnings that cost 1 tael of silver. Marquis Xian Ping rented the cheapest boat. It didn't have a shed, and the bottom of the boat leaked when he rowed halfway. In the end, it was unknown whether he was rowing the boat or the boat was rowing the man. Gu Jiao picked up little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong lay in her arms and sobbed. What a soul-stirring day this was. He didn't want to go out with this stingy monkey anymore. I'll take Jing Kong in first, Gu Jiao said and turned to enter the house. Gu Chongqing and the old chancellor looked at Marquis Xianping with a complicated expression. I know you're stingy, but you don't have to be so stingy. Marquis Xianping coughed softly and said, Why are you looking at me like that? I'm also working very hard. I didn't even take care of Aheng when she was young. I spent a lot of effort taking care of this little guy for a day, but he didn't even call me master. Do you want to be little Jing Kong's master? The old chancellor looked at Marquis Xianping up and down, and his eyes lit up little by little. That's easy. You help me with one thing, and I'll find a way to make Jing Kong call you master. Marquis Xianping looked at the old chancellor suspiciously. It rained at night and dissipated a lot of the summer heat. The rain stopped at dawn, and the palace was filled with fragrance mixed with the moist smell of the soil, making people feel relaxed and happy. Empress Xiao got up early. According to the rules of the palace, she should go to Renshou Palace to pay respects to Empress Dowager Zhuang, but Empress Dowager Zhuang wasn't an ordinary Empress Dowager. She had to go to morning court, which saved her from setting rules in front of her. However, not paying respects to Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't mean not paying respects to imperial concubine Jing. Your Highness, this peacock jade hairpin is beautiful, said the palace maid who was combing Empress Xiao's hair. Empress Xiao looked at her reflection in the bronze mirror and sighed, time makes people grow old, and beauty fades easily. What's the use of a beautiful hairpin? When people grow old, they won't look good wearing anything. The palace maid hurriedly said, How can your highness grow old? You're a peony among flowers, a national beauty and a cypress in the mountains, flourishing in the frost. You'll only become more and more beautiful. Empress Xiao smiled faintly, You have a sweet mouth. She raised her hand and signaled the palace maid to put on the hairpin for her. The palace maid put on the peacock jade hairpin and picked a few white jade flowers for her. Your Highness is the Empress, and you don't need to use your beauty to serve others. Why are you afraid of wasting time? Nurse Liao walked in with a basin of water soaked in flower petals. Empress Xiao smiled, Nurse Liao is right. She was the Empress, the first wife of His Majesty. Unlike the other concubines, she and His Majesty had been betrothed and had gone through the wedding ceremony. They had a true relationship as husband and wife. As a man, he could spend some time on other women, but his first wife was still his first wife. Empress Xiao soaked her hand in the petal water. Nurse Liao said, Your Highness, Marquis Xianping is here. Brother is here. Empress Xiao's eyes lit up. Nurse Liao sighed inwardly. Only in front of Marquis Xianping would Empress Xiao reveal her ladylike side. Invite him in. It wasn't a quick announcement, but a quick invitation. Empress Xiao respected her brother very much. Of course, Marquis Xianping also treated his sister well. Empress Xiao met with Marquis Xianping in the Qingyu Pavilion. Marquis Xianping cupped his hands and bowed, Greetings, Your Highness. Empress Xiao wanted to say something, but hesitated. She glanced at the palace maids and eunuchs in the pavilion and said in a deep voice, All of you can leave. I have a few private words with Marquis Xianping. Yes. The palace maids left one by one. Empress Xiao then stood up with a smile and walked towards Marquis Xianping, Brother. Marquis Xianping looked at her with disdain, Why are you dressed like a bird today? Empress Xiao, who was splashed with a basin of cold water, Empress Xiao took a deep breath. Big Brother's mouth really hasn't changed in the past few decades. Empress Xiao and Marquis Xianping sat on the chairs. She didn't sit on the main seat on the steps, but sat beside Marquis Xianping. Empress Xiao asked, "Brother, how are you these days?" Marquis Xianping said, "Very good. How about you, Your Highness?" Empress Xiao smiled, "Of course I'm good." Marquis Xianping looked at her exquisite makeup and cumbersome jewelry, and asked, "Do you regret entering the palace?" "Why would I?" She didn't regret it. Wasn't it good to be the empress? What's more, although His Majesty had a harem of 3,000 beauties, he had never really neglected her. It was her own idea to marry His Majesty. She was the one who took noble consort Zhuang's place. Noble consort Zhuang was His Majesty's official consort, but after His Majesty ascended the throne, he only made noble consort Zhuang a second-rank consort and decreed that Empress Xiao was to be His Majesty. Because of this, she and the Xiao family had suffered a lot from Empress Dowager Zhuang's faction. Her brother had taken care of it all by himself. Thus, she was grateful and revered His Majesty. She smiled and asked, "Brother, how come you have time to come see me today?" "I have something to ask of you," Marquis Xianping said. "What is it?" Empress Xiao asked. Marquis Xianping said, "An old friend asked me to bring something to Grand Concubine Jing. It's very precious, so I must personally hand it to Grand Concubine Jing." Empress Xiao smiled and said, "I thought it was a big deal. What's so hard about it? I'm going to Pure Flower's palace to pay respects to Grand Concubine Jing. How about brother come with me?" "All right." Marquis Xianping nodded. The siblings went to Pure Flower's palace. Ever since Grand Concubine Jing moved here, Pure Flower's palace had become much more lively. All the consorts in the imperial harem who had the right to pay respects to Grand Concubine Jing had come. They truly wanted to curry favor with Grand Concubine Jing and wanted to meet His Majesty by chance. Empress Xiao didn't need to meet His Majesty, but His Majesty treated Grand Concubine Jing like his mother, so Empress Xiao naturally respected her like a mother-in-law. However, Empress Xiao never expected that noble consort Zhuang would also come. The two most powerful consorts in the imperial harem met at the entrance of Pure Flower's palace with their eunuchs and palace maids. The atmosphere seemed to have frozen. The two were originally evenly matched in the imperial harem, but with Marquis Xianping supporting Empress Xiao today, Empress Xiao's aura was much stronger than usual. Marquis Xianping. Noble consort Zhuang greeted with a smile. Noble consort. Marquis Xianping half-heartedly cupped his hands. He was also like this in front of His Majesty, so noble consort Zhuang didn't mind his attitude. Noble consort Zhuang smiled and looked towards Empress Xiao. "Is Empress here to pay respects to Grand Concubine? Could it be that noble consort isn't?" Empress Xiao asked indifferently. Noble consort Zhuang smiled. "Ning Wang suppressed a group of bandits a few days ago. The villagers were grateful for His Majesty's kindness and specially made some tea cakes for Ning Wang to bring to His Majesty. Ning Wang is still in the mountains dealing with the aftermath, so His Majesty could only have His Majesty's imperial bodyguard bring them back. This consort will do it for him." Ning Wang, Ning Wang. Her son was clearly the crown prince, but His Majesty always had His Majesty's study in the upper study. Ning Wang was often entrusted with important tasks and helped His Majesty rule the world. Thinking about it now, Ning Wang's reputation among the commoners was about to surpass His Majesty's. Empress Xiao's fingers tightened and a cold light flashed through her eyes. "Let's go in," Marquis Xianping said. Empress Xiao rolled her eyes at noble consort Zhuang and walked into Pure Flower's palace with Marquis Xianping. Noble consort Zhuang bowed slightly and was very perfunctory. It wasn't until Empress Xiao and Marquis Xianping entered Grand Concubine Jing's bedchamber that noble consort Zhuang's expression turned cold. The female official on the side snorted, what's so great about her? If it wasn't for His Majesty breaking off relations with the Empress Dowager, the position of Empress would have long been yours. Noble Consort Zhuang sneered, what's the use of sitting on the Empress Dowager's seat? She gave birth to 2 idiotic sons. It's hard for her to take on important tasks. Noble Consort Zhuang also entered Pure Flower's palace. She had indeed come today to deliver tea cakes to His Majesty. The commoners didn't pay particular attention to the food and it wasn't clean, but His Majesty didn't really eat it. He only needed to know the intentions of Ning Wang and the commoners. No matter how many achievements Ning Wang made outside, he would definitely tell the commoners that he was following Imperial Father's orders. The one protecting the commoners wasn't him, but his Imperial Father, the Emperor of Zhao country. How could His Majesty not dote on such a son? His Majesty was truly happy when he saw the tea cakes and didn't eat them. However, he did praise Ning Wang greatly. Noble Consort has taught her son well. His Majesty's heart was filled with joy. He thought of something and sighed softly. If His Majesty was half as sensible as his older brother, Zhen wouldn't be so worried. Noble Consort Zhuang smiled. If His Majesty doesn't mind, his older brother would be very happy to take him out to gain experience. She didn't flatter His Majesty or belittle His Majesty's son. Instead, she spoke of brotherly respect, which made His Majesty very happy. It's time for them to go out and gain experience. Later, Zhen will find a job for the 2 brothers to do together. His Majesty paused, then said, Zhen hasn't seen Yan or an Exayan for a while. Have them come to the palace some other day. Qin Yan and Qin Exayan were the children of Ning Wang's concubines. One was 3 years old and the other was 2 years old. Yes, Noble Consort Zhuang agreed with a smile. Putting down the booklet, the Emperor said, since you're here, come with Zhen to see Consort Jing's mother. It would be impolite for Noble Consort Zhuang to refuse. Inside Chihua Pavilion, Empress Xiao and Marquis Xianping had already paid their respects to Consort Jing. Empress Xiao was sitting next to Consort Jing. When she saw the Emperor enter with Noble Consort Zhuang, her face turned sour. Greetings to Consort Jing's mother. Noble Consort Zhuang bowed. What are you doing here? The Emperor looked at Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping said, this subject has been entrusted with something to give to Consort Dowager. As he spoke, he took out a small brocade box from his wide sleeve. Granny Kai walked over, took the box, and presented it to Consort Jing with both hands. Consort Jing was still seriously ill and didn't look well. She covered her face with a handkerchief and coughed twice, then took the box. Which old friend is it? Consort Jing asked with a smile. Marquis Xianping said, that old friend said that Consort Dowager will know if you open the box. Consort Jing nodded and opened the box. Marquis Xianping was the Emperor's trusted aide, so he was trustworthy and wouldn't harm her. However, no one expected that a dart would shoot out the moment the box was opened. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Marquis Xianping's body also shook. He never expected that the box would contain a concealed weapon. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to make a move. Consort Jing was old and weak. She was done for. She was going to lose her life. The dart shot straight for Consort Jing's face. Consort Jing's eyes turned cold as she waved her 2 fingers and caught the dart. Everyone stared at her, dumbfounded. The hall fell silent in an instant. Chapter 335. Novels with content that can't be found online can be found here. Everyone, including the Emperor, was stunned by the scene before them. Grand Concubine Jing, who had been sickly and on the verge of collapsing from a gust of wind, had caught a dart aimed at her with her bare hands in the next second. This was too exciting. Everyone was so shocked that no one could say anything for a long time. Logically speaking, the box that Marquis Xianping had given to Grand Concubine Jing should have been charged with the crime of attempting to assassinate the Grand Concubine. However, the fact that Grand Concubine Jing had caught the darts with her bare hands was so shocking that no one thought of Marquis Xianping. Even Marquis Xianping hadn't thought of himself. Mother, the Emperor stuttered. Grand Concubine Jing immediately returned to her senses. Her body swayed and her fingers loosened, causing the dart to fall to the shiny floor with a loud thud. Only then did everyone come back to their senses, and their eyes widened in unison. Granny Kai's eyes flickered as she slapped the box out of Grand Concubine Jing's hands. Marquis Xianping, how dare you assassinate the Grand Concubine in Pure Flower's palace? Fortunately, the Grand Concubine is a descendant of a general and learned a bit of martial arts from the old uncle before entering the palace. Otherwise, you would have succeeded by now. The old uncle was Grand Concubine Jing's father. After Grand Concubine Jing was conferred the title of concubine, her maternal family also rose in status. Her father was made Count Yanzhen and given the rank of Major 4th Rank General of Might. Before this, Count Yanzhen was only a 6th rank military captain. It was a bit of an exaggeration to call her a descendant of a general, but once a person achieved meteoric success, their past could be polished and embellished, and history could be forgotten. Thus, in everyone's eyes, Grand Concubine Jing deserved Granny Kai's title of descendant of a general. Noble consort Zhuang pursed her lips. She was one of the few people who snorted in disdain. Her aunt was the descendant of a scholar, and Grand Concubine Jing was known as the descendant of a general. Everyone called her the twin beauties of Zhao capital, one for the scholarly and one for the martial arts. How could she be worthy of being called one of the two beauties alongside his aunt? Noble consort Zhuang touched the tip of her nose with her handkerchief and said with a faint smile, "It's been so many years, but Imperial Consort Dowager's skills haven't changed at all. She's so agile." This. Granny Kai opened her mouth. Old Concubine Jing said with a smile, "I neglected my practice in the palace and slacked off. Later on, I moved to the nunnery. When I had nothing to do, I would practice to pass the time." Cough cough. As she spoke, she covered her face and coughed. "But I've been sick these days, so I can't practice anymore," the Emperor said in a daze, in the past. I've never heard my mother mention it. They had had a very difficult time in the palace. After Empress Dowager Zhuang was banished to the cold palace, the three of them lost their protection and suffered a lot of bullying. He remembered that once, a Zhaoyi, whose position was below his lady mother's, had sent her dog to attack Ning'an, who was beside his lady mother. Imperial concubine mother used her body to shield Ning'an. She was bitten black and blue all over, and Ning'an was also slightly injured. "Since my mother knows martial arts, why did you?" The Emperor suddenly realized that he didn't trust old concubine Jing enough. Old concubine Jing smiled bitterly. "Your Majesty wants to ask about the time Ning'an and I were chased and bitten by Mu Zhaoyi's dog. Mu Zhaoyi is noble consort Lu's person. I can hide once, but I can't hide forever. Noble consort Lu wants me to be injured. If I don't show her my injuries, she won't let it go. It's just that Ning'an also suffered some minor injuries." Fortunately, noble consort Lu vented her anger. "Otherwise, the three of us would have been in a worse situation." Granny Kai said in a timely manner, "Old concubine mother injured her leg at that time. She didn't want Princess Ning'an and your Majesty to worry, so she kept it a secret. Since then, whenever it rained, her leg would hurt like it was being pricked by needles. It's gotten worse in recent years. She would occasionally fall even on sunny days. That's why she often falls down." People who practiced martial arts weren't immune to injuries. For example, Marquis Xianping had a waist injury on the battlefield. The surprise in the emperor's eyes dissipated, and he walked forward guiltily. "I've wronged mother." He held old concubine Jing's hand with one hand and patted her back with the other to help her breathe. The emperor, who had favored noble consort Zhuang a moment ago, now glared at her coldly. Noble consort Zhuang knew that she had misspoken. She dropped her handkerchief and bowed. "I meant to say that it's fortunate that old concubine mother didn't neglect her martial arts practice. Otherwise, she might have met with misfortune today." Martial arts practice. Why hadn't she heard of it before? Granny Kai offered a cup of hot tea. "I'll do it." The emperor took the tea and personally fed it to old concubine Jing. Old concubine Jing's expression relaxed a bit, and the emperor finally turned his attention back to Marquis Xianping. He said coldly, "Marquis Xianping, what's going on?" Marquis Xianping felt wronged. He also wanted to know what was going on. That damned old wine jar, was he playing with him? He said seriously, "Your Majesty, this brocade box was given to me by Chancellor Hua. I didn't open it, so I didn't know there was a hidden weapon inside." He was a hoodlum, but he wasn't a gentleman who would sneak around and pry into other people's privacy. Of course, the main reason was that he didn't expect the old chancellor to trick him like this. "Why?" The emperor said coldly, "Summon Huxian." "Yes." Eunuch Wei responded. Eunuch Wei immediately sent a junior eunuch to the directorate to summon the old chancellor to Pure Flower's palace. Empress Xiao and noble consort Zhuang also stayed here to wait for the results of the emperor's trial. The old chancellor calmly and magnanimously entered the autumn flower pavilion in the side hall of Pure Flower's palace. His gaze swept across everyone, seemingly surprised to see so many people. He cupped his hands and bowed. "This subject kowtows in salute to your Majesty, the Empress, the Imperial Concubine Dowager, and the Imperial Concubine Dowager." The box and dart had already been picked up by the palace servants and placed on the table next to the emperor. The emperor waved his hand impatiently. "No need for formalities. We didn't call you here to see you pay your respects." The old chancellor secretly raised his brows. His Majesty's temper was very strong. The emperor casually picked up the box on the table and coldly threw it on the ground in front of the old chancellor. "What is this? Do you recognize it?" The box fell on the ground and smashed open. The shiny dart inside rolled out and coincidentally rolled next to the old chancellor's feet. The old chancellor squatted down and picked up the box and dart together with a strange expression. "What? You don't recognize it?" When the emperor said this, he looked deeply at Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping said to the old chancellor, the one surnamed Hua, "Don't play dumb. You personally handed this box to me last night and asked me to pass it to the Imperial Concubine Dowager for you. It was a great taboo for a subject to privately exchange gifts with the Imperial Concubine. However, the old chancellor was too pure, so it made people suspect his intentions. The old chancellor said innocently, "That's right, I did hand the box to you. Where is the item in the box?" The emperor said coldly, "This dart is the item in the box." The old chancellor looked at the emperor with a dumbfounded expression. "How is that possible? I clearly put in 20 taels of silver." He looked at Grand Concubine Jing. "Imperial Concubine Dowager, do you still remember when I went to the temple to offer incense many years ago? There were too many pilgrims at that time, so a thief sneaked in and stole my silver. You happened to pass by nearby and borrowed 10 taels of silver for the incense after asking for the reason. I once promised that I would repay you double the amount in the future. It had been a long time since this incident happened." If the old chancellor hadn't brought it up, Grand Concubine Jing would have almost forgotten about it. She tried hard to recall and asked with uncertainty, "Didn't we agree to buy a couplet from you at that time?" "I didn't borrow the silver from you." The old chancellor said righteously. "Imperial concubine said that she wanted to buy a couplet written by me to solve my urgent need and was afraid that my self-esteem would be damaged. However, I also said that I would repay the silver in the future." Grand concubine Jing didn't have much of an impression of the latter part. After all, who would keep a record of 10 taels of silver for several years? The emperor asked suspiciously, "Why did you have to return it now of all times?" The old chancellor let out a dry laugh and said embarrassedly, "To be honest, I forgot about it. It was only when I heard the news that old concubine Jing returned to the palace that I suddenly remembered this old score." Good heavens, good heavens. Grand concubine Jing really did give him the silver. He did say that he would repay her double the amount, but Grand concubine Jing didn't agree at the time. She only said that he might as well write a couplet for her and take it that she bought it from him. However, so many years had passed, and he insisted on returning the silver. Grand concubine Jing probably couldn't remember it clearly anymore. Even if she remembered it clearly, she wasn't afraid that there would be mistakes in her memory. He said that he remembered it that way. Fortunately, Grand concubine Jing and the emperor didn't harp on the details of the silver. Instead, they talked about the item in the brocade box again. The emperor said, "You gave the silver, but Marquis Xian Ping used it as a dart today and almost injured Grand concubine Jing." What? The old chancellor was flabbergasted and panicked. He knelt down with a plop. "Your Majesty is wise. This old subject has indeed placed silver taels. I also don't know why the silver became a concealed weapon. I can swear to the heavens." Marquis Xian Ping gritted his teeth. "Act. Keep acting for me." Noble concubine Zhuang said with a smile, "Chancellor Hua is so confident. Could it be that he really didn't put it there?" But after him, it seems that Marquis Xian Ping was the only one who touched the box in private. Noble concubine Zhuang. Empress Xiao stopped her with a stern voice. Noble concubine Zhuang smiled, "I don't mean to slander Marquis Xian Ping. I'm just analyzing the facts." Marquis Xian Ping said, "I didn't open the box after receiving it yesterday and kept it with me. After returning home, I put it in my room. The only people who can enter my room are me and my bodyguard, Chang Jing." Chang Jing didn't touch the box. Chang Jing wasn't interested in this kind of boxy thing. He wouldn't even bother to look at it. Empress Xiao stood up and stood beside her brother. She saluted the emperor and said, "Your Majesty, Marquis Xian Ping is loyal to you and respectful to concubine Jing's mother. He would never frame concubine Jing's mother. Especially, in front of so many people. Isn't it stupid to use something he personally handed over?" Noble concubine Zhuang smiled faintly and said, "Maybe someone used this idea to make the impossible possible, so that they could escape suspicion." Empress Xiao's eyes turned cold. "I'm talking to His Majesty. It's not your turn to interrupt." In the past, Empress Xiao didn't use her status to suppress noble concubine Zhuang. After all, noble concubine Zhuang had the support of the Empress Dowager and her real power wasn't small. Today, she was anxious, so she said this. Noble concubine Zhuang snorted coldly. The emperor looked at Marquis Xian Ping heavily. "Has anyone sneaked into your room?" Marquis Xian Ping calmly met the emperor's sharp gaze. "Your Majesty, this official doesn't dare to say that the entire Marquis Xian Ping is impregnable, but this official's room is guarded by Chang Jing, and this official also rests there. With our skills, it's impossible for anyone to do anything under our eyes." The emperor pondered. "The Chang Jing you're talking about is the assassin you brought back from the Dark Knight sect?" Marquis Xian Ping said, "That's right. The Dark Knight sect was a power outside of the 6 countries. It didn't belong to any country and was headquartered on an island. The assassins of the Dark Knight sect were all first-class experts. What's more, what Marquis Xianping said was right. He himself was also a first-class expert. The old chancellor muttered, "What if someone took action while you were asleep?" Marquis Xianping looked at him and chuckled. "Do you know that in Zhao country, there are no more than 5 people who can defeat Changjing? One is the Grand Marshal of the world, Tang Yueshan. One is Marquis Ding and Marquis Gu. The other 3 are the Dragon Shadow Guards that the previous emperor left to the emperor. The reason I said 3 is because I've only seen 3 of them. I don't know if there are more." The old chancellor said seriously, "So there are still people who can commit crimes." Marquis Xianping said indifferently, "Tang Yueshan went with Prince Ning to suppress bandits early this month and hasn't returned yet. He's not in the capital, so how could he commit a crime in my manor?" The old chancellor said, "Then, what about Marquis Gu?" Marquis Xianping narrowed his eyes. "The one surnamed Hua. Are you really stupid or are you pretending to be stupid?" The old marquis was the emperor's confidant. This was something no one in the world knew. Hua Xian, this old thing, was deeply trusted by the emperor, so how could he not know? Would he harm concubine Jing? Did he know about the existence of this box? Empress Xiao knew that the old marquis was secretly training soldiers for the emperor. She also believed that the old marquis had nothing to do with this matter. Noble consort Zhuang was one of the Empress Dowager's people, but the Empress Dowager was well informed. How could she not know that the old marquis and the emperor were only at odds on the surface? She sneered, "If that's the case, it's neither this nor that. Could it be the late emperor's dragon shadow guard?" Marquis Xianping, "Why don't you say that His Majesty wants to harm his mother?" Noble consort Zhuang didn't know that the emperor had already given the dragon shadow guard to concubine Jing. So even if it was the dragon shadow guard, it wasn't the emperor who wanted to harm concubine Jing, but concubine Jing herself. But why would concubine Jing harm herself? Could it be a ruse? Why? Was it to frame Marquis Xianping or the old chancellor? The emperor felt that his mother had no reason to do this, even if she was innocent and kind-hearted. Marquis Xianping and the old chancellor were both his confidants. Why would his mother cut off his arms? The emperor looked coldly at Marquis Xianping. "I'll leave this matter to you. You must get to the bottom of this. If you can't, I'll take it that you did it." Marquis Xianping. After leaving the imperial palace, Marquis Xianping almost couldn't resist pressing the old chancellor to the ground to wipe the floor. "The one with the surname Hua, you've improved. You've even tricked me." "What are you saying, Marquis Xianping? I really don't know why the silver turned into darts." The old chancellor refused to admit it. The #1 green tea in Zhao country, his acting skills were perfect. Marquis Xianping gritted his teeth and said, "Seeing that you were once Ahang's teacher, I won't kill you first. But if I find evidence, even if His Majesty doesn't kill you, I will personally end you." The old chancellor cupped his hands. "Farewell, Marquis." Humph. Marquis Xianping left in a huff. Only when he was far away did the old chancellor let out a long sigh of relief. He came to his carriage and stepped on the footstool to get on. Inside the carriage, Gu Changqing and Gu Jiao had been waiting for a long time. "Chancellor Hua, how is it?" Gu Changqing asked. The old chancellor smiled. "It's going well. And it's a little unexpected. I found out that old concubine Jing knows martial arts." He didn't see old concubine Jing catch the darts with her bare hands. He only asked eunuch Wei when he came out. He originally thought that it would be the late emperor's men of sacrifice. It could be seen that people couldn't care less about hiding themselves at the crucial moment of life and death. Gu Jiao made a sound and said, "Her pulse is so weak. She really doesn't seem like someone who knows martial arts." Gu Chongqing thought for a while and said, maybe she took some medicine to change her pulse. It's possible, Gu Zhao nodded. Her eyes suddenly became bright. Then can we? No. The old chancellor heartlessly took away her sack. Does His Majesty have any suspicions about her? Gu Chongqing asked. The old chancellor drank a mouthful of tea and said with a smirk, it won't be so fast. But the seed of suspicion has been planted. As long as it happens a few more times, the seed will germinate in His Majesty's heart. It will grow strong and blossom into a flower that will sow discord. Gu Chongqing, you really look like a treacherous official. Chapter 336. The group took the carriage back to Jadewater Alley. There's something I don't understand, Gu Chongqing suddenly said before getting off the carriage. What is it? The old chancellor asked. Gu Chongqing pondered, since the late emperor's shadow dragon guards are loyal to His Majesty, then they should know that His Majesty values Zhao Zhao very much. Why would they help the evildoers harm Zhao Zhao? The old chancellor replied, this is where the shadow dragon guards are different from the usual men of sacrifice. They are tools for killing and have no thoughts of their own. They only listen to orders. His Majesty made them loyal to old concubine Jing, so old concubine Jing's words are their imperial edict. Unless His Majesty personally takes them back. I see. Gu Chongqing suddenly realized. He had been in the military camp for so long and thought he was familiar with the experts of Zhao country. But he didn't expect that he only knew the tip of the iceberg. There was such a terrifying power hidden under the surface. I'm still too young, he muttered. The old chancellor patted his shoulder. It's not too late to know now. Your grandfather is His Majesty's confidant, so he must know about the existence of the shadow dragon guards. It's just that the time wasn't right, so he didn't tell you. The shadow dragon guards were very powerful in the early years, but unfortunately, they were either dead or injured. In this generation, only old concubine Jing and a few others are left. His Majesty himself has never seen the terror of the shadow dragon guards, so he doesn't know what kind of killing weapon he gave old concubine Jing. Gu Chongqing nodded. No wonder Eunuch Wei said that His Majesty recently sent a few more shadow guards to old concubine Jing's side. The old chancellor said, with the shadow dragon guards, why would he need shadow guards? His Majesty is the one who is too young. Wait. Gu Chongqing suddenly remembered something. His Majesty once encountered an assassination attempt. Could it be that the shadow dragon guards were among those people? The shadow dragon guards even killed His Majesty. That's not the case. Old Chancellor shook his head. Dragon shadow guards won't assassinate His Majesty. This is the first order that the late emperor left for them. The second order is to obey His Majesty's orders. Even if His Majesty ordered them to kill him, the dragon shadow guards would still obey the first order. Last time, the person who tried to assassinate His Majesty was a hostage from the state of Qin. However, it is impossible for a hostage from the state of Qin to know His Majesty's whereabouts so well. He has a spy in the palace. Gu Chongqing asked, could the spy be one of concubine Jing's men? The old chancellor stroked his beard and fell into deep thought. Currently, there is no evidence to prove that it's her. If it was her, why would she assassinate His Majesty? What good would it do her to kill His Majesty? Gu Chongqing thought for a moment. What if her purpose is not to kill His Majesty, but to stab His Majesty and frame Empress Dowager Zhuang? In fact, His Majesty did blame the assassination on Empress Dowager Zhuang. The old chancellor had a solemn expression. We can't rule out this possibility. If that was the case, then concubine Jing was too scary. She could think of it as revenge against Empress Dowager Zhuang or fighting for the position of Empress Dowager. However, His Majesty respected her so much that she could do it. I hope we are wrong, Gu Chongqing said. His Majesty respected concubine Jing so much that he was almost no different from her flesh and blood, except for the fact that he wasn't born from her womb. Gu Chongqing understood His Majesty's feelings for concubine Jing. Gu Qinglin and Gu Qingfeng used to feel the same way about concubine Ling. The difference was that concubine Ling was just a concubine. Gu Qinglin and Gu Qingfeng knew they had a mother since they were young. In their hearts, their mother was more important. When His Majesty was born, he was brought to concubine Jing's palace and adopted under her name. The relationship between mother and son was strong for many years. It wasn't until His Majesty grew up that he learned that his birth mother was a palace maid. At that time, he couldn't have any feelings for his birth mother. The former emperor wouldn't allow him to have any feelings for a lowly palace maid. If His Majesty was hurt by concubine Jing, it would be a devastating blow. As the two talked, the carriage arrived at the door. The carriage stopped, and the surroundings quieted down. Only then did the two hear a small snoring sound beside them. It turned out that Gu Jiao had fallen asleep while hugging a pillow. The little girl was sleeping soundly. Her cheeks were pressed against the pillow until they were chubby and bright red from the heat. The two couldn't help but laugh. This girl really didn't have the slightest interest in these things. She just went to sleep when she wasn't allowed to put a sack over her. I'll go down first. Old Chancellor said soundlessly. Gu Chongqing nodded his head and bowed towards Old Chancellor, giving him a junior's greeting. The two didn't wake Gu Jiao up. Gu Chongqing stayed in the carriage and took out a fan from under the table, gently fanning Gu Jiao. Perhaps it was because it was cooler, but Gu Jiao's furrowed brows relaxed. Yao Shi, who was picking vegetables in the front yard, saw this scene and rubbed her slightly protruding belly. A trace of gentleness flashed through her eyes. Gu Jiao slept all the way until little Jing Kong came back from the Imperial College. As soon as the little trumpet spirit got home, she started blaring tirelessly. It was hard for Gu Jiao not to wake up. Fortunately, she had enough sleep. Gu Chongqing still had matters to attend to at the military camp, so he couldn't stay for dinner. In the evening, smoke rose in spirals from the kitchen chimneys in the alley. Xiao Lulang had also returned from his duty at Hanlin Academy. He went to Old Chancellor's place to discuss some matters. When he returned home, he found Gu Jiao sitting listlessly in the east room. She had slept for an entire afternoon, so logically speaking, she should be full of energy. But her sighing and moaning really showed the essence of little Jing Kong's imitation of Master Zhao next door. Xiao Lulang couldn't help but smile. After dinner, Gu Jiao returned to the house listlessly and continued to be listless. Xiao Lulang knocked on the door. "It's me." Gu Jiao sat up. "Come in." Xiao Lulang pushed the door and entered. Gu Jiao thought he was here to give her mung bean soup again. Although she wasn't hungry, she still sat down at the table very cooperatively. Who knew that Xiao Lulang didn't give her a bowl of mung bean soup? Instead, he just stared at her. Gu Jiao gradually sensed that something was wrong. She raised her head and met Xiao Liulang's gaze. She asked strangely, "What?" Xiao Liulang's bottomless eyes were shining. There was a helpless smile that even he didn't notice. "Don't you want to put a gunny sack on me?" Gu Jiao's little ears perked up. Then she blinked and looked at the window. She said in a serious tone, "I'm not that kind of person." Xiao Lulang almost believed her. Supporting someone until they couldn't get out of bed, you really aren't that kind of person. Xiao Lulang held back his smile and asked seriously, "Then, do you want to go to the palace to see Grandaunt?" Gu Jiao sat up straight. Of course I want to go. Change into this." Xiao Lulang magically brought out a set of young eunuch clothes. After he left, Gu Jiao changed into the clothes and put on the hat. The door was pulled open and a playful young eunuch walked out. Xiao Lulang was caught off guard and stared straight at her. He never expected that the woman would look so cute in the eunuch's clothes. She had a pair of big, blinking eyes that were bright and clear. Her small face was the size of a palm, and her facial features were unbelievably exquisite. Even the red birthmark that was often criticized by others seemed to have a different kind of spirit. If all the young eunuchs in the palace looked like this, then what was the point of taking concubines and choosing consorts? Do I look good? Gu Jiao asked. Not bad. A certain person said with a cold face, get on. The two got on the carriage. Today, Nan Xiang personally went to Qinghe Academy to pick up Gu Shaoshan and Gu Yan. Lu Quan was free, but now he wasn't free. He had to send the two to the palace. Gu Jiao sat obediently in the carriage. She stretched out her legs and tiptoed. It was obvious that she was in a good mood. The carriage arrived at the palace gate. Xiao Lulang generously showed his Rinshou Palace token. Can I trouble you to see if there's anyone else in the carriage? The guard asked politely. Xiao Lulang lifted the curtain and generously allowed the guard to size him up. In reality, he blocked most of Gu Jiao's view, so he could only see the young eunuch's clothes. Xiao Liulang's expression didn't change as he said, "It's the young eunuch of Rinshou Palace." "Ah, so it's like that. Xiao Shuzhu, please." The guard moved to the side to let them pass. The carriage passed by the throne room and couldn't go any further as it approached the inner palace. Xiao Lulang said, "All right, let's stop here. Uncle Lu, you go back first. We'll go back by ourselves later." Lu Quan said, "I'll wait for you." Xiao Lulang said, "No need. Great Aunt will send someone to send us back." "That's true." Lu Quan smiled, "Then I'll be leaving first." After Lu Quan left, Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao went to the vicinity of Pure Flower's palace. The days were long and the nights were short in summer. It was getting late, but dusk was still boundless. Grand Concubine Jing had the habit of taking a stroll after dinner to aid digestion, so she went to the Imperial Garden with Nurse Kai and the others after dinner. What had happened in Pure Flower's palace in the morning had affected her somewhat, so her complexion wasn't very good. Nurse Kai supported her while the junior palace maids followed behind them, not daring to say a word. "Let's go sit in the pavilion," Grand Concubine Jing said to Nurse Kai. "Yes." Nurse Kai helped her up the steps and sat down on a stone bench in the pavilion. She then ordered one of the junior palace maids, "Go make a pot of flower tea and bring it over." "Yes." The junior palace maid went to a nearby tea house to make the tea. The evening breeze blew gently, and the weeping willows swayed gently. The imperial garden was bathed in tranquility and peace. The junior palace maid brought over the tea and poured a cup for Grand Concubine Jing with both hands. Nurse Kai reached out to take it, but she sucked in a cold breath when she touched it. She snapped, "How dare you? Do you want to burn esteemed imperial concubine to death?" "Ah! This servant wouldn't dare." The junior palace maid was so frightened that she fell to her knees. Because her movements were too big, the tea in the cup spilled out and splashed all over her hands, turning them red in an instant. Grand Concubine Jing said softly, "Forget it, she didn't do it on purpose. She's still young, so just teach her more. Get up." "Many thanks, esteemed imperial concubine." "Many thanks, esteemed imperial concubine." The junior palace maid was moved to tears as she stood up shakily. "Put it down," Grand Concubine Jing said as she looked at the tea in her hands. "Yes." The junior palace maid placed the tea on the stone table. Grand Concubine Jing then said, "Let me see your hands." The junior palace maid quickly hid her hands behind her back. I wouldn't dare disgrace esteemed imperial concubine's eyes. Just let me see, Grand Concubine Jing said kindly. Yes. The junior palace maid lowered her head and stretched out her hands nervously. Grand Concubine Jing looked at the back of her hands and said, It's all red, so there's no need to serve me anymore. Go back and apply some ointment. She paused for a bit before adding, I almost forgot that this isn't a nunnery, and you girls don't have ointment with you. Granny Kai, take her to my room and give her a bottle of ointment for burns. Granny Kai smiled. You're so kind, esteemed imperial concubine. Many thanks, esteemed imperial concubine. The junior palace maid knelt down and kowtowed respectfully. The palace maids and eunuchs who saw this all felt that Grand Concubine Jing was indeed a kind-hearted person. She had been a vegetarian for many years and had the heart of a bodhisattva. She was much easier to get along with than the one at Rinshou Palace. Working at Rinshou Palace, one had to be very careful all the time. If they angered that person at some point in time, they would be beaten to death without any explanation. Granny Kai then led the junior palace maid away. Not far away, Xiao Lulang retracted his gaze and said to Gu Jiao, My stomach isn't feeling well, so I suddenly feel like going to the washroom. Wait for me here. Forget it, let's not wait. You go to Rinshou Palace first, I'll go there myself later. Gu Jiao looked at Grand Concubine Jing, then looked at Xiao Lulang and nodded her head like she was pounding garlic. Xiao Liulang's lips curled slightly, then he pursed his lips. Then I'll be going. Gu Jiao, hurry, hurry. Xiao Lulang, who was being disdained by his wife, Xiao Lulang walked towards the washroom. He naturally wasn't going to go to the toilet. He walked as far away as possible and took out a bamboo flute from his wide sleeve behind a rock garden where no one was passing by. He had just gone to see the old chancellor and learned about Gu Jiao's assassination attempt and what had happened at Pureflower's palace. He also learned that Grand Concubine Jing had the deceased emperor's loyalists in her hands. There was one thing that even the old chancellor and his majesty didn't know, and that was that Princess Xinyang also had loyalists left behind by the deceased emperor. Xiao Lulang composed himself and blew into the bamboo flute in his hand. On a lush tree, a black figure holding a long sword was leaning against the tree trunk with his eyes closed. Suddenly, his ears twitched, and he opened his eyes. He gripped the long sword in his hand and used his qinggong to fly in the direction of the flute's sound. Granny Kai left with the young palace maid whose hand had been scalded, leaving only Grand Concubine Jing and a few other palace maids in the pavilion. Let us go pick some flowers for your highness, said one of the palace maids. All right. Grand Concubine Jing nodded. Go and pick them quickly. It's getting dark. Yes, your highness. 4 palace maids and eunuchs walked down the steps and started picking flowers from the bushes. Several hidden guards were lying in ambush in the surroundings. Whoosh! A hidden guard disappeared. Whoosh! Another hidden guard disappeared. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. All the hidden guards had disappeared. Grand Concubine Jing seemed to have sensed something. She frowned and turned around, but before she could see clearly, someone had put a gunny sack over her head. She knew martial arts, after all, and couldn't be compared to the crown prince's concubine. With a twist of her finger, she shot a poison needle at Gu Jiao. Yo-ho! Poison scorpion. Fortunately, Gu Jiao was prepared. She leaned to the side and stabbed the needle into Grand Concubine Jing's thigh. Grand Concubine Jing didn't even have time to scream before she was drugged. Chapter 337. The expert had been attracted by the sound of the flute and had used his qinggong to arrive behind the fake mountain where Xiao Lulang was standing. He wore a mask, revealing only a pair of eyes that were colder and more bloodthirsty than an ordinary assassin's. He landed steadily in front of Xiao Lulang and sized up Xiao Lulang. When Xiao Lulang was young, he had seen the princess of Xinyang use the flute to summon the previous emperor's loyalists. He had played the same song. There was no one in this area, and his song was not loud. Only the loyalists of the previous emperor could hear it. At first, he was a little worried that he had played the wrong song, but it seemed that he was right. However, why was he alone? Were the others not in the imperial palace? In his impression, the loyalists of the previous emperor wore masks like this and had the same terrifying murderous aura. They would not indiscriminately kill people outside of their mission, especially people who did not know martial arts, unless they were obstructed in the middle of their mission. Xiao Lulang understood that as long as he did not make any provocative moves, he would not make a move against him. His eyes were filled with confusion and curiosity. Xiao Lulang generously allowed him to size him up. After a moment, as if to verify something, Xiao Lulang said to him, "Could I trouble you to help me pick a leaf from the top of my head?" But that person left without even looking back. Xiao Lulang sighed. He had originally thought that if he could play the song to summon the other person, he might be able to make the other person listen to his orders. It seemed that he had thought too much. The princess of Xinyang had been able to control the loyalists of the previous emperor not because of this song, but because she was the new master that the previous emperor had passed down to them. When this loyalist heard the song, he probably thought that his original master was summoning him. But when he rushed over and found that he was not the previous emperor, nor was he the emperor, he turned and left. Well, he could only stall for so much time. Gu Jiao dragged the person into the small dark room near the supreme liquid pool. Just as she threw the person in, before she could use her snowflake-like violent little fists, a terrifying and familiar aura approached. "Ah! You're back so soon." She hadn't even started yet. Neahula Gu Jiao scratched her head frantically, lifted the sack, and kicked it into the supreme liquid pool. Then, she ran away, chirping. The court ladies in the imperial garden finally realized that concubine Jing was missing. They looked around and even alerted the emperor in the end. By the time the emperor rushed over from the imperial study, Grand Concubine Jing had already been fished out of the water by the loyalist and brought back to Pure Flower's palace. "Mother!" The emperor rushed to Pure Flower's palace in a hurry and went straight to Grand Concubine Jing's bedchambers, but Kai Mama stopped him outside. "Your Majesty, please wait a moment. Imperial Concubine Dowager is changing clothes." The emperor asked anxiously, "What happened? Why did Mother suddenly disappear?" Kai Mama said in a sad and panicked voice, This servant isn't too sure. Let's wait until we ask Imperial Concubine Dowager." The emperor coldly said, "Why aren't you sure? Aren't you always serving Mother Consort?" Mama Kai said in an aggrieved manner, "This servant was originally serving the Imperial Concubine Dowager, but a palace maid accidentally scalded her hand. The imperial concubine was kind and allowed this servant to bring the palace maid back to Pure Flower's palace to apply medicine. How could this servant have expected that imperial concubine dowager would fall into the water while this servant was gone? Fall into the water. The emperor frowned. Grand concubine Jing's pained cries could be heard from inside. Kai Mama quickly said, "Imperial concubine dowager is completely drenched. This servant will go in to serve imperial concubine dowager first. This servant will take her leave." Kai Mama turned and entered Grand Concubine Jing's bedchambers. Not long later, the imperial physician also arrived. He was about to bow to the emperor when the emperor waved his hand impatiently. "Why aren't you going in yet?" The imperial physician shuddered in fright and hurriedly went in with his medical kit. The emperor anxiously waited outside the bedchambers for a full hour before Grand Concubine Jing finished packing. "Your Majesty." Kai Mama walked out with red eyes and invited the emperor in. The emperor quickly walked to the bed and sat down. His heart ached when he saw Grand Concubine Jing sitting at the head of the bed. Her face was pale, her nose was bruised, and her head was wrapped in a large bandage. He coldly looked at Kai Mama. "Didn't you say that she only fell into the water? How did she get injured? And such serious injuries at that. How could this be all of his injuries?" This was just the tip of the iceberg. Although Gu Jiao hadn't been able to make a move in time, Grand Concubine Jing's head had hit the stairs 7 or 8 times and her butt had been rubbed against the limestone floor over 100 times. Her gunny sack had been worn through and her pants had holes in them. It was a bloody mess. Her knees had been hit 3 times, her arms had been hit 5 times, and her waist had been hit dozens of times. For her to suffer like this at her age, she would have died long ago if it weren't for her martial arts. But even with martial arts, her injuries were still very serious. She couldn't move at all, and her entire body would hurt if she did. Kai Mama dropped to her knees and choked out, "I also thought that she only fell into the water." Grand Concubine Jing weakly said, "Your Majesty, this has nothing to do with Kai Mama. Please don't take your anger out on her. She wasn't pretending to be weak now. She was so weak that she could collapse at any moment." "You may all leave," Grand Concubine Jing said to Kai Mama and the servants in the bedchambers. Kai Mama and the others looked at the emperor nervously, fearing that he would punish them. The emperor waved his hand coldly, and everyone retreated as if relieved of a heavy burden. "What's wrong with the servants this time?" The emperor gritted his teeth and murmured. Grand Concubine Jing raised her arm that was about to break from the pain and gently placed it on the back of the emperor's hand. She shook her head. "It's not their fault. The opponent was too strong." The emperor asked, "Where are the men of sacrifice and shadow guards I left for you?" Grand Concubine Jing replied, "The men of sacrifice were lured away, and the shadow guards were knocked out. Those were the palace's experts." The emperor gasped. Who could be so powerful? Grand Concubine Jing shook her head. "I'm not sure. I felt that something was off at the time, but I was injured before I could see the other party's face." She was embarrassed to say that she had been put in a gunny sack. She couldn't afford to lose face like this. "That person took me near the Supreme Liquid Pond. If the men of sacrifice hadn't come back in time and scared that person away, I might have died. That person even knew to throw me into the water, forcing the men of sacrifice to save me. That way, he could have escaped without a trace. So vicious, so vicious." The emperor clenched his fists and trembled with anger. Grand Concubine Jing lowered her head and withdrew her hand with a bitter smile. "Have I caused trouble for your Majesty? If I hadn't suddenly returned to the palace, none of this would have happened for no reason." The emperor held her hand tightly. "Don't say that, mother. It was our intention for you to return to the palace. Someone couldn't bear to see you return and plotted twice in one day, almost taking mother's life. Don't worry, mother, we will definitely ferret out the mastermind. Even if we have to risk our lives, we will bring them to justice. We will seek justice for mother." He was just short of mentioning Empress Dowager Zhuang by name. Grand Concubine Jing covered her mouth with her handkerchief and coughed sadly. "Mother." The emperor looked coldly at the imperial physician kneeling on the ground. "How is mother's body?" The imperial physician replied in fear and trepidation, "In reply to your Majesty, esteemed imperial concubine was severely injured and frightened by falling into the water. I'm afraid she will need to rest for a while before she can recover." The emperor shouted, "Then what are you still doing here? Why aren't you brewing the medicine for imperial mother?" "Yes. Yes." The imperial physician left in a cold sweat. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" Eunuch Wei walked in with small steps. What is it? The emperor asked. Eunuch Wei said, this servant found the unconscious Xiao Xiuzhua near the supreme liquid pond. Him. The emperor went to the small garden in Pure Flowers Palace. Eunuch Wei called for the imperial physician, who performed acupuncture on Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang slowly woke up and opened his heavy eyelids. He asked, where is this? Eunuch Wei hurriedly said, this is Pure Flowers Palace. Xiao Xiuzhua, you fainted in the supreme liquid pond just now. Why did you faint? Xiao Lulang was at a loss. I think. I saw a suspicious person just now. She looked like Jiao Jiao. I called out to her and she knocked me out. What? The little divine doctor knocked you out? Eunuch Wei looked at the emperor in astonishment. He could also see the shock in the emperor's eyes. The emperor was someone who had experienced scheming before. He carefully asked about the time and place of Xiao Liulang's accident and quickly connected that person to Grand Concubine Jing's assassin. Xiao Lulang was stunned. Your Majesty, you're saying that Grand Concubine Jing's assassin was Jiao Jiao. How is that possible? His acting skills had improved again. He had only done such a shameless thing once or twice, so how did he become so proficient in it? Did he really have some talent in this area? Eunuch Wei was puzzled. But this servant interrogated the palace servants just now. Aside from her, no one else appeared in the vicinity. Xiao Lulang said seriously, Jiao Jiao didn't enter the palace today. Although she has some skills, she doesn't know Qigong. She wouldn't have been able to enter without using the main entrance. This was the truth. Gu Jiao Jiao truly didn't know any Qigong. The emperor had experienced it firsthand. On the night of the assassination attempt, Gu Jiao Jiao had used all 4 legs to escape with him. The emperor's legs had almost broken from running. If she knew Qigong, she wouldn't have not used it in a life and death situation. This time, Eunuch Wei didn't wait for the emperor's orders. In order to prove the young divine doctor's innocence, he went to the palace gates himself and asked the guard if Gu Jiao had entered the palace. No. The guard replied with absolute certainty. Eunuch Wei asked, Xiao Xiuzhua entered the palace by himself. The guard replied, there was also a young eunuch from Rinshou Palace. This young eunuch didn't arouse Eunuch Wei's suspicions because Empress Dowager Zhuang did often send people to Jadewater Alley to deliver things or bring people from Jadewater Alley into the palace. Eunuch Wei returned to Pure Flowers Palace to report. The young divine doctor truly didn't enter the palace today. Xiao Lulang said thoughtfully, could it be, someone is impersonating Jiao Jiao? The emperor gritted his teeth. Did you see her appearance clearly? Xiao Lulang shook his head. I didn't see her clearly. Her back was very similar, her clothes, her hair accessories were all the same, and there was also that small basket on her back. In the imperial palace, there wasn't a single palace maid who would wear green clothes and carry a small basket on her back. This was clearly Gu Jiao's attire. The emperor's gaze turned cold. It seems that someone really is impersonating the young divine doctor. Xiao Lulang suddenly realized. Why didn't she kill this subject to silence him? She probably wanted to use this subject to reveal her identity. Unfortunately, she didn't know that Jiao Jiao didn't know Qigong and instead exposed herself. This balance was very delicate. Even Eunuch Wei didn't know that Gu Jiao didn't know Qigong. He thought that since the young divine doctor was so skilled, he would definitely be able to leap onto roofs and vault over walls like the palace's experts. It was because he didn't know that the emperor believed that the culprit didn't know either. It seemed that the culprit had miscalculated something. Since the culprit wanted to frame Gu Jiao, then the mastermind couldn't be Empress Dowager Zhuang. No matter how prejudiced the emperor was against Empress Dowager Zhuang, he couldn't believe that she would frame Gu Jiao. When he was recuperating in Jadewater Alley, he had personally seen how well she treated Gu Jiao. He knew that she cherished Gu Jiao as much as she cherished him. Empress Dowager Zhuang's suspicions were naturally dispelled. But if it wasn't her, then who would be so intolerant of consort Jing's mother? The emperor coldly muttered to himself. His voice wasn't loud, but Eunuch Wei still heard it. Eunuch Wei cautiously glanced at Xiao Lulang. He thought that this kind of thing shouldn't be said in front of Xiao Xiuzhua, right? He could only pray that Xiao Xiuzhua didn't hear it. Xiao Liulang's expression didn't change at all, as if he really hadn't heard anything. He thought seriously for a moment, then said, "Your Majesty, since that person is framing Jiao Jiao, they must be trying to stir up conflict between Pure Flower's palace and Rinshou Palace." It wasn't a secret that Gu Jiao was close to Rinshou Palace. If they couldn't prove that the culprit wasn't Gu Jiao, then the fire would definitely burn Empress Dowager Zhuang's head. Xiao Lulang sternly said, "Your Majesty, forgive this subject for speaking bluntly, but someone wants Your Majesty, the Grand Imperial Concubine, and the Empress Dowager to fight among themselves. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. This subject understands that there is an unresolvable conflict between Your Majesty and the Empress Dowager, but Your Majesty must not fall for someone else's scheme in the face of a great enemy." In the past, the emperor wouldn't have listened to these words. However, the evidence today was conclusive, so it was hard for him not to believe it. After Xiao Lulang left the palace, the emperor sat quietly in his study for a long time. It wasn't until the imperial physician came to report to him about Grand Concubine Jing's condition that he got up and went to her bedchambers. "Have you found the culprit?" Grand Concubine Jing asked weakly. The emperor hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he didn't mention that the culprit had pretended to be Gu Jiao and met Xiao Lulang by chance. "There aren't many leads for now. Imperial Mother, please don't worry. We will continue to investigate." Grand Concubine Jing smiled. Amen. Chapter 338. Grand Concubine Jing's matter caused such a huge commotion that everyone in the palace knew that she had been ambushed twice in a day. Who do you think did it? In a corner of the palace, a group of palace maids and eunuchs gathered together to secretly discuss Grand Concubine Jing's matter. Who else could it be? Think about it, who in the palace doesn't want Grand Concubine Jing to come back the most? Could it be the Grand Concubine of Rinshou Palace, Shu? Lower your voice. Do you want to be beheaded? Don't even mention the name of that person. Keep it in your heart and don't say it even in your dreams. Otherwise, just wait for your head to be chopped off. Hundreds of palace maids and eunuchs have died at that person's hands, if not 1,000. So cruel. The new palace maid trembled in fear. In fact, it wasn't just the palace maids and eunuchs who thought so. Even Empress Dowager Zhuang's niece, noble consort Zhuang, believed that her aunt was responsible for Grand Concubine Jing's successive deaths. "Your Majesty, this concubine heard that Grand Concubine Jing was ambushed again. Does Your Majesty already have a suspect in mind?" Empress Xiao looked at the emperor in the study of Pure Flower's palace. Her implication was obvious, it was Empress Dowager Zhuang. Unexpectedly, the emperor denied it. "Don't make wild guesses. It wasn't the Empress Dowager." Empress Xiao looked as if she had been struck by lightning as she stared blankly at the emperor. What did His Majesty say? It wasn't the Empress Dowager. Since when did His Majesty speak up for the Empress Dowager? He wanted nothing more than to blame it on Empress Dowager Zhuang. "Your Majesty." Empress Xiao began. The emperor cut her off. "All right, don't ask about Concubine Jing's matters. We have our own plans. Go back and restrain the palace maids and tell them not to gossip. Empress Xiao replied in disbelief. Yes. Noble consort Zhuang went to Rinshou Palace with a smile and walked into Empress Dowager Zhuang's study. She smiled as she walked, "Aunt. You're too amazing. How did you do it?" He also taught that vixen, Grand Concubine Jing, a lesson without leaving any evidence behind. "I heard that His Majesty did not suspect you at all. There were a few eunuchs in the Palace of Earthly Tranquility who gossiped. Guess what happened? They were all dealt with by the Empress. Auntie, you are really..." Noble consort Zhuang was halfway through her words when she saw Empress Dowager Zhuang's cold, knife-like gaze. She quivered. Aunt. Do you have nothing better to do?" Empress Dowager Zhuang said with dignity. Noble consort Zhuang was suffocated by her aunt's powerful aura. She didn't dare to look directly into Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes. She hurriedly lowered her head and saluted, "Greetings to Aunt." Empress Dowager Zhuang said angrily, "I'm very busy. Don't bother me if there's nothing important." Yes. Noble consort Zhuang retreated resentfully. As soon as she left, eunuch Qin walked in with a cup of tea. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the booklet in her hand and asked indifferently, "Have you sent him here?" "Yes, the carriage has arrived at the entrance of Jadewater Alley." Eunuch Qin said with a smile. Empress Dowager Zhuang responded faintly and continued to look at the booklet. Eunuch Qin walked over and put the tea on the table, unable to hide his smile. "What are you laughing at?" Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at him strangely. Eunuch Qin said, "This servant is happy for Empress Dowager." Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted, "What is there to be happy about? Two little things who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Their skin is boundless." Gu Jiao wore the little eunuch's clothes and escaped into Rinshou Palace. How could Empress Dowager Zhuang not know what was going on? "Keep a close eye on the servants' mouths," Empress Dowager Zhuang ordered. Eunuch Qin said, "Don't worry, Empress Dowager. This servant has arranged everything properly." Today, Xiao Chuanzi went shopping. Halfway through, the carriage broke down. He met Xiao Xiuzhua by chance and returned to the palace with Xiao Xiuzhua. The little eunuch that the imperial bodyguard saw in Xiao Xiuzhua's carriage was Xiao Chuanzi. Xiao Chuanzi did go out to buy today. However, after this incident, Eunuch Qin didn't wait for him to come back before sending an imperial bodyguard to intercept him. When Gu Jiao left the palace, she still used the identity of Xiao Chuanzi. Inside, there was a problem with the cloth that she bought. Xiao Chuanzi went to change the cloth. At night, the real Xiao Chuanzi would return to the palace with the changed cloth. Eunuch Qin continued, "There are also eyewitnesses. Imperial bodyguard Lu of the Imperial Guards and Nurse Zhou of the Cold Palace will see a woman in green with a small basket on her back. They speculate that the other party came from the Cold Palace." Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao didn't ask Empress Dowager Zhuang to do these things. After they were done, they left happily. Empress Dowager Zhuang's face was stiff. She snorted, "Humph. Aren't they afraid of being exposed? Do they really think that they did it flawlessly?" Eunuch Qin couldn't stop laughing. Obviously, she liked them very much. She appreciated that the two children were newborn calves who were not afraid of tigers. However, she had to pretend to dislike them. Eunuch Qin laughed, "Isn't this because they know that Empress Dowager will clean up for them? Empress Dowager trusts them. They also give their backs to Empress Dowager." Humph. She didn't know how many times she had snorted. Trust between people was never expressed through words. It was a tacit understanding through actions. It was a trust in a person's sincerity and ability. It was quite satisfying. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang returned to Bai Shui Alley. Tonight, the owner of the orchard had invited a theatrical troupe to set up a stage in the orchard. The neighbors all went to watch the play. Yao Shi and the family's children also went. The home was empty. Although they had eaten dinner, after the ruckus in the palace, the two of them were a bit hungry. "Let's go out and eat," Xiao Lulang said. In the end, he couldn't bear for her to cook in the middle of the night. Moreover, this place was close to the busy streets. It was very convenient to eat anything. Okay. Gu Jiao agreed. They went to Xuanwu Avenue. The capital was always very lively on summer nights. The shops were lined up in rows and the hawkers' stalls were like a long dragon. In the middle of the street, there would occasionally be carriages and horses slowly passing by. On both sides, there was an endless stream of people. In the past, it had always been Gu Jiao who walked on the outside. She had to protect her husband. Today, she had been placed on the inside by Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang leaned on his walking stick. Compared to last year, his body clearly had a bit more masculine strength. He helped her block the flood of people. However, there was a peddler carrying a load who did not walk on the middle path and insisted on walking on the inside. He almost bumped into Gu Jiao. Xiao Lulang pulled on her arm. His hand did not immediately let go. After a moment of hesitation, he slid down to hold her hand. "Don't get lost." Gu Jiao was surprised. She then smiled. "Okay. Husband, don't get lost." Xiao Lulang was almost dazzled by her smile. He looked forward and asked, "What do you want to eat?" Anything is fine." She said, "What do you want to eat?" He said, "Anything is fine for me too." The two of them were not picky eaters. Xiao Lulang looked to the east and said, "There's a new noodle restaurant over there. Do you want to try it? Their braised noodles are very delicious." "You've eaten it before?" Gu Jiao turned her head to look at him and asked. He nodded. "I ate it when I was young." At that time, their family had not yet opened such a prosperous area. They had to go to a very remote suburb to eat it. In the past few years, they seemed to have made a fortune and opened several branches. As for his previous identity, he would not take the initiative to talk about it. However, if it was brought up, he would not deliberately avoid it. However, he had never admitted who he was. Marquis Xian Ping's illegitimate son, Xiao Lulang. This was the only identity he could reveal to those close to him. There were not many people who knew about this identity. In his family, only Gu Jiao, Madame Yao, and the little monk knew about it. Gu Yan, that little imp, might have guessed something, but he should not have guessed as far as Xiaoheng. As for Gu Jiao, Xiao Lulang did not ask how far she had guessed. And Gu Jiao did not seem to want to get to the bottom of this matter. She respected him and trusted him. It had nothing to do with who he was. Gu Jiao curved her lips. "All right, then let's go eat braised noodles." Although this noodle restaurant was newly opened, both the upper and lower floors were full. "Oh, it's already so late and there are still so many people eating noodles?" Gu Jiao asked strangely. The waiter smiled apologetically. "It's a newly opened restaurant. Most of the customers are regular customers. Moreover, our restaurant doesn't only have noodles. Our cold dishes and stews are also the best. It's hot right now, so it's hot to eat inside. How about this little one set up a table in the courtyard for you two to cool down?" There were several tables set up in front of the restaurant. At a glance, it looked just like the food stalls in her previous life. Gu Jiao felt a bit closer to this place. Xiao Lulang looked at her and then said to the waiter, "All right, you can set it up." "Ah. 2 guests, this way please." The waiter welcomed the two of them into the noodle restaurant with a smile. They walked through the main hall and arrived at the spacious courtyard. The courtyard was very large and very quiet, but their vision was not obstructed. Sitting here, they could see everything in the restaurant. It was like they could see the world's thousands of sails. The waiter brought over a table and a long bench. The two of them sat on a long bench and ordered a bowl of braised noodles and 2 cold dishes. They did not order the stews because it would be a waste if they didn't finish them. While they were waiting for the braised noodles, the waiter came over with a smile and asked, "2 guests, our restaurant has run out of tables. 2 more guests have arrived. Can they sit at the same table as you?" The two of them had no objections. The waiter led the guests over. No one would have expected it to be the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess. The two of them were traveling incognito and did not bring any palace maids or eunuchs. They only had a court expert as their driver. The Crown Prince and the Crown Princess clearly did not expect to meet Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao here. Whenever the Crown Prince saw Xiao Lulang, he would think of that thick stack of math problems and his head would instantly hurt. The Crown Prince had never seen Gu Jiao before. He only saw Xiao Lulang sitting together with a woman and was rather surprised. He had heard that Xiao Lulang was married. Was this woman Xiao Lulang's wife or one of those shady women he had outside? The Crown Prince did not care. Women were originally the accessories of men. Whether or not this woman was Xiao Lulang's wife, the Crown Prince would not look her in the eye. The Crown Prince knitted his brows and was a bit unwilling to eat here. After all, no one would be in the mood to eat when facing a teacher like Xiao Lulang. Their minds would be filled with his questions, all right. But the Crown Prince could not chase Xiao Lulang away. That would be too arrogant and despotic. It would not match the reputation he had built up in the past few years. He wanted to leave. The Crown Princess suddenly pulled on his sleeve and said softly, "Your Highness, there is a seat here." He. The Crown Prince thought, "Don't you recognize who that fellow is? Xiao Lulang. My uncle's illegitimate son, my imperial father's trusted official, my Hanlin Academy teacher." The Crown Princess said warmly, "It seems to be Xiao Xiuzhua. What a coincidence." As she said this, her gaze landed on Xiao Lulang's incomparably handsome face. At this time, the waiter brought 2 bowls of braised noodles over. "Guests, your braised noodles." Xiao Lulang did not even look up. It seemed like the waiter was too loud, so he did not hear the Crown Princess's words. The Crown Princess was slightly embarrassed. The Crown Prince thought that her words were directed at him and sighed helplessly. "Yes, it's him. What a coincidence." The Crown Princess's eyelashes trembled slightly. She said with a smile, "The capital is so big. To be able to meet while eating supper, it must be fate between the Crown Prince and Xiao Xiuzhua." Her voice was not loud, but it was just loud enough for Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao to hear. Both of them ignored her. The Crown Prince said disdainfully, "Who wants to be fated with him?" "I'm hungry," the Crown Princess said. Then sit down." The Crown Prince reluctantly pulled the Crown Princess to sit down across from the two. He said to the waiter, "Bring out all of the delicious dishes here." Can the Crown Prince finish them all? Xiao Lulang finally paid attention to him, but his tone was not good. The Crown Prince swept a glance at the 2 bowls of braised noodles in front of the two and thought that this was too shabby. He said generously, "Tonight, it's my treat. Xiao Xiuzhua can eat as much as he wants, no need to be courteous with me. If the salary of Hanlin Academy is not high, Xiao Xiuzhua can come to my food to be an aide in name." Xiao Lulang looked coolly at him. Forming cliques for personal gain is a serious crime. Is the Crown Prince sure you want to do this? It was not rare to have aides and customers in the Fu. The emperor would usually close one eye, but if it was a disciple of the Son of Heaven, it would touch the Emperor's bottom line. Xiao Lulang said neutrally, I am a disciple of the Son of Heaven and should serve His Majesty wholeheartedly. If the Crown Prince wants me to go to your Fu in name, where does that place His Majesty? The Crown Prince choked and did not make a sound. Just now, he had been so focused on mocking Xiao Lulang that he had forgotten that this guy was a grand scholar on 2 lists, had been summoned by Fu Huang, and had eaten at the Deer Cry banquet. He was a true disciple of the Son of Heaven. Was he trying to steal Fu Huang's man? If this got out, how would other people view him, the Crown Prince? Cough, 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 the Crown Prince said seriously. Just now, I was just testing you. Just remember your identity. Soon, the 2's cold dishes were served. It was a cold dish of 3 shreds and a dish of braised lamb. Xiao Lulang picked up a piece of the most tender lamb and put it in Gu Jiao's bowl. The Crown Princess looked at Xiao Lulang and then looked at Gu Jiao. This was the first time she had seen the 2 at such a close distance. Xiao Luolang's appearance constantly overlapped with that youthful face in her impression, but also repeatedly peeled away. That bright and straightforward young man, his eyes were innocent, warm and clear. The Xiao Lulang in front of her, however, had an additional sense of alienation and coldness that kept people at arm's length. His facial features lacked the childishness of the past, and he had a bit more of a man's reserved and heroic spirit. However, when he looked at Gu Jiao, his gaze was different from everyone else's. There was a gentleness that even he did not notice. He had once looked at her like this. It was as if his eyes only contained her. The Crown Princess secretly tightened her grip on her handkerchief. What am I thinking? Why did I think of him as Aheng? This restaurant's lamb was very much to Gu Jiao's liking. She ate with great relish. The Crown Prince originally did not plan on paying attention to her, but Xiao Lulang had choked him. If he did not respond, the atmosphere would become awkward. He subconsciously turned his gaze to Gu Jiao's face. If he did not look, he would not know. Once he did, he was given a fright. How could her face, dear guest? Your dishes have arrived. The waiter filled the table with the restaurant's signature dishes. Although there was a dazzling array of dishes, for some reason, he felt that Xiao Luolang's plate of lamb was the most delicious. Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang had more or less finished eating. Just as they were about to leave, Gu Jiao suddenly sniffed, "Waiter, what smells so good?" The waiter smiled and said, "It's our restaurant's osmanthus wine. If dear guest likes it, I will gift you a jar. A new restaurant has opened. Please come back often in the future." Is this wine? Gu Jiao looked at the bottle that the waiter handed over and asked. The waiter said, "It's not wine. You won't get drunk. Girls like it the most." Gu Jiao took a sip. In the next second, with a bang, her small head hit the table and she passed out drunk. It was a good thing that Xiao Luolang's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast, as he quickly placed the back of his hand on her forehead. The waiter was embarrassed. "Dear guest is really unable to handle alcohol," the Crown Prince consort softly said. "We have a carriage, let the coachman send you back." The Crown Prince secretly curled his lips. Why were they being so good to them? Xiao Lulang expressionlessly said, "No need." The Crown Prince chuckled, "See, they don't appreciate it." Xiao Lulang ignored the Crown Prince and used his other hand to gently pat Gu Jiao's small shoulder. He softly called in her ear, "Jiao Jiao, it's time to go back." Gu Jiao's eyes were starry. "It's time to go home," he gently said. Gu Jiao sat up straight. Her phoenix eyes were wide and round and her expression was very serious. "I'm not drunk." He softly coaxed her and his lips slightly hooked. "Jiao Jiao isn't drunk." That clean youthful voice had a trace of a man's magnetism that directly melted people's hearts. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.